Mark down from $1.
Peter.
Oh,
amendments?
thank you so much.
No problem. Guys, proposed amendment if anybody wants one.
Fitzpatrick, is he missing? Who else is missing?
Fred's missing and Jason's missing.
Okay.
Yeah, and Steve Boyd's missing.
I was lying in bed this morning, I was thinking, could be late. That's not, no, I can't leave my guy.
That's right.
Can't leave him in the lurch.
You were the only one, apparently. It's all right. We'll get it done.
You were up all night, were you? Okay.
All right. So 1299 was the bill dealing with the fire educator for the community college system, wanting to add that in for people who can continue to stay in Group 2 after they've had 10 years of fire service experience. Testimony about this bill was all negative. I don't think we had any positive testimony on it. It seemed to me that there were a couple of reasons for that negative testimony. There were oppositional testimony. The first was the 10 years fire service experience wasn't enough time after 10 to go into a position like this and be able to stay in Group 2, which was primarily created because of the risk to life and limb. The benefit was primarily for that, was just not enough time of investment to move over to this kind of position and maintain Group 2 status. And I understand that. And the other is concern about other people who would like to get into Group 2 who, upon seeing this, might think, well, here's reason for us to be able to get into Group 2 as well. So what I have proposed, as the bill stands, there seems to be pretty much unanimous consent among all of the players anyway that the bill should be ITL'd, and I don't think that there's been much support on the committee from anybody I've talked to either. However, I'm floating this idea in this amendment 0300H that if the fire educator for the community college system had 20 years of fire service experience in the field, then they would be able to move over into this position and keep their Group 2 benefits. My reasoning for that, and I've talked to a few people on the issue, is it seems to me that the fire educator in the community college system should be somebody who has some field
Oh,
experience.
yeah, there's no question about it.
And you are asking those people with the field experience to give up a tremendous amount of their benefit that they've earned. Hey, there's a guy. Now we can take a vote. Come sit. No, you're great. Couldn't be happier to see you. You're asking them to take a huge hit to their benefit to come over to this educator position. And so I can understand why they would be reticent to do so. At 20 years, they've completed most of their retirement obligation as far as service is concerned. And we do have some other positions that they can move into, such as a fire chief, who are no longer traditionally dealing directly. Oh, yeah. Amendment. Thanks, Jeff.
You'll see it right off this in that, what we're talking about, the highlighted.
Yeah, the bolded part. Such as a fire chief who, although is still an integral part of the firefighting system, is no longer traditionally going out and fighting the fires himself. So I think that we do have some examples that we can go by there. Yeah, precedent. Thank you. So I wanted to float this idea out there because I do think that there needs to be some way for people who have actual field experience to be able to take these positions, so that we're getting educators who have field experience and aren't just, armchair philosophers to a certain extent. Because these are the people who are going to be training the people who are in the field, and the people in the field are the ones who are going to be protecting our citizens. So that was my thought. I'll open it up for any comments from the subcommittee or from the room as well. Peter?
If I might. I think your points are well taken, especially the idea that somebody who already has 20 years in and has that 20 years accrual of benefits and so forth and so on, to sacrifice all that in the interest of becoming a trainer or educator that's a big sacrifice. So I think your language here is, I'm amenable to that.
Excellent. Jay, any comments? Anybody from the room? I know it was mostly negative, so please feel free to come up and share concerns. Yes, please.
Oh, yes.
People may want to watch from the outside and they can't hear you without it.
I wasn't sure if this type of meeting was also streamed. I'm Shannon Reed. I'm here representing the community college system, and we had testified in opposition to this bill at the hearing. This is the first I'm seeing or hearing of the amendment, so I haven't really had a chance to review it with others in my organization. But I think that we would still be concerned about a couple of things. One is creating two separate classifications within our faculty workforce within NHRS, and two is again that this could open up a wider door to faculty in other disciplines like all of our criminal justice programs, and many of our instructors are people who come from municipal or state police forces or some other law enforcement entity. I'm pretty sure, but I will need to confirm this, that field experience is probably a requirement of this job. So it's not a situation where because we currently don't have someone maintaining Group 2, we therefore would end up with instructors who don't have field experience. I think that for this program in particular is likely a requirement, if not something that's something that we would 100% look for in hiring an instructor. So those remain our concerns, that we don't want to create this kind of separate avenue to NHRS classification within our faculty workforce.
Thank you. And I'm glad that you're here because you were the very person that I was hoping was going to show up. Because you're the one person who's outside of just the Group 2 retirement kind of paradigm. If you could speak more specifically, if you wouldn't mind, to the concerns of having the two groups. Is it administrative? Is it fairness? Is it what are your concerns?
I think it's, as I review this with our HR folks internally, I think the concern is fairness and equity within our faculty. Our faculty across the community college system are one bargaining unit. We try as hard as we can to maintain equity within that group. In terms of pay and compensation, it's all kind of consistent, and we would like to maintain that within that employee group.
In your opinion, how many other faculty members might be affected by this, might look at it and say, oh, wait, if they can do that, then how about us? Because you mentioned criminal justice and things of that nature. I'm just trying to get a feel for the...
Right. I think there'd be two avenues. One is kind of program specific, and folks coming into teaching in criminal justice or in a homeland security. We have those programs as well. And second would simply be someone whose background and professional career has been in one of those fields, who comes in to teach in any other profession, which is certainly possible. We have folks who might have a background in criminal justice and human services who come to teach in a human service profession, but had been members of Group 2. So I think there are a couple of areas where you could see some of that, leakage isn't quite the right word, but you could see some of that door opening to additional folks beyond just the fire.
Okay. One last question from me, if you don't mind.
Of course not.
What would be your concern about the benefits spreading to those other individuals?
Well, cost would be one. I mean, the cost when it's one person or two is fairly minimal, as we outlined in our fiscal note to this bill. The more of those folks we are covering, in terms of their the benefits. I think it's about 2.5 times the cost for benefits if you're Group 2 as opposed to Group 1. So at some point that does add up in a college budget, which are pretty tight. I'm sorry, your question was our concerns about other people. I think, again, I just would come back to that, the concept of equity within an employee group.
Right, and that's what I was saying. If let's say we were not philosophically opposed to it spreading to those other individuals and them also being able to take that same benefit, the primary concern at that point wouldn't be equity, it would be cost.
Yes.
Okay.
And again, this is just I'm kind of thinking out loud here. I would ideally like to, and the timing might not permit that, but I would ideally like to have vetted this particular idea more internally with some of my colleagues, but based on my conversations with them so far, I think what I'm saying is fairly reflective of what they would also think.
Sure. Yeah. And I mean, this will still have to go before the full committee anyway. So you would, even if we pass this amendment out of the subcommittee today, you would still have time probably to get some feedback to us before we were at the full committee stage. Unfortunately, you know how legislation goes.
I
It's
do.
got to keep marching. So,
Of course.
but any other questions for, yeah, Representative Schmidt?
If nobody else wants to weigh in at this point, Art, are you?
I'd just make a comment. I don't
Yeah, just one, I'll have you come up in just a sec.
Yeah. I think the other aspect is the reverse of what we were talking about before, that somebody, if they've got 20 years in, all that accrued benefit and so forth, to sacrifice that to go into the other thing. But the reality is, how many people are there out there that are going to be 20-year veterans who would fall into this category, and therefore, and also who would want to teach, because that's what we're talking about. That's one of the prime criteria for allowing them to be into the group, is that they have all the background, so they're not teaching or something they learn in a book, but they don't have any practical experience. So, just a thought.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Thank you. And
Probably-
I guess I would
probably
just say by closing, if I may, that I think this amendment certainly makes sense when you're looking at an individual's kind of pathway, but our concerns are more kind of institutionally based.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I appreciate that input. Thank you. Come join us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Arthur Beaudry. I represent the New Hampshire State Permanent Firefighters Retirement Association. I'm not going to speak in favor or against this, but as I stated in my original testimony, that Group 2 was set up because of life expectancy and the rigor of the job. Educators are in Group 1 because the life expectancy is longer and the rigor is not as much as being a firefighter. What you did, I think, is better than 10 years, but when I look at Group 1, they're in Group 1 right now. That's why they have a split benefit clause in the retirement system. So this individual could work 20 years in there as Group 2, collecting, depending on when they joined, it could be 2% or 2.5%, and then go into Group 1 and they would start collecting 1.67% a year, but they'd also be eligible for Social Security. So I would look at somebody that has 20 years of service, depending on their age. If they're in their 40s, it might be beneficial for them to stay in Group 1 and collect the 1.67% and be eligible for full Social Security than going into Group 2 and not being eligible for Social Security. So it is something that the individuals are going to have to look at when it comes to that point. But 20 years is a lot more palatable than 10 years because, like I said, Group 2 should be for high-risk jobs and jobs that your life expectancy is less than a normal population.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification, because it's hard to remember everything. The Windfall Act. How would that affect in this situation, though? I mean, yes, they qualify for Social Security, but at some point, doesn't that?
I think their Group 2 time will still put them under the Windfall Act, but probably not as great because they're going to have more years of service working in Social Security. And I don't know the formula, but Social Security has a formula of how many years you've worked as a police officer or a firefighter, and how many years you've worked, as a Social Security recipient. So they have a formula. I'm not sure, but this individual would still be under the Windfall Act, I believe, going forward.
Okay. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. So, I mean, we've got a few things to take into consideration, obviously, things that we're trying to balance. And from my perspective, the primary thing that I'm trying to kind of wrap my mind around is the purpose of the program. The purpose of the program, from everything that I've been able to glean, is to prepare firefighters for work in the field. In order to do that well, I don't see how we do that without somebody who has field experience, and we're having a hard time getting people with field experience to come over because they've got to change over their benefits package. And why not just stay in working in a way that allows them to accrue that Group 2 benefit? So we lost instructors, according to testimony anyway, we lost instructors last year over that very reason, because they would have to change over to Group 1 from Group 2. So I would just, from my own perspective, as I'm kind of processing this, the way that I've been, kind of thinking about it, is when it comes to other instructors, we're not setting a precedent as a wide open door. They'd have to have 20 years of field experience before we would even consider allowing them to stay in Group 2. This isn't for new hires. This isn't for somebody with 12 years experience. They've had to have 20 years experience. To your point, Representative Schmidt, they have to want to be faculty member and teach at that point, which isn't for everybody who goes into this profession, for sure. And I don't know. I mean, I'd have to hear testimony on it, but I'm just curious to know whether or not it wouldn't be beneficial to have some of the people in those other professions with 20 years of experience be able to stay in Group 2 and come over and instruct. I don't want to say no to this one just because we're afraid somebody else might also qualify, if we feel like those other people qualifying might be a reasonable and good thing. And I say that completely recognizing the school's position of expense and administrative complication. So I'm not completely ignoring that, just trying to weigh the two and figure out what seems best. Any other comments?
I think you've expressed the situation well. It's a balancing. There's no question about it. You're giving up something if you don't have the 20 years experience and the 20 years accrual. That's a key aspect, something that you're giving up a lot of benefit. On the other hand, Mr. Baudry's point that well, it's slipped my mind at that very moment, but your point is also very well taken, so it is a balancing, and again, it's not mandatory. Not saying when you get to, if you're still in the service at that point, now you get shifted, they can choose. Not everybody wants to be a teacher. Some people are eager to demonstrate their skill, and they always want to show other people what they can do and so forth and so on. But not everybody wants to get up in front of the crowd. It's not that easy.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Just one point I would like to make is that this bill, you're speaking about it as if it's a bill that would help the community college system, but we're not asking for this bill. The college system is not seeking this bill. We believe we can fill this position without this provision. So, insofar as you're looking at ways to kind of bolster our ability to provide appropriate instruction, we don't believe that a change is necessary to enable us to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you. All right. I'm going to keep pondering it for the next 20 minutes anyway. We'll come back to it. Let's go. We got a few other bills we got to hit. So 1211, relative to part-time employment of the retirement system. So we hear this bill every year, I feel like. From testimony and conversations that I've had, I feel like we're in the same spot we always are, which is there's no need for this bill. People who are working part-time aren't coming close to their maximum allowance as it is. So increasing the maximum number of hours that they can work, I don't think is going to do anything to help the situation. And it does create a whole lot of complication into the system. So I personally am not in favor of this bill, but I'll entertain any comments from anybody on the subcommittee or any thoughts that anybody has on it.
Okay. I agree with your points.
All right. If that's the case, on 1211, I'm going to move that we recommend ITL to the full committee on HB 1211. Do I have a second on that, Peter? Any further comment? All right. All in favor? It's easiest that way. All right. So 3-0 on ITL. All right. We'll make that recommendation to the full committee then. 1421. Relative to investment consulting services in the New Hampshire retirement system. My impression from Mr. Carlin's explanation of the situation was that there was some misunderstanding of how we handle this. The independent investment firms aren't the ones actually making the investment choices. The board is. They're just paying for consultation and information. So I don't think that this bill would do what the sponsor wanted it to do. That's my opinion. Any other comments from the committee? Okay. Don't. Yeah. Representative Pearson, would you like to join us? It's your bill.
My request is you kill it.
Not beating around the bush.
Simply because what I want to have happen and what I want the investment committee to do, this bill will not make that happen.
Right. It's not going to do it.
What we still have some issues with what they're doing, or not doing is really the problem. What they're not doing, but I think that we're going to have to figure out a little bit different way of making the pressure be applied, keeping in mind that we have the legislature has a separation from the retirement system in the sense that we're not permitted to micromanage them.
Mhm.
But we can certainly remind them that the term fiduciary responsibility is not a buzzword.
Mhm.
It actually does mean something. So,
Okay.
but in this case, yes, this bill is not going to do
It's
it.
not
so,
going to get it there. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Thank
I-
you for your testimony.
you got it.
Appreciate it. That being the case, I will move that we recommend ITL on 1421 to the full committee. Do I have a second? Thank you, Jason. Gerhard. Any further comments? Peter?
No, I'm waiting.
Oh, okay. All in favor? All right. 3-0. Great. All right. So 1307 is a bill that is looking for a one-time COLA of $500 to be paid to retired members of the retirement system receiving an allowance or beneficiary of such member for survivorship pension benefit who are eligible with the following criteria. So as a general rule on this bill, my position is I'm totally fine with it. I feel like when the COLA went through last year, these people should have been included in that COLA. They were left out. I feel like that's pretty much just an oversight. The only question, and I don't have an official amendment, I would have to go get one, so we wouldn't be able to vote on it today if this was the case.
Excuse me, if you can describe,
Oh,
could describe the amendment clearly, and the subcommittee knows exactly what they're voting on, you can do it and then get the amendment and bring it to the exec session.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Chair. So it would be to raise the threshold to $50,000. And would you like to speak briefly to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have to say my name again, do I? Or you? Okay.
No, it's just a subcommittee meeting.
The $50,000, as I testified on this bill, Group 2, the median, actually the average earnings for a Group 2 fire is about $45,000. So every time they have a stipend, I wouldn't call this a COLA, because a COLA, in my opinion, is put on your base and it's compounded. This is a stipend. So the Group 2 has been left out. We've put in 2 bills in the last 2 years for COLAs, and they ended up turning them into stipends and reducing the number to 30,000 or 40,000, which pretty much wipes out a good number of Group 2 people. So by putting this to $50,000, I believe Marty had mentioned that it could be anywhere from 70 to 80 additional members would be eligible for this stipend if you put it to the 50,000, and that was what we requested. And I know the sponsor was supportive of that also.
Yeah, it's such a small number of people. I personally don't have any problem with that. Anybody else? Everybody feel okay with that? Thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate it. So I would like to put in an amendment to raise it to the $50,000 threshold. And I would make a motion to recommend to the committee OTP as amended with the $50,000 threshold. Do I have a second? Guys, I got people fighting over it. This is great. So who's my official?
Well,
Jason?
put your hand up, Jason.
Oh, yeah, okay, I'm just trying.
Okay.
All right. All in favor?
Second.
All right. 3-0. All right. We'll make that recommendation to the committee. See how they feel about it. All right. To the big one, HB 1467. I do have the amendment to that.
Thank you. Just for the record, Mr. Chairman, I may have misheard. I thought you said 1467, and in point of fact, it is 1647.
I may
So
have said that.
just to correct the record. Yeah. You heard this.
My dyslexia kicked in again. I apologize.
For those who are the vast television audience tuning in.
All right. So when we met last, we were looking over the language of the bill and realized that there were a few things missing. So this amendment, this amendment changes the bill to reduce the overall cost by limiting some of the people who would qualify for the increased 2.5% multiplier. So in two different sections, we've added the language, but only for Group 2 members in service who have attained age 60, regardless of the number of years of credible service, or who work their full age and service requirements and retire under service retirement. If a member retires prior to reaching the full age and service requirements, then their annuity multiplier remains the same as their first 10 years of credible service. So this was both looked at as a cost-saving measure on this bill and also as a potential retention, because if you don't stay to your full retirement obligations, you're going to lose a fairly significant part of your benefit. So it might encourage people to stay longer, while also cutting costs to the bill. So that gets thrown in there in the two sections that have to do with the new 2.5% multiplier, eligibility for that multiplier. So that would be on page 1, lines 12 through 16, and on page 2, lines 6 through 11. The other thing that we changed in the bill comes on line 32. Because of the change that we made, we also said that members who retire upon ordinary disability or qualify for accidental death benefits as outlined in RSA 108A shall not be subject to the full age and service requirements listed under the changes that we just made. So we would be limiting people's benefits to the 2% unless they meet their full age requirements or they're at least 60 years old, unless they end up on ordinary disability or die in the line of duty, and then they get the 2.5% multiplier regardless. Whether they work 12 years or 14 years or 16 years or whatever, they would still get the 2.5 multiplier.
Understood.
What's that?
Understood. Yeah.
Thoughts from the subcommittee? No. Anybody want to speak to it from? Yes, Mr. Rill.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, Brian Rell, President of the Professional Firefighters of New Hampshire. I'm going to be very brief. We worked extremely hard in the Retirement Commission on this very issue. This is an amendment that we drafted up together as a collaborative to try and narrow the focus here so we can land the dart on the bullseye when this thing hits to the Senate and lower the cost enough to get into that range that's palatable for them. So I would ask the subcommittee to support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other comments, I will move OTP, or we recommend OTPA to the full committee with Amendment 326H attached to it. Do I have a second on that? Peter? All in favor? Okay. So that brings us back to the only other bill that we have today, which is 1299. So I guess for me, the main point of contention at the moment is the college system is saying they feel like they can fill the position. The people in charge of instructing say they're not getting somebody to fill the position. And to me, that's kind of the crux of the proposal that I brought forward, and whether or not we should do it, whether or not that position is going to be filled by somebody who has a significant amount of field experience, with or without this. So, Madam Chair, would you like to hear from you?
Yes, I would be very concerned about this because there are only one or two positions that qualify. And we hate to tweak the retirement system for one or two people. We don't want to pass bills for one or two people. If it was a broad class of individuals who would be covered by this, I might support it, but not for one or two people in a specific program. That's just too narrow and too personal and too much like doing something for an individual, which is poor legislative practice. If we had a better way to define it so that it would cover a bunch of people, like, for example, we say that if you're in an elected position, you can retain in Group 2, or a commissioner level position. That's, but not for one or two instructors. So I would be against anything to move this forward.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And the thought has crossed my mind too. I think my only concern with that is it's only for two people, but I don't know that the reach of the bill is simply the retirement system. It is educating people for the field. So the educator will affect hundreds of people. Those hundreds of people will protect millions of people. So that was my only kind of counterbalancing to that, because as a general rule, I agree that, we don't want to legislate for just one or two people. But because it has such wide-ranging effects, in my opinion, I'm just not sure that it ends up only affecting a couple of people. It does from the retirement system point of view. I agree with that, but just concerned on the educational side of it.
That's what the bill's about, the retirement system.
So anyway, any other thoughts?
To the degree that we bring it forth from the subcommittee, we give the full committee an opportunity to weigh in on Carol's point, which is a valid one.
Mhm.
But your counter that one gets two, gets, and so forth, the multiplier effect is a reality.
Mhm.
So to the degree that we bring it forward and let the full committee weigh in on it, see how they feel.
All right. Well, since we need to get this out of here today so that we can get it to the full committee, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make the motion OTPA. And if we agree to that, I'll just let the chair mop the floor with me in the regular full committee meeting. And I'll take that humility.
I'll be right there with you on
Okay.
mop patrol.
So will you second, Representative Schmidt? All right, so OTPA. And I don't even know how I'll vote for it in the end, but
I don't know either, but I think it's appropriate to have the full committee weigh in.
those in favor? All right, we'll send a 3-0, and then it'll be a reserved OTPA, and we'll see how it goes from there. All right, thank you, everybody. I'm going to close the subcommittee hearing, and we've got regular committee in just a little bit.
What's that? Good morning. I'm opening the public hearing on House Bill 1548 and call Representative Blackus.
For the record, I'm Representative Tony Lekis, Hillsborough 38, representing the towns of Hudson and Litchfield. So this bill is related to the work of the Joint Committee on Employee Classification. And I'll give, for those who aren't aware, I'll give a brief overview of what it does. So, you know, there are, like in most businesses of any size or the military, whatever, you've got salary ranges. And so there's one tied to your position. Okay, if people are familiar with that. And the legislature in New Hampshire's, is in charge of what gets spent and has authority over what positions are each one of these salary ranges. But issues come up where there need to be either new positions or adjustments are requested throughout, the year. So you don't, the legislature can't deal with it in a timely manner. So there's statute that gives this committee the authority to do temporary assignments. And then every couple of years, there's supposed to be a bill put in that is everything the committee decided to do over the last 2 years. And then it comes to the legislature to confirm it. And if, there's people in the legislature who think the committee didn't do the right thing, then, it can be amended. I think usually it ends up just being approved, but that's extra oversight there, and the legislature has the authority. So what this bill is it incorporates all of the changes that the committee did over the last couple of years. And those 2-letter codes are the salary codes. And the bill doesn't actually have the monetary amounts, but if you are interested, you can look, I didn't print copies for everybody, but I've got one here. You can look up RSA 94:1-A, and it actually lists what are the salary ranges for each one of those positions. And if you look in there, you'll actually see 2 sets, and that's because when we did the budget last year, there was one set that occurred, started in beginning of July. And then it's a 2-year budget, so there's a further adjustment next July. And if you remember, there were raises given in general to all of state employees, and that was split over the 2 years. And that resulted in, all of these salary ranges being raised by whatever the percentage was. And that's why you would find 2 in there. And that's what this is. And the process is typically, the department wants to assign some salary range to a new employee, or they want to change an existing one. There is an outside consulting firm that the state contracts with. And so the department will write a job description, pretty detailed, and who reports to them and what, everything about their responsibility. And the consultant looks at, other, how that relates to other positions in the state and elsewhere. And they come up with a recommendation for the classification or the salary range. And which might be, the department's going to ask for one, the consultant's going to come back with one, which might be what the department asked, or we've certainly seen it where it's different. And then the committee will hear from somebody from the department, and then have a discussion, a vote, and decide what to do. And more often than not, especially if the department and the consultant agree, we typically go along. But there have been cases where we didn't, and especially where there's a different, consultant says one, the department wants another, we'll have a discussion, and, the committee proposes whatever, it decides whatever it's going to decide. And so anyway, that's what's in the bill is this thing updated based on any changes over the last 2 years. So I'll be glad to take questions.
Are there any questions, Representative Simon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just Representative Lucas at the bottom. The salaries as they're listed, do those include benefits or benefits above and beyond those numbers?
My understanding is that's the salary,
The salary. Okay.
right? And then benefits would be in addition.
Okay. Thank you.
And that last part there that actually has numbers in it, those are special exceptions that have been done. So there are some special positions that are difficult to recruit for. There's few potential candidates, and there are, specific exemptions kind of outside of what's normal for those. And that the committee deals with that as well.
Representative Grota?
Thank you. Representative Lucas, I think in the past, EDNA has seen a bill similar to this
Yep.
because we have this done every 2 years. So I think that this is something that we look at on a regular basis and
Yep.
have approved in the past and have voted OTP in the past, correct?
Correct. I remember, while I was on the committee, dealing with the same issue from the other side of the table. So.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Gould?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I just wanted to clarify, I notice in the positions to be removed, this state epidemiologist, which is line 9 on page 1, and then line 26 on page 2 is to add a salary for the state epidemiologist.
Actually, interesting.
Yes. The
Yeah.
state epidemiologist is being taken out of the normal classification of salary ranges and given I believe, significantly higher salary because of scarcity.
Right. And
Thank you.
that's one of those exceptions I
Thank you.
mentioned. But yeah, they can't be in both. So.
That would confuse the bureaucracy. Any other questions? Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Tony, for taking my question, Representative Leckes. So all of these changes, the number of these people have already gotten their pay raise change. Is that over the past 2 years? Would that be accurate?
That's accurate because the committee has the authority to temporarily do it. I suppose if if the legislature didn't like one of them and changed it, then, it would go to whatever the legislature wanted it to be.
Yeah, just understanding. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Representative Leckes. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and morning, colleagues. So as a long-term member of this Joint Committee on Employee Classification, I thought I would do a little tutorial here very briefly. And just that the way the system works is that the JCEC is the executive committee on this particular area of state government. But the way it works is the issue is brought to the attention of the JCEC by usually the commissioner of DAS. Okay, we have a staffer, that's Bradley. And previously it was Pam Smarling, but Bradley has taken over the function. It's brought in. We hear from the commissioner or assistant commissioner in our little hearing room down in 104, and we have that executive authority. But the process is that the statute then has to be changed to reflect all these changes that we authorize. That's the function of eDNA committee. It gets brought to us. We then make our it's kind of a technical committee on our part, but it's also a technical committee on eDNA's part. But our function is to put the thing into the statute. Then it moves along to the finance committee, and they then put it into the budget. And so that the JCEC is made up of 2 members from the House, from EDNA, that's Representative Lekis and myself in this in particular instance, and then one member from the Finance Committee, that's Representative Tracy Emmerich. Some of you on the Republican side know him well. I know him well because he used to sit next to me in the House, and he served with me now on the JCEC as well. And then there are 3 members of the Senate who also come from similar committees. So in any case, then it goes to the Finance Committee where Representative Emmerich is our angel of mercy there and putting it into the budget because it's a financial aspect as well. So that's what it's all about. And if you have any questions, so we are ministerial in this function. We being JCEC, but also EDNA and finance, all ministerial, but we have our individual functions. So I'll answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Representative Schmidt. I don't see any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to testify on House Bill 1548? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and open an executive session. Representative Lekis, do you have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move ought to pass on House Bill 1548.
I'll second.
Okay. Do you wish to speak, or have you?
I think everything I would say I covered a moment ago.
Okay. Representative Baroda? Okay. All right, does anyone else wish to speak? Questions, comments? All right, seeing none, the motion is ought to pass on House Bill 1548, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Dolan. Representative Gerhard.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Shewitt.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Mangiapudi.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
17 yea, 0 nay.
Okay. The motion passes 17-0. Any objection to consent?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
does FN, can it go on consent?
It's indeterminable. I'll request to put it on consent, and if the clerk or the speaker thinks there's too much money in it, they'll put it on the regular calendar. So, I certainly don't expect it to be debated on the floor. All right. Out of executive session, and I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 1411 and call the prime sponsor, Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. I come before you today to offer this bill that it's pretty simple. I'm sure that simple is never that simple, according to Representative Lekis. But it's saying that the state, their contractors and subcontractors must accept cash as a form of payment at all transaction points. The reason I bring this forth is because I have constituents and I work with people that don't even have checking accounts. And they rely on cash to pay most of their bills. It's really a hardship for them to go and get a money order, which costs them more money, or a lot of times if they pay with a debit card, they actually have to pay a transaction fee. And it really is a disservice to those on the lower income scale. And it actually is harmful because it costs them more than the regular citizen that could pay by check or through their checking account. And I'm open for any questions.
Thank you, Representative Palmata. Representative Gerhard?
Just curious, an example of somebody who doesn't accept cash?
Well, right now, I know in the private sector, there are businesses that don't accept cash now any longer. My son just ran into that. But I know that on the Spalding Turnpike, you can no longer pay cash through the tolls.
Okay. Representative Manjapudi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Is that, can we regulate as legislators, whether it's government or private entity, to accept cash irrespective of their policy?
Thank you for the question, Representative. This has nothing to do with private industry. This is only regarding the state and their contractors and subcontractors that are directly related to work for the state, other agencies.
I have a question, Representative Compton. I can understand saying that the DMV or the DRA must accept cash, but how do you deal with online purchases? Because you can't really slip a $20 bill into your computer.
I didn't really think about the online portion. I was just thinking at a transaction point, and I guess I was thinking a physical transaction point.
Okay, so
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair.
any Representative Dolan and then Goldie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I know in the town that I live in, Londonderry, the town will not accept cash at the town dump, the drop-off center anymore. And that was because security of people handling cash and so forth. Are there any provisions in this bill that would allow an exception in cases like that?
Thank you for the question, and I haven't put anything in there. However, I had learned yesterday that with the cards that we carry around, the chips, that anyone can scan them from 18 inches away. So you're already in jeopardy, and kind of like cash is probably a little bit safer at this moment in time, depending, because no one can scan that.
Thank you. Representative Goldie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I want to go back to the example you brought up, the Spalding Turnpike. Would we have to put individuals back into the toll booths to take cash if this passed and redo that whole section of roadway over?
Thank you, Representative Goldie, for that question. And I remember a time when you didn't have to have individuals necessarily, but there was a spot where you could deposit cash into the tolls.
Okay. Representative Bailey and then Manjapudi. Okay, Representative Manjapudi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, the toll is one place, but it's also adds to the whole slew of who's collecting that. And so you have to put a personnel. Won't that add cost to the state highway department?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I am not sure about the cost to the state, but what I do know is by not accepting cash, we are harming those that rely on it. And they're the people that I am here to represent.
Thank you. Representative Schuett and then Rhoda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm particularly concerned about including contractors and subcontractors who work for the state. However, that may not be their sole business. They have private enterprise aside from when they're doing jobs for the state. This would probably require them to change their whole business operation if they only accept credit or cards as a normal business. Is that not true?
Thank you, Representative Schuett. This is only for payments that is administered if they're doing work for a commissioner or collected by a department. It has nothing to do with any of their other business. I understand what you're saying. but I see what's happening in the private industry, and I see that we're going that way in the government. And I work in manufacturing, and I see people struggling. And when they have to incur a fee, or they have to go and get a money order and pay additional amounts of money when they're already struggling, cash is their best option for them to pay. They don't have bank accounts. They don't have checking accounts. That's the reality.
Representative Beretta?
Thank you. Representative Contour, I do understand the situation that you're trying to solve. However, I'm wondering if this description is broad, too broad, because we have no limit. So if somebody has, I'm going to use an example, that somebody has a bill for $20,000 and they hand over $20,000 in cash to somebody, that's not very safe either. So would you be amenable to some sort of cash limit if it's truly for people who don't have checking accounts, who are of meager means? Can we put some sort of a limit on here so that we don't open up ourselves to problems in another area?
Representative, thank you for the question. Yes, I mean, this bill is now in the committee's hands.
Yes.
And so thank you for the question.
Okay.
Representative Goley?
Just one more when we're talking about including contractors and whatnot hired through a department to do their business. And one of the instances I'm thinking of is Fish and Game contracts with somebody for their licensing and their services set up, collecting online license fees. I don't know how that contractor would, like the chair explained, question, how they would get the cash from an individual for an online purchase. And I'm just, having that contractor in there is setting up some of the departments that are already in a contract, not a short-term contract. You know, some could be 4 or 5 year contracts with these. How we would go about doing that the way this bill is worded.
Thank you, Representative Goley. And like I had said before, I wasn't really thinking of online transactions, so maybe there could be an exclusion for anything that's online. But I'm talking physical transaction points was what was my intent.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to look at the fiscal note or not. And if you have, you might be the wrong person to ask because fiscal wrote this. Do you understand what that last paragraph means? Lastly, while there might be an increase in revenue due to the mandated acceptance of cash, it may be partially offset by the absence of fees or fines imposed on complete cash payments.
So thank you, Representative Brown, for that question. And yes, I did read that. The thing is you're already being posed fees if you pay your property taxes or your car online through a credit card. So I don't understand right now. I don't think there's any fees or fines for paying cash, but I put that in just in case because we are seeing that, like I said, these people have a hard time just with the, so, yeah.
Follow up?
Follow up?
So my apologies for maybe being dense, everyone, but so what we're saying is there may be an increase in state revenues because the state will not be paying fees for electronic transactions.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it was already referenced, but the reality is that in those areas where we have turnpikes and where we have, now the Easy Pass, I live I live in Dover and I pass through the Spalding turnpikes on a constant basis. There are no toll booths anymore. All three cities that have that are part of the Spalding Turnpike, it's just the automatic. You go through And so people who live in those areas are going to be going through those things or not every day. And so having to pay, in cash, that's just not going to work. So we're going to have to look at that.
Thank you. Other questions?
May I respond?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for bringing up that point. However, I'm not sure if you understand that Easy Pass actually hurts the same people I'm trying to help here, because you're required to keep at least $20 on an Easy Pass. Easy Pass doesn't pay interest on your money. You get no benefits. And then when these people do go through the toll, if they can't afford to have an Easy Pass, they're charged an additional fee of $1.50 to have that paper mailed to them. So again, we are harming the same people.
I don't disagree with the representative.
follow-up.
I just recognize also that it's not going to be, it would be unsafe for people who are, everybody else is going through those tolls, taking devices at 55 or miles an hour, and having somebody veering off to pay their toll in cash. That's just not going to, that's not safe. It's not going to work. So I'm just saying we're going to have to see how we handle that.
Thank you. Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to follow up on that, do you know when you get the letter that says you've gone through the Easy Pass, you owe X amount of dollars, is there a place where you can walk to or get to pay that in cash?
Thank you for the question. There are Easy Pass places. I believe one is off the Hooksett exit where they have there. But I can tell you that I have had more complaints about people where their Easy Pass or transponder has not been working, or that they're getting bills that aren't even related to a vehicle they own.
You're welcome. Yeah. Representative Gould?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. As a homesteader who's lived very meagerly, I've frequently encountered the exact circumstance you're talking about here. So I just wanted to make sure that you would be amenable to a committee working on some amendment that would put some safeguards in place. But I think this is a really important bill. That there are more and more people that are low income, that are living modestly, that do not have the funds to pay the fines to begin with, or whatever the fee is, or anything. I had an Easy Pass. When you get below that $20 limit, I changed cards and I didn't give them my new number. They just take your money and shut your Easy Pass off. So it is a system designed to harm the least able to pay in our current situation. So thank you, and would you be willing to accept some of these amendments?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. And yes, like I said, bill is now in the committee's hands. So,
Okay. Other questions? Thank you very much.
thank you, Madam Chair. Members.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 1411? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Okay, so this will be going to subcommittee. Representative Broadus to look at some of these issues that have been brought up. And we have until 10:45 for the next hearing. As I said, this is a request of the OPLC.
I never go over to the coast.
I have a bill down in judiciary 1150.
Good luck.
It's already passed the House.
I know, right?
Once.
I'm so mad that they got rid of that. I had my roll of them. I'm like, what?
Life is like that.
No. Right. No, no. They did photograph my plate and they sent us.
I'm certainly expecting somebody.
Sign on it when they had taken my plate. Shut up, lady. You can. I had to do that once in, oh, wait till you hear this.
But they can't recharge your cash. You need to go
Right.
periodically.
Hello?
No, you can't, well, just pay the toll. that they-
Well, we can do it rather than saying cash. But here's the cash for $20.
Right.
She's actually doing it.
Do you have a second?
I'm just getting rid of a bunch of junk mail. To live.
Advisory board as opposed to a full board. What is the major difference between the two? Functionally in the new system, the way that we're doing it.
The major difference is that the board is not responsible for creating and making sure rules go through for,
50. So I just.
But this board's already going to OPLC anyway, right?
Right. What I'm going to say, the advantages are, these are all boards with a small number of licensees.
But
so you have trouble getting people to serve on the board. The board doesn't meet very often, which means it can't respond properly in many cases. And if there is a disciplinary issue, you have a very high tendency for conflict of interest. Everybody knows everybody else.
So they're just, who are they advising?
They're advising the executive director and the staff.
Okay.
So
They're advising OPLC.
they are providing technical and professional input on everything.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it's something like the Board of Nursing. Even the engineers with, 400.
So with the advisory committee, what happens if the advisory committee feels like OPLC has just never listened to what's their recourse to?
No, I don't think we should do
Legislation? They can do that. They have an oversight committee. They can appeal to the governor.
They can walk to the,
Depending on what.
and they can walk to a building that's in the letter.
The director works with the governor, so that's one place to appeal. The legislature is always appropriate.
It told, I was thinking
Most common one, actually, everybody else will know about it.
Might be cheaper than.
That's what I was
Yeah,
thinking.
that's the main thing.
Here's a,
So that's,
one day, I worked in Manchester, so I had to go to
yeah, some of the people are pleased about it, other people are not. I'm,
and
item 9 is taking care of a different
and
bench.
didn't have any money on purchase.
You see.
And I became aware that I was purchasing the toll, so I scrounged around the car, got the change on the floor, and I was still short the total toll, but I threw it out in the big. And
Maybe, never can tell.
so the next day, there is a building. So the next day, actually, at first I
Oh, thank you.
I wasn't able to pay my toll. I would like to pay it today. She goes, oh, you have to go to that building. So I drove home and flew into the building. It's totally chain link and padlocked. I couldn't even find a way to get into the building. But finally, found a way and I got into the building and I said, and they go, did you get a letter from something? And I said, no. I go, wait. Meanwhile, my job is chopping some flowers. And of course, we were in that 2 minutes. So I go, wait. It was, did you get a letter from the state? I go, wait.
Excuse me, Vicky? Vicky? I'm sorry, your last name? Kerwin?
No, I'm here. And then I want to take a cab. And I had another situation. No, they never, back then they didn't. But, so they made it miserable for an honest citizen to try to do the right thing. But anyway, another time I was with the historical society research, and I would never remember to go out and fill the meter because it was limited in the money. So sure enough, I had to take it when I came out, and that happened.
I'll be chairing this one, but she's presenting.
So I well, the parking at one point was fine. It was like for parking. But anyway, this one day I'm like, I don't want to deal with it. So that day I went to the police station, which is right around the corner, and I walked in and said, "Here, I want to pay." And she goes, "We don't take police station." I'm like, "We don't take cash." She goes, "We don't take cash." And I go, she goes, "No, we don't take cash." I go, "Fine, I'll see you in court. You can explain to the judge for who's to allow it." And she took it. Thank you very much. Took the cash for my whole thing, and they said, "Thank you."
This is right on.
Exactly. And she wasn't going to court with me and explained to me.
It's not. It's not.
But how many legal tech? There you go.
Yeah. It's funny because we they can't abuse it. Although I have heard people say they can abuse it. Change.
My mom, when she was, my mom had life insurance policies and other policies, right? Hey, she take out her purse, pay back, take the money.
Were you here the day I got the scan letter?
So yeah, I got
another one.
You remember?
Well, I'm saying fan letter. I would have said.
The first one was American.
Yeah, it said, well, terminology is used.
It depends on what culture the writer is coming from.
I had to look up the bills.
Yeah, what was the other?
The second one is a red flag bill for last year. To which I would have said no.
The final line.
I thought it was like,
If you're in the culture, it can be a compliment, right?
yeah, no, yeah. So it's either a fan letter or a hate letter. And it's hard to tell which.
Yeah.
Well, he just said he supported it.
Did you speak up?
Right, but did you speak up particularly? You don't usually say.
I know, why is it? I'd be a little nerved out. Fixated on you.
One is.
And look at how fancy the paper is that he has a stamp.
The first one was disgraceful. Second one was tight.
Oh, he handwrote the form.
I put the form on. I googled it this morning.
Yeah.
This guy comes up on Wikipedia. He's some kind of drunken alcoholic. He was born in Germany because his father was there in the service. World War I occupation or something.
Is there a picture of it?
No,
Ah.
I think. Oh yeah, there was. So
What's his skin tone?
he was pale too. He was a
Okay.
German American.
Well, but in Germany during the war, it could have been what, soldier.
No, no, I meant they were occupation.
Oh, okay.
Well, you're right. He did.
Right.
The name Bukowski.
Ah.
I don't know. So it's a mystery.
Yeah, it is.
It's either fan mail or hate mail.
Yeah.
That's
Now it's more perplexing. Yeah.
That's really wild. Two ways about it. Well, the other funny thing about it is that the first one I'm Representative Bailey. Yeah. And the second one I'm Representative Lynch. But he doesn't know which is my first name and last name.
Well, I went through that with Matt.
Simon Matt. I get that a lot. The first one comes Representative Simon, the second one comes Representative Matt. Yeah. That's more personal. Yeah. Well, or he doesn't know which is the first name and the last.
Yeah.
Hello, how are you? Fantastic. I'm doing very well. Thank you so much.
His name was a first name. I suppose it is.
Dogs and women.
After the whiskey.
Well, I don't know what they were like. There was a woman.
Very well, Executive Director. Thank you. Always a pleasure.
Quarters.
Ah.
Bailey was her first.
My ex-son-in-law was nicknamed Mitchell, and it was his parents named him Mitchell after some kind of vodka. He was quite upset about that.
Well, some of the ones that.
Wow, this is interesting because have you gotten a ton of emails and calls supporting from acupuncturists supporting this, saying that it is correct? I've been getting those emails, but now here it is. The association is saying they oppose it, and yet individual acupuncturists, because they want all this, and what the individual acupuncturist is saying is that they don't want it. You know.
Well, funny, I'm a rep in my district, but represented Burnham, Friday and Burnham. She got a lot of complaints from field fishing game guys or something, hired guys.
No, but
I never hunted deer.
historically, guys were usually native.
Well, yeah, I've had written all the places.
Ah.
It's an oral test, and they're all like clear about what you need to study.
Yeah.
And they won't tell you what you got wrong. So the poor guy is taking the test 2 times.
Wow, that's ridiculous.
So she filed a bill to make them tell you what you got wrong.
Yeah.
And she's in my district.
Yeah.
Yeah. Testified.
It being 10:45, I would like to open the public hearing on HB 1271 and call the esteemed and honorable Carol McGuire to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, committee. I'm Carol McGuire, representing Merrimack District 27, which is the towns of Allenstown, Dunbarton, Epsom, and Hooksett. And House Bill 1271 essentially converts a number of the professional licensing boards into advisory boards. These are all boards that have a small number of licensees. So that those are the boards that have trouble finding people to serve on the boards. They have trouble attaining a quorum. Even if they do have a quorum, they meet infrequently, so they can't respond in any timely manner to any issues. And if there are issues with a complaint or that needs to be investigated, it's a small state. We all know each other. You would end up with a significant portion of the board having to recuse themselves in any significant investigation. So for these reasons, these boards are more appropriate for the advisory model. Instead of being responsible for actually generating the rules, they would review them for technical accuracy and compliance with the statute and with the professional guidelines that they know. They would serve as advisors to the executive director and the OPLC to make sure that the profession is properly managed, and it's simpler and easier for these small boards with a small number of professionals to work as an advisory board rather than a full regulatory board. And that's why I agreed to submit this legislation. And I will mention that Section 9 on the Board of Registration of Medical Technicians is already covered in House Bill 1410, so it should probably be eliminated from this bill. I will answer whatever questions I have, but I believe the executive director is here for more details.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions? Yes, Representative Blakis.
Representative Blakis, excuse me, you're a co-sponsor.
Sorry.
Oh, good point. Representative Mangiapudi, did you have a question?
I'm debating. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Is this in line with what the committee did last year, kind of moving the process of licensing to OPLC's responsibility and the board as a regular?
It relies on the OPLC having the responsibility for licensing, but it is totally independent of that. I mean, once that has been accomplished, whether it's an advisory board or a full board is a different decision.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Okay.
Jody Bell from the New Hampshire Acupuncture and Asian Medicine Association.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and House Executive Department Administration Committee members. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to provide some information as this committee goes forward making decisions regarding HB 1271. You may remember I was here last week regarding HB 1676 FN. My name is Jody Bell. I'm a licensed acupuncturist here in New Hampshire. I serve on the Board of Acupuncture Licensing since 2020. But I'm here today as a representative for our state professional association, the New Hampshire Acupuncture and Asian Medicine Association, we call NAHAMA. I wish to present the letter to the committee demonstrating our association's stand. You should all have a copy of that letter near or around you. So in the interest of time, I won't read every single word of that letter, but I'd like to call your attention to some of the positions on that. So primarily, HB 1271 does not maintain that the advisory board as an active regulatory body with complete jurisdiction over its profession. So the New Hampshire Acupuncture and Asian Medicine Association must oppose HB 1271. In addition, acupuncture is the only diagnostic healthcare profession proposed for change in HB 71. Once again, the members of the General Court wish to group us with occupations that don't require a level of education or training or the level of liability to practice. Do not look at our number of licensees when determining this action. Look at the possible harm to the public health when mistakes are made in implementing a new system. Acupuncture requires a 3,000-hour master's degree, which is also people can do an advanced practice to a doctorate level, which includes no less than 900 hours of clinical training, 3 national standardized board exams, one of which is biomedicine, and a separate national standardized clean needle technique certification, assuring public safety. Members of the General Court continue to draft bills to set acupuncture apart from the other diagnostic health professions in the state. Even the attempt in doing so in this bill shows a lack of understanding of our profession, education, and license. What seems to be a subtle change of merely exchanging the word executive and director for the word board in the RSA 328G is not subtle. It strips away a vital supervisory role and authority. The change allows for a consultation but does not require a consensus or agreement between the executive director and the advisory. The executive director, a single person, not the body of professions, has the ultimate rule. HB 1271 moves professional boards to advisory, and the executive director has the sole supervision, taking over a growing number of professions and and professionals. The possibility of costly mistake rises. How can this be in the interest of the public? We also wish to point out that if this passes, the sole responsibility of the profession of acupuncture would be ruled by a body, excuse me, has repeatedly shown that it does not understand the profession. The bill would give the executive director the ability to consult the advisory before a rule is added or changed. Still, it only requires it as an option, not a mandate of consulting the advisory when holding a licensee to the rules of the RSA 328. Acupuncture is a diagnostic healthcare profession practiced independently, similar to medical doctors, chiropractors, doctors of naturopathic medicine, and should be treated as such. Therefore, since HB 1271 does not maintain that the advisory board as an active regulatory body with complete jurisdiction over its profession, and HB 1271 does not keep acupuncture an integral healthcare profession alongside other independent diagnostic practices, and HB 1271 does not put public safety first. NAHAMA respectfully requests this body to amend HB 1271 by excluding acupuncture entirely. Also, with regard to Representative McGuire's comments, trouble finding people to serve for our board, that has not been an issue. Also, finding a quorum, the only time that's been an issue is when we've had emergency meetings right before a holiday. And then the part about having to recuse ourselves because we know who's coming under fire, that's not been an issue for us either. So that's one reason. Those are several reasons why we feel acupuncture should not be part of 1271. And we have consulted our national board, and we have letters of testimony from them, which I only made 10 copies, so I need to submit that to you all for your consideration. So they really reiterate what we have put in our letter, but just having it come from the national board that has oversight on 46 other states would be significant, I believe, for your decision-making process. I'm open to any questions.
Great. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Representative Manjapudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. How would this impact your professional practice in the state, or would it not?
Having the acupuncture licensing board go to an advisory status, we feel that we'll lose the maintaining vigilance over our profession. And then the fact that an advisory board is an option, then when they do want to consult us, it's going to be like being on call. And how many people can stop their practices? I mean, anyone who's been here, myself included, we rearrange everything to accommodate what the legislature and the board wants to do to us. So we're it would be an unfortunate strategy for us because it would catch us off guard and create undue disruptions to patient care.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
All right. So these extra copies I have, I can...
Yeah, you can pass them around. We need at least one for the file up here would be good. Vicki Kerwin?
I'm pretty sure you just said ma'am. Vicki Irwin?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Hi, thank you for your time. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Vicki Irwin. I'm a licensed acupuncturist with a private practice in Nashua, New Hampshire. While I am here as only an individual, I have previously served for 6 years on the State Association for Acupuncturists, and I am currently on the licensing board. But I am here to testify against this bill. Of course, I'm a little bit biased towards the acupuncture specific pieces of the bill, but I did read it in its entirety, and I do have a few concerns. The executive director is simply a single person with only a few exceptions. This bill did not say executive director or their assignee or OPLC as an organization. If the intent is to speed up licensing and the processing of applications, I do wonder what happens when Lindsay is out. What if she's on a medical leave, moves on to another job, or retires? It would seem a nearly insurmountable task to find another single person who's willing to take on the entire responsibility of 9 separate, wildly unrelated boards, as well as manage an organization that handles many, many more. I'm also concerned that there's no clear indication of when the advisory boards must be consulted. This appears to be left to the discretion of a single person who likely knows very little about many of these professions. The lack of oversight and checks and balances is concerning to me. As someone who has served on a New Hampshire licensing board, I made it my business to learn the ropes. I read the statutes, I read the rules, I've tried to learn the order of operations when a change needs to happen. Even with quarterly plus meetings, I find it a difficult concept, and I can only imagine the confusion that an advisory board that's only called now and then would face. We do understand that the licensing process needs to speed up, and we have, as an acupuncture licensing board, have understood that. In the past, we have attempted to form a subcommittee to review licenses that were received between our meetings and to be ratified at the next meeting. But every time there was a staff turnover, the subcommittee idea was lost and had to be reintroduced. We've also put together a clear and easy to understand matrix that OPLC could use to approve very straightforward license applications. But again, with staff turnover, that document was lost. The same seems to be true for work we did in helping to determine states that qualify for reciprocity. Despite this, and despite the absence of actual rules defining reciprocity in place yet, applications are being approved without our review. While I do think that some things need to change and be streamlined and sped up in their process, I do think that this particular bill is short-sighted and should not pass as written. And with that, I would thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Smith. Your microphone, please.
I didn't catch her name when you gave it in the beginning. Can you repeat it again?
Vicki
please?
Irwin.
Vicki Irwin. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, if I might ask Ms. Irwin to send us her testimony that you were reading from, that would be helpful. You can send it to our committee.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. The Honorable Ned Gordon. Welcome back. It's good to see you.
Nice to see you all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, my name is Ned Gordon, and I'm a resident of Bristol. And I here represent myself today, but I also represent the Guardian Ad Litem Board. Guardian Ad Litem Board was established about 25 years ago. Prior to its establishment, we had guardian ad litems who perform a very important function in this state. They are appointed by the court basically to represent the interests of children. They have a huge influence on families and the decisions that the court makes with regard to parenting time and other issues. For example, if you have a dad who says, geez, mom has a boyfriend and they're involved in domestic violence and I don't think Johnny should live there, and you have mom who says dad is selling drugs out of the house, I don't think Johnny should live there, a judge can't go out and investigate the household to figure out what's going on. Somebody has to be appointed to do that. And in this particular case, a guardian ad litem is appointed by the court to do that, go out, do an investigation, and make a recommendation as to what is in the child's best interest. And that's an important function. It's a hugely important function for the courts. Prior to 25 years ago, the court was appointing guardian ad litems who were completely untrained, could be unqualified. There were no standards for guardians ad litem, and there was no discipline for guardian ad litems who engaged in misconduct. The Guardian Ad Litem Board was established, the standards were put in place, training has been provided, there are minimum qualifications to become a guardian ad litem and continuing qualifications education for guardian ad litems over time. That's all been done by the guardian ad litem board. So now we have a bill before us that says we just want to make the guardian ad litem board an advisory board. It has 7 members currently. They're all in one way or another involved in the guardian ad litem process. They're, with the exception of 2 representatives, one a senator and one a House member who participate on the board. I read the bill. I saw in the bill, basically the purpose was to reduce workforce barriers and provide state supervision. I wonder if anybody did any study to find out if there was a need to reduce workforce barriers. I don't believe the committee has ever received a report from anyone saying that there are unreasonable workforce barriers, other than the minimum requirements that are required to become a guardian ad litem, and to provide state supervision. I think the guardian ad litem board has done a good job of that. And just at our last meeting, we had a meeting last Friday of the guardian ad litem board. We meet each month. We were given a sheet of, fairly recently, in your legislation, which was passed in the last session, it was agreed that the guardian ad litem board would now do the initial review of complaints and do an investigation. And we thought that was a great idea because they have the resources to do that. On last Friday, we got a thing showing that currently there are 20 complaints that say they've just been just since intake, which means they haven't been acted on, going back to last February, almost a year ago. And this is who we want. We want OPLC now to take over managing the guardian ad litem board. And when we ask, well, why is that happening? And the person that comes to our meeting says, well, that's the enforcement side. I don't have an answer for you. So I just don't think that the guardian ad litem board is going to be prepared to provide the training. I don't think they're going to be able to understand the standards. And if you look at what they said is, we're going to change those 7 members who are generally involved in guardian ad litem industry and know what standards should be applied, what training might be necessary, and how people should act. We're going to replace them with just 3 members now. 1 member being appointed by OPLC, 1 member being appointed by the Supreme Court. And remember, the guardian ad litem board was taken away from the courts so that it would be separate from the courts, and 1 representative from CASA. And CASA is a guardian ad litem, which we hire to be a guardian ad litem, and then they hire individuals to serve in abuse and neglect cases. But not all the abuse and neglect cases, because they don't have the resources to provide them for the whole state. So there are lots of our guardian ad litems that are doing abuse and neglect cases. Long and the short is, I just think making the guardian ad litem board an advisory board is ill-advised. I looked at the sponsors. I've never seen one of the sponsors of this bill come to a guardian ad litem board meeting to know what we do, why we do it, and why it should be done differently. So that's my testimony today. I hope that you'll delete the guardian ad litem provision from this bill. It makes, from my perspective, it makes no sense.
Thank you for your testimony. Yes, Representative Goda.
Thank you. One of the prime sponsor of the bill said that this addresses where there are a small number of licenses. So can you tell us how many people are guardian ad litems, and how many of them are licensed? I mean, I would imagine it's not a small number.
No, we have a number of people who I don't have a number at hand, so I can't tell you, but I'd certainly be willing to find that out for you. But I'm not sure that that's really I don't think the number of guardian ad litems is really what the key issue is. It's the responsibility of guardian ad litems, which is really what the issue is. And when I look at the complaints that have been sitting there for a year and haven't been acted on by OPLC, some of them being some of them being multiple complaints against one guardian ad litem, say this isn't right.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I don't ask the question for justification. I just ask the question because that's how it was presented to us. And
Yep.
I don't agree that the number, for example, of guardian items is small. So I would just like you to confirm that for me. Thank you.
We'll get a number for you.
Thank you. Representative Manjapudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. My question is on the reverse side. It's not how many guardian litem or CASA members are, but how many cases do you represent? So that dictates what the load is, correct?
Right. There are, and again, I wouldn't have a number for you, a number of cases, but first of all, they're extremely important cases. And I'm sure in a year it's hundreds, if not in the thousands of cases statewide.
Representative Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm thinking that part of the discrepancy in terms of the numbers that were reported and what the actual boots on the ground experience is has to do with CASA being licensed, but they provide a vast array of guardian ad litems into the system. Do you think that's a piece of that?
Right.
Yeah. And follow-up?
Follow-up.
So, as a professional in the field for many years, thank you for what you've done on the board, and big thanks to the guardian ad litems who protect the children. But back when CASA first got involved and volunteers took over the role that was traditionally done by attorneys, I have some pretty serious concerns. I've always had pretty serious concerns about volunteers and about the training and the understanding they have of the system versus an attorney who's really representing that child's best interest. And I use my experience in child welfare and going into the courts. When you go into a child abuse and neglect case, there are so many interests flying around you. The best advice I ever got and what I practiced was keep your eye on the child. And that's the guardian ad litem's role. And it's been a lesson I've learned that's worked well for me in these hearings. So the child at this point is what will best serve children in the long haul. And I guess I'd like to ask you, as an advisory board, as opposed to a licensing board, what exactly would you see the change in your role? Would you not still be there and advising Director Courtney and the staff?
I don't, frankly, I don't know what an advisory board would do. I guess the advisory board is only going to be answering questions if OPLC has some concerns, as if it says, well, we're going to do some rulemaking, we want to have some input or something like that. But frankly, if all you're going to do is have an advisory board, you might as well not have any board at all, from my perspective. And with regard to your comment about attorneys being guardian ad litems or non-attorneys, the one thing that is most important with a guardian ad litem is that they need to have some common sense. And common sense isn't something you can teach. It's not about being a lawyer or not being a lawyer. It's about knowing how families work and what's in the best interest of children.
Representative Goli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Yeah.
Because I too was a little concerned about the way the language was written in the bill when you brought up the sentence that says, this is to reduce workforce barriers and provide state supervision, responsibility, and implementation of this chapter. I'm just perplexed as to how going from a board to an advisory board reduces that role, because my understanding was OPLC already was given the authority to grant licenses upon approval, as well as they met qualifications. And I don't know if you can tell me how changing you to an advisory board is going to make that even more proficient than what's already going on for the statement to be in the bill.
Well, given the history of OPLC so far, I'd have no confidence at all that it would make an improvement, so.
Follow up?
And the other concern I had, and you've been around long enough, when you're putting together an advisory board and you have the person in charge now making the two picks of who they want versus the governor, wouldn't that be some sort of a conflict going forward?
I fully agree. If you have an advisory board for OPLC and you have OPLC appointing the advisory board, it doesn't make much sense to me.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Elizabeth Pep. Rob. Sorry.
Thank you, Chairman Simon, and thanks to all of you for allowing me to speak to you today about why I support this bill. I am a licensed acupuncturist and I live in Manchester.
Could you just state your name for the record, please, since I got it wrong?
Elizabeth Ropp, R-O-P-P. So I'm here to speak about why the acupuncture licensing board needs to be transitioned into an advisory board. I have 3 main points that I need to make. One is that the acupuncture board is bad at basic administration. The second is the board upholds an exclusive law. And finally, the board is inconsistent in enforcing their burdensome rules. So they have 5 members. They have a hard time meeting quorum. Maybe that's just for emergency meetings, but the board was asked to expand and they would not, citing personal differences. And I got that information from the meeting minutes. When the pandemic started, the board met remotely and I had questions, and those questions, I didn't get answers, and they weren't posting their meeting minutes. And I asked where were their meeting minutes, and again, I didn't get an answer or meeting minutes. And at some point, the board formed a subcommittee on ear acupuncture. I specialize in ear acupuncture, and I am a supervisor for acupuncture detoxification specialists who practice ear acupuncture. I would have liked to have had the opportunity to weigh in on those secret meetings. My second point is that the board upholds an exclusive law. So your committee has received over a dozen letters in support of this bill, and many of them are from licensed acupuncturists who want reciprocity from practitioners from other states. And the board currently does not allow reciprocity. Last year, the board reviewed laws from other states and determined that no state meets or exceeds New Hampshire standards. And one of the biggest factors is a baccalaureate requirement. So that's having a bachelor's degree in addition to a master's level degree from an accredited acupuncture school. And that master level degree takes 3.5 to 4 years to complete. That requirement is unfair and it is unreasonable. Most states do not have this requirement. I thought we were the only one, but I believe New Jersey has that requirement as well. And the board has the power to change this. That's just not something they seem to be interested in. And to demonstrate how ridiculous and irrelevant that requirement is, I have a bachelor's degree, and my bachelor's degree is in liberal arts. So nothing in my bachelor's degree has to do with healthcare or health sciences. Luckily, I had it when I wanted to relocate to New Hampshire, but not everyone has that degree. And finally, my last point is about how the board is inconsistent in enforcing legislative rules. So, hang on. My colleague Laura Cooley is not here today to tell her story. She completed her last round of chemotherapy last week. Please keep her in your thoughts. And so I'm going to tell her story about how she was stymied by legislative rules that the licensing board wrote.
Laura is a trainer with the National Acupuncture Detoxification Association, NADA, and she wrote the NADA manual, which is the standard that New Hampshire has set for training acupuncture detoxification specialists. New Hampshire does allow for other AccuDetox trainings to be approved by the board. And so Laura submitted her manual, the same manual that she trains with under NADA, and the board would not approve it. However, the board did approve a manual from another trainer by the name of Dave Wurzel. And I reached out to him to know how he managed to fit all the requirements of his training into a single weekend. And I have his email response with me today. He said that he doesn't spend much time on needling technique or clean needle technique. And that is what the training is supposed to be about: how to safely needle the ear. Needling technique and clean needle technique are listed in the rules as the 3rd and 4th items in board-approved curriculum training. And for some reason, the board decided to waive the 4-month waiting period for him. So acupuncture licensing board members promoted his training and hosted his training, and that 4-month waiting period is in the rules that the board wrote. And that's a shall, not a may, have a 4-month waiting period before the first training. So these are glaring inconsistencies on how the board treated Laura Cooley versus Dave Wurzel. And I don't know if this is bias. I don't know if this is favoritism. I don't know if this is retribution. But yeah, anyway, these are my points. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Yes, Representative Gota.
So I looked on the acupuncture board website, and they're very transparent as to when they meet, and they have meeting minutes for their meetings. So I really, I'm concerned about you may have an issue when it comes to your questions about the treatment of individuals, but I don't see, based on this information, I haven't read these meeting minutes, but I don't see how, if your first point is legitimate, or can you speak more about that? Because they are meeting and they are they have minutes, so they have to have a quorum. So I'm just wondering how that fits into your narrative.
Yeah, I'm speaking of between 2020, when the pandemic started in March of 2020, pretty much through, I want to say 2020, last year even.
They met in 2022.
So yeah, meeting in 2022, so remotely. And I would go and look, I was looking for meeting minutes mostly because I wanted answers to my questions, and they weren't getting posted. And after a certain point, the meeting minutes get removed from the website. So they only go back, like another year?
Follow up.
So that's not an issue with the board, it's an issue with the website, isn't it?
I'm looking for minutes, and that's where I go to find them. And if they weren't there, they weren't there. I don't know.
Anything? Yes, Representative Mangiapane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Pandemic was an anomaly, right? We don't have pandemic and this is the first one in my lifetime. So to base just on your experience during pandemic and the changes to the rules or the responsibility for OPLC and the board changed last year. So has it been long enough to kind of say, this is not working, let's change the whole thing? And I'm just having a hard time coming to terms with that from your angle perspective.
I don't think I understand your question.
Are you saying, has it been long enough since the pandemic to see whether or not the problem's been remediated?
Yeah,
Has
the
been fixed?
problems during pandemic was one time kind of thing. So to take what happened during pandemic and extrapolate, that's the practice. I think that's expanding beyond that emergency.
Okay, so let me see how I can answer this. So I think it was last year in the meeting minutes, the board was asked to expand members so they can meet quorum and I read they didn't want to, and they cited personality differences. That doesn't sound like a really good reason to not expand the board. Let's see, what else? I read about the subcommittee on ear acupuncture and then wondered, okay, so when are these meetings happening? And if they're having subcommittee meetings, that does have to get public notice. And if it doesn't get public notice, that is a violation of the right to know law. And if they're not responding to email inquiries within 5 days, again, also a violation of the right to know law. And so these are some recent things. Yes, they happened also in the beginning of the pandemic and have continued.
Yes, Representative Groda.
So were these concerns brought up to the OPLC?
Yes, they were.
And how did they address them?
I emailed OPLC, I want to say in 2021. And my main question of reaching out during the pandemic was to know how I was supposed to address supervision for acupuncture detoxification specialists, because acupuncturists were told we couldn't practice for some time during the pandemic. We weren't considered essential workers, but that didn't include the acupuncture detoxification specialists, and there wasn't any mention. So I needed to know how to proceed. And I did talk to somebody at OPLC who didn't know what I was talking about. And then I had to clarify, like, I'm a supervisor. I supervise these people. Some of them are essential workers using ear acupuncture. I don't remember. This was 2021. And then I asked about meeting minutes, and she said, I don't know where the meeting minutes are. Did you ask the board? And I showed her a screenshot of my email to the board asking for their meeting minutes.
Follow up.
So I just want you to understand that you're supporting the advisory board, yet OPLC was not able to answer your questions regarding your specialty. So you do understand that you're supporting an organization that had not been able to assist you in the past. Can you confirm that?
I think that members of OPLC could do their job if we had a chance to educate them about what ADSs are and what they do.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. Thank you for taking my question. So going back to previous testimony and a question from Representative Goley, aside from some of these administrative conversations, do you feel that this law would help to eliminate workforce barriers for people coming here to New Hampshire to enter this field, and that it's a two-piece question because it's a two-piece sentence, and that it provides state supervision over these regulatory bodies, which I guess follows up on Representative Groda's comment. But basically, do you think it's going to help eliminate workforce barriers?
I think so. I'm open to further discussion, but I think it would. I mean, at the moment, we have a board that that looked at all the acupuncture laws of all the other states and said, oh, all these states don't require a bachelor's degree, but we do. Let's keep it the same for no particular reason. Whereas if we had the advisory board model, we could say, all right, let's match some of the other states and let's not just arbitrarily keep people out.
Representative Groda.
Thank you. For some reason, I just had this moment of remembrance.
Okay.
So my first term as a legislature, the EDNA committee did look at standards for the acupuncture board. And I specifically remember that this test was something that everybody wanted. And there was no opposition. In fact, I know that Ms. Cooley was part of my subcommittee.
Okay.
So I want to understand why all of a sudden the change in attitude about the test, the national test.
Oh, no, this isn't about the national test.
Okay. So what is it? I'm sorry, I must understand you're
Yeah.
talking about certification, and all that was all straightened out 5 years ago or 4 years ago. So why all of a sudden are we all talking about this again?
So the national test is something that acupuncturists take when they graduate from acupuncture school. And generally everyone needs that when applying for a license. I don't think anyone's arguing that. So you need So pretty much every state pretty much every state law will say acupuncturists should at least have 2 years of post-secondary education prior to acupuncture school. So there are plenty of acupuncturists who might well, no, we had some acupuncturists who testified for this bill. They are licensed acupuncturists. They either are from another state and just want reciprocity. They have passed the exams. They have a license in good standing in another state. Some of them only have maybe the 2 years of college required to be trained in acupuncture and serve in the state that they currently live in. I don't know what the test has to do with it.
Follow up.
Thank you. So, I get you had mentioned something about a bachelor's degree. You had mentioned something about the test. You had mentioned something.
I didn't mention the test.
Okay. So, with OPLC taking over licensing now, that burden of reciprocity should be addressed, correct?
I would hope so.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Okay. Anyone?
Okay. Okay. Well, last one, please.
My concern is your concern is with the direction the board is going currently and not being open to some of these discussions. My question to you is, how do you know this advisory board isn't going to be made up of some of the individuals that are currently on the board as it sits, and you're still where you're at? So this doesn't solve your problem completely, does it?
I would hope, thank you for that question. I would hope that we would have term limits and the board actually abides by those term limits, and that's not the case at the moment.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate your time. Elizabeth Griffin. Griffey.
Good morning. I'm going to read an email that I sent to many of you. I recognize some names, and it's just my experience. This is to whom it may concern. My name is Beth Griffey.
Excuse me a second. Could you speak a little closer to the microphone?
Sorry.
Thank you.
I'm vertically challenged. To whom it may concern, my name is Beth Griffey, EY, and I've been a licensed acupuncturist since June of 2022. I'm requesting that you support HB 1271 to restructure the Board of Acupuncture Licensing and HB 1272 regarding licensing reciprocity. I don't know boards, I don't know advisors, I do know people. Prior to acupuncture, I was a general surgeon for 12 years in Boston and Quincy, Massachusetts. I retired from medicine to preserve my mental and physical health. In 2018, I was a widow looking for a new career. I enrolled in acupuncture school. I graduated from the program at the Massachusetts College of Pharmacy and Health Sciences, which I will shorten to MCPHS, in September of 2021. Getting my acupuncture license in New Hampshire was not a simple and streamlined process. MCPHS provided transcripts to OPLC, which included transcripts from Georgetown Medical School. MCPHS had taken many of my credits from Georgetown for duplicate courses. However, the licensing board would not grant my license without proof that I had obtained a bachelor's degree prior to attending medical school. It took weeks to get a copy of my college transcripts. I was an undergraduate student. My email says 30 years ago. I'm ashamed to say it was 42 years ago. I graduated with a BA in Spanish. I don't understand why the board doesn't know that every medical school in the United States requires a 4-year baccalaureate degree. Many of my acupuncture school classmates are like me. We go to acupuncture school after several years of other professional life experiences. A master's program in acupuncture and integrative medicine is rigorous. We need to pass 3 national boards, not 1, 3 national boards to be licensed, and those boards are rigorous. Why is that not enough to get an acupuncture license in the state of New Hampshire? requiring a master of acupuncture should be enough to allow licensure in this state. And I thank the woman who spoke previously and told you how many hours we dedicate to our profession. When my husband and I moved to New Hampshire in 2008, there was already a shortage of primary care providers in the state. My husband with cancer was assigned a PCP, nurse practitioner, after an emergency room visit. I had to wait for my husband's passing in order to take his place and become a patient of hers in that internal medicine practice. This was in 2014. Right now, our medical system is taxed by sheer numbers of patients experiencing short and long-term effects of COVID illness. I wonder if any of you have been to your local emergency department recently. Last August, I waited 45 minutes in the ER with a terminally ill friend. Lucky for us, she looked sick and had medical records to prove how sick she was, and so we only waited 45 minutes before we were moved to a triage room for treatment. The remainder of the patients in the overflowing waiting room had been waiting for at least 6 hours. This was a Monday afternoon. This is why I'm writing this email today. We need more healthcare workers providing acute and chronic treatment to people like those waiting in the emergency department that day in August. And acupuncturists do this every day. We need more practitioners to take the pressure off of our Western medical counterparts. Does the Acupuncture Licensing Board think we have enough acupuncturists? I think it's incumbent upon our licensing boards, to make it easier to bring healthcare workers to our state. Please make the licensing process for acupuncture easier and allow reciprocity of acupuncture licenses across all other states. People need access to healthcare in whatever form we have to offer, whether it be Western medical providers or allied health providers. I thank you for your attention today.
Thank you for your testimony. Will you take questions?
Yes.
Represent, you do. Representative Goli. You do as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going to ask you the same question I asked the previous speaker. How making this board advisory, which could still be the same individuals, address your concerns?
It could not. I don't know. As I said at the beginning, I don't know boards. I don't know. I don't know enough to say that I know the answer to that question. But I can tell you, since I've been a licensed acupuncturist for a year and a half, I suddenly realized there's a lot more to just me doing my job. It's me speaking up about my experience and maybe trying to join the board. Maybe that's something I should do, whether it's a board or an advisory committee. And I know people. I can't imagine working with this many people.
And one last follow-up.
Sure, Representative Goli.
Understanding the importance of the profession, wouldn't you, as a practitioner, want the board to have a little more say than just making a recommendation to an individual who has no experience in your field, and that person decides whether or not they want to listen to your recommendation because you're only advisory and you're not a true board? Wouldn't it be better to keep a board on its own than having a say that doesn't say in statute it has to be listened to?
I think it'd be wonderful if all of if the acupuncturists in New Hampshire had a good representation on some committee, board, or advisory, on an advisory sense. All I can say is we trust in people. We trust the people that come here to practice. We trust the people that run our country, our state. I'm trusting in the board at the same time that I'm questioning how well are we doing and how much common sense are we using, and is there any way we can help provide relief to the Western medical system, which is almost broken. Maybe you can remember COVID. This was a terrible time. Why can't we just try and get treatment? The more acupuncturists we have, the more treatment we provide. And yes, we expect that people who are coming here are going to be moral. They're going to abide by the rules. They're going to be trained. We know they're well trained. We know they have clean needle technique certification. They pass 3 boards. We trust in their performance. So we have to trust that whoever is advising us already knows the standard that we come with.
Representative Brown, good. Any other questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I want to make sure I'm understanding. What I'm hearing you say is that the status quo is broken, it isn't working well, or it's flawed, and that it's your hope a change will improve things. Is that,
Yes.
am I hearing that correct? Thank you.
I mean, I hope for everything to change for the better. Couldn't get much worse.
We hope for the same thing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Lauren Smith.
Hi, my name is Lauren Smith. I'm a licensed acupuncturist. I live here in Concord, New Hampshire, and I'm just going to say I am in support of this bill.
Great. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Gabby. Is Elizabeth Gabby still here? New Hampshire Midwifery Council? That's all right. Is it Elizabeth Gabby? You're welcome.
Can everybody hear me? Okay. So my name is Elizabeth Gaby. I'm a New Hampshire certified midwife, and I'm here on behalf of the New Hampshire Midwifery Council. We are one of the 9 boards listed in Bill 1271. And we strongly oppose this bill, and we would like the New Hampshire Midwifery Council just taken out of this bill completely. We are a council. We have 6 members, an obstetrician, a pediatrician, 3 midwives, and a public member. In this bill, an advisory board brings us to 2 midwives and 1 physician. So we would have to pick, do we take an obstetrician? Do we take a pediatrician? There is no overlap in their expertise. So as the board, we pride ourselves on being there for the public health and safety of people doing home birth, community birth, birth center in New Hampshire. And this council has a lot of expertise coming into it. This bill scratches that. Not to mention, I read the 47 pages of this bill. And my part was on page 26 to page 29. But I kept on seeing the executive director. The power goes to the executive director. The executive director will consult with advisory boards, but ultimately, the executive director has the say. I will add that we have been working with OPLC in the last few years. 1999 was the first time the midwifery law went into effect in New Hampshire. There have been 9 repeals on our, I guess that's Title 30, Occupations and Professions, Midwifery, 9 repeals. 8 out of those 9 repeals have happened in the last 2 to 3 years when we have been under state, what is the word? State supervision. I think to reduce workforce barriers and provide state supervision over regulatory bodies. This is in 1271. So we have been working with OPLC, and they have provided very nice administrative services for us. But as we've been having this relationship, more and more repeals have been happening to our midwifery law. And this next step is a huge one, to basically cut our midwifery council. Not only does it take away our autonomy, it's a very unique profession, but it also cuts our council down to 3 and compromises the expertise going into that. So I'll take questions if there are any.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Greta.
What type of repeals are the 9 repeals that you're referring to?
You know, that was the last thing I do not know, except that I will say I have the old copy in my notebook and I was gonna go change those. But like, let's say section 326D9 repealed by 2021, effective July 2021, section 326D10, entire paragraphs just taken out. And that was, so I'm sorry that I don't have that information. I asked myself the same question and I didn't have time to look that
Follow
up.
up.
That's okay. Can you send it to us?
I'm sorry?
Could you send it to us?
Yeah,
That would be
I'd be
great.
happy
We don't
to.
have to decide today. We can get that
Okay, yeah.
information. Thank you.
I just need to ask somebody who I send it to, how to get it to you.
I'll get you that information.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Manjaputi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. When you talk about midwifery, it's nurse midwifery, doula midwifery, all the midwifery included, or just the medical?
Okay, that's a good question. The New Hampshire Midwifery Council does not include nurse midwives. So we call ourselves community midwives because we do home birth and birth center birth. So we don't do births in the hospital.
Follow up.
Thank you. One follow-up to that. So you are supervised by midwife, not, or your board has doctors, obstetrician and pediatrician. But on a supervisory to get your license, it is a midwife that provides the
So historically, this council has had all of the regulatory autonomy, and that's certification, discipline, making rules and regulations. Of late, and I believe this is one of the repeals, the OPLC has taken discipline away from the Midwifery Council. And we still are making rules and regulations. Under Bill 1271, the Executive Council, the Executive Director, has the say over our rules and regulations with a consultation of an advisory board of three people who don't span the expertise. So it's just the Midwifery Council has to come out of this bill. And I'll follow up with you about those repeals.
Seeing no other questions, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mark Carney, Midwifery Board.
Good morning, and for allowing me to speak. I am Mark Carning. I'm a pediatrician who is also on the midwifery board. I've been on the midwifery board for the last 10 years. So I'm the physician representative for pediatrics. And I currently am a nursery rounder at Concord Hospital as well. So I take care of newborns in my professional life. And being a member of the midwifery board is somewhat out of the spectrum for most pediatricians because I'm supporting home birthing. But because I feel that people in New Hampshire need to have a choice that they can make, I support this. But I oppose this bill that's being put forward. I think the midwifery board has done an incredible job in supervising the midwifery people in the state of New Hampshire. And I think this bill will take that power completely away. And I think it's going to give it to an organization that I really feel doesn't have the medical expertise to really take it over. And that's my biggest concern, because right now we have an obstetrician who knows about women's care. You have a pediatrician who takes care of newborns. You have midwives that are in the community taking care of women. And we help to supervise that and help with that. And I just don't think the OPLC has the understanding to do that. I mean, it's much like I don't see the Board of Medicine. I don't see the Board of Dentistry. I don't see the Board of Nursing being taken over by the OPLC. And I feel our committee is in that sort of stratus, that we take care of patients. And there's a lot of medical expertise that you need to have that they just don't have. And so I think also when we talk about what they're proposing of there being only a 3-member board, it shows a true lack of misunderstanding by the OPLC of exactly what we do. And so that's the reason I oppose the bill.
Great. Do you take questions?
Absolutely.
Representative Manjaputi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. How is this community midwifery has been able to provide much needed care in rural New Hampshire where the access to a hospital might be an hour away or 2 hours away?
Well, it all depends. So, certainly in New Hampshire, the biggest thing we're running into is the fact that more and more hospitals are reducing their maternity care. So you just can't birth a baby in some areas of New Hampshire because hospitals can no longer support the medical staff to birth. So that does give the opportunity that there can be community birthing care that could be available. It would be with a midwife who tend to be in those sort of rural areas.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Following up on some of the other testimony and Representative Goley's question, do you see that this, if passed, would eliminate workforce barriers for midwives wanting to work in New Hampshire?
I'm not sure, actually, but there's always been sort of an issue between sort of the medical obstetrical care and midwives in a sense. And so it all depends on who they elect or who gets placed on as that advisory physician. If you actually had an OBGYN that was opposed to midwifery, you could have a complete change in the whole setting of midwifery in the state of New Hampshire.
Thank you. That's fair. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Grota.
Thank you. So perhaps because this bill says that it's supposed to eliminate workforce barriers and provide state supervision, I think what we're trying to do is really get to the nut of the matter. And I think the changes to advisory boards, I think we really affects the potential quality of care that our residents, our New Hampshire Granite Staters would receive. Can you comment on that? Because we're focused on the efficiency, yet there's nothing about quality of care here.
Right.
And my concern is that this direction takes some of these boards into potential unforeseen circumstances regarding quality of care. So could you comment on that, please?
Well, that's where I think this is short-sighted, is because when you do look at, and as I said before, we're a medical board. I don't see the Board of Medicine. I don't see the Board of Dentistry. I don't see the Board of Nursing being put into this role, but yet we are. When I feel that our board does the medical care, it looks over, well, we don't have the licensure in a sense anymore. We get the clearance once it goes through OPCLE. But the other part is that when you look at the sort of medical supervision that we give to the midwives, that is really what our function is, and raising the standard to a certain bar. And I think that, certainly with an advisory board, again, what information comes in is going to be first screened and then asked to the person. If that person doesn't have that medical expertise to even know what they're seeing, that's, I think, is just going to be dismal.
Thank you. Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've kind of addressed this issue previously, and I recall hearing that midwives are a great deal of health care for women, particularly in rural areas, the North Country of New Hampshire, where perhaps a medical professional such as yourself is not readily available. Would you see that that's still the case?
Yeah, I think that's an issue throughout New Hampshire is that, you know, it's so interesting as healthcare has become more for profit. And, you know, it's no longer being subsidized. It's no longer, I mean, and you see that because you just can't support a hospital. You're closing different areas. Obstetricians require, you know, at least 3 obstetricians in one area so that you can cover call and do everything and have a life. And you can find that hospitals just can't afford them anymore. So that's what New Hampshire's running into anyway, is the fact that you just can't, you're seeing us, the birthing centers being put in larger areas where they can afford to have more physicians and you can actually have a professional life and a personal life.
Yes, Representative Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I have a few questions trying to understand, and I could have asked anybody, I'm asking you who's testified, but my first question is, are you paid as a board member?
Nope, it's all.
Okay, follow?
Yeah.
My second question is, if the advisory board in the bill was written in such a way that it would maintain the same members, would you have the same opposition? Would that lessen your opposition to it?
I still would. I still would. I go back to that. I just don't feel the OPLC has the medical expertise to review these cases.
And I understand that. I don't mean to cut you off.
Right. No.
So the question I have is, if you're volunteer, would there be anything, and you may not have the whole answer to this, but would there be anything precluding you all from continuing to meet regularly and provide a lot of the work that you're doing and be available if OPLC had any technical questions, which they're already doing the licensing, correct?
Correct. But they're not doing the medical case reviews. And that's what we review. So if someone has a complaint, we review it. In fact, our board has a form that if anyone is transferred to the hospital, mother or infant, that is brought before the board and reviewed. So we just don't work on patient complaints. We also are supervising and doing an overview of midwifery practice in the state of New Hampshire.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And I guess I just don't think the OPLC can take that on.
One last follow-up.
Sure.
So it's your understanding that through this bill, that that review role that the board's currently doing would no longer be done by the advisory committee?
I don't know exactly what the advisory board, other than someone saying, I have a case, we want you to look at it.
Okay, thank you. That will help me to follow up with questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Yes, and the executive director will be giving testimony, so I'm sure she can clarify the intent there. D. Juvius? Hi, Governor. Governor's office?
That's correct. Good morning still for 5 more minutes. Just for the record, Dee Juris from Governor Sununu's office. Just here to make myself available for any questions for the committee.
Any questions? Representative Goley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And ask you the same question I've asked others as to the statement about reducing barriers and how going from a board to advisory is doing that, because I thought by us giving OPLC the ability to move licensing along as long as the person met qualifications was already doing that process, and I'm not sure how making boards advisory expands upon that. If you could explain why that statement's in here and how this reduces barriers.
Yeah, happy to. Thank you for the question. And I think you make a fair point. I think that was the kind of the general purpose statement for a number of the priorities for the regulatory reform, which this bill was included in, as taking a look more broadly at the licensing, the boards across the board and workforce in general. I think a more accurate description of the intent for this specific legislation, I think part of it was definitely looking at the increase in liability because of the lower number of licensees. And Director Courtney will speak more specifically to this, but kind of the cutoff metric we used was under 200 licensees was recommending, and then under a certain number of complaints recommended to go to advisory. And as this committee is really familiar with the Board of Dental Examiners out of North Carolina Supreme Court case where board members can be held personally liable for antitrust violations against other professionals. I think this group is also aware that the state of Vermont, all of their boards, including their Board of Medicine, their Board of Nursing, are all advisory, specifically because of that liability concern. So it's not a value statement of the profession or the importance or even health and safety in that regard, because the licensing protections are still in place. But the mechanism of that advisory role removes the liability from the individuals on the board, those volunteers who are also professionals with livelihoods, and places that solely on the state who would take the enforcement action. So I would say that would be the primary push behind this specific legislation. And the workforce barriers is more, that's a broader picture that purpose statement is kind of included in all of the legislation that you've seen about this regulatory reform. So I hope that helps clear it up. I think your point is well taken.
Yes, follow up, Representative Goley.
And I understand the court case that came forward. But I also thought that by giving the authority of the executive director to review applicants and produce the licensing was a way of solving that problem, and not the boards doing the licensing and approving licensing themselves. Am I wrong as to a reason why we went that way?
I think you are correct. That was a big, in terms of the workforce barriers and expediting the process, that's the reason that we went that direction. When I say we, really you, right? It was your subcommittee that did the work that determined that this was needed, and then passed the bills in the last legislative session. So I would agree with you. That was a big piece of it on that efficiencies. The liability, I think, is still there because they are ultimately making that determination. The investigation is still happening is now happening with the office, but I do still think there's that decision with the board. So I don't think that liability is totally removed for a licensing board as it exists. And any other specifics, I will defer to Director Courtney. Yeah.
Yes, Representative Grota.
Maybe this question is better for Representative oh my God.
You're giving her a promotion.
Executive Director Courtney, but when you talk about licensing less than 200 licensees and the number of complaints, aren't those, how did you, was there a mechanism to determine whether or not the complaints were a result of board inefficiencies or board inexperience, or just have the number of complaints? It could be complaints against licensing, which we took care of in the last. So I'd like to have more definition of that. And I also would like to comment that the fact that you put this broad thing, and then you put as far as removing barriers, and then put all these boards in here under something where your intentions are quite different, I think changes the whole focus of this group. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. I think I addressed a lot of that in my response to Representative Goley, but I will also say, as a former member of the House and as someone who spent a lot of time with legislation, I think purpose statements can get challenging. They can kind of muddy the statute. So for me personally, I'm not sure that they're necessarily helpful because of exactly what you're mentioning. So I think, like I said, I think it was kind of a broad piece that was attached to each of those. And I do understand that your point is well taken about the text on the page does not tell the whole story. I think that is often the case. I think we all read legislation and say, what prompted that? What possibly could have prompted that? And that's why we have these hearings.
Thank you. Representative Mangiaputi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. In terms of a broad sweep, just taking under 200 licensees, less complaints or no complaints, whatever, that's one arbitrary measure that was taken to kind of list all the boards. When you talk about other states which are advisory board, are they volunteer advisory boards or are they paid advisory boards or a professional advisory board? Has that been compared?
Thank you for the question. I do not know the answer to that. I'd be happy to look into that for you. Director Courtney may also know for that case as well. As you know, though, it is all volunteers in New Hampshire, whether it's professionals or public members. I would also say the cutoff of 200 was a deliberate choice, but the idea was to not discriminate based on what profession or how important any one individual thought that was, but to say, here's objective an objective, not subjective way to say below this number will convert to advisory, just because the ratio of board members to licensees gets higher the smaller number of licensees and the larger number of board members. So it was meant to be a more objective measure rather than just saying, well, you know, such and such profession is, they're fine. They're doing okay. There's only a few of them. We can just make them advisory. That really was not the calculus.
So just for clarification on that point, you're saying the 200 cutoff isn't so much about the number, the 200, it's the ratio between the board members and the licensees and how tight that ratio is?
That's how the 200 number was decided, was to say that the risk of antitrust violations or liability would increase as that percentage is larger, right? To board members, to licensees. So if you have, 5 board members and 50 licensees, then you're taking 10% of the profession is advising the whole piece. So there's greater opportunity for that potential. I'm not saying anything about motives of members at all, but just that potential liability exists there.
Thank you. Representative Brown, did you have a question? Sorry. Anybody else have any questions? You're under the gun.
We can talk offline as well if you'd like.
So based on your answer to Representative Goley, do you feel that if we can fix a liability problem, that all of the boards can stay the way they are and continue doing the job they're doing?
With reservations, I will say yes. If we can fix the liability problem, I'm not sure what that mechanism would look like given that it's a U.S. Supreme Court decision. But in theory, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Last but not least, Executive Director Courtney. And if you would be so kind during your testimony to clarify the difference between the board and advisory board, that'd be great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Lindsay Courtney, Executive Director, Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. And with me is our General Counsel, Douglas Osterhout. So I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about what an advisory board is, what the purpose is. And I just want to give a brief overview. I know that some of you probably already know this, but we do have 7 advisory boards already in existence in New Hampshire, and they work very well, and they cover very different fields. But essentially, it's a different regulatory model that provides state supervision. And in the last 10 years, a lot of states, including Vermont, have started to move in the direction of providing active state supervision over what were their independent regulatory boards. And it really stems from the 2015 Supreme Court case, North Carolina dental examiners. And basically, in that case, North Carolina Dental Board issued a bunch of cease and desists to individuals who were not dentists, saying you need to stop advertising for teeth whitening because that is the practice of dentistry. And the federal government stepped in and said, essentially, this is an anti-competitive act. You're trying to limit competition. The state took the position that they were immune because they were acting as the North Carolina Regulatory Board. They were acting as the state, so they were immune from liability under the Sherman Act. The Supreme Court said no, and the reason for that was this board, like most of our boards in New Hampshire, are comprised of primarily a majority of active market participants. And what this means is they work in the field, they are licensees. And what the Supreme Court said is, essentially without passing judgment, it is very hard, almost impossible, for people to wear two hats. It's very hard for them to not regulate when they have this bias, which is that they're business owners and they're also professionals in the field. And so unless the state is going to provide what they call active state supervision, the state is not immune from liability. And so as a result of that, which was kind of it was a very important case in the field of occupational regulation. Because of that, a lot of states started moving in the direction of providing state supervision. Now, there are a couple of ways to do this. Advisory model is one, which is essentially you utilize the expertise of the board members, but you give state oversight and somebody who's not an active participant. That'll shield you from liability. That is one model, and we have that in our state. The other model is to just completely eliminate the board and just put it all in the hands of a state body or a state actor. We have that in New Hampshire as well with ophthalmic dispensing. I personally don't like that model because it leaves the agency without the authority to have that consultation method with the experts. And I have actually supported the creation of boards, a board in the past. And then the third is really just to make the boards a majority of public members. Because if the majority of the board is not comprised of active market participants, then the concern raised by the Supreme Court in that case is not relevant. From our perspective, that one is difficult. We wouldn't really be able to implement that here, given that we already have a huge problem filling public member seats. So that's the gist of why a lot of states have moved in this direction. Again, it's not a value judgment about which boards are more important. It's really to shield the state from liability. And I will say, and I'm not going to get into examples, but we have those issues in New Hampshire. We absolutely have those issues in New Hampshire. Where regulations are put into place that maybe theoretically on its face are for public safety reasons, but if you are privy to the conversations behind the scenes, it's really to starve out competition. And so while we have not had any lawsuits in New Hampshire yet that I'm aware of, there is a risk of liability. So just want to put that on the table. In terms of practice, how does it work in New Hampshire? So we have 7 advisory boards, and then we have the registration, which is ophthalmic dispensing. And they cover all types of fields: medical imaging, massage, body art, reflexology, respiratory care, which is in the health field, recreational therapy, and court reporters. Totally different. And what it does is I think it's the perfect marriage between the two. You've got experts in the field of administration, internal controls, the ability to actually govern, and then you've got experts in the field, and you have to collaborate, and we do. And that's why I don't really like these pieces of legislation, because it pits the boards against the office. But I would say that we have a very collaborative relationship with these advisory boards. And we're able to have very productive conversations and get the regulations done. So I've circulated some statistics for the various boards that are proposing this bill to go to advisory. And you'll see the number of meetings they had in FY23, the number of licensees, the number of complaints. I would say that I would agree that the transfer of licensing authority has really helped because we're no longer required to go to a board meeting. And so we're no longer waiting for boards to make a decision. So quorum really isn't impacting that area anymore. But if there are no rules in place, there's nothing that we can do. And I would draw your attention to installation standards in particular. They've had one meeting, their rules are expired, we're out of compliance with the federal government, and there's literally nothing that the state can do because they're not meeting. And that particular board, the majority of the appointments are not done by the governor. So we're really just held hostage by the lack of ability to secure a quorum. Now, if it were an advisory board, essentially, the lack of a quorum would not necessarily be a problem. If we would prefer to convene a meeting, obviously, and go through that process. But even if there was one person available to have a phone call so we could get the expertise needed, we could at least move forward with an initial proposal and try to come into compliance with the federal government. Right now, we have no ability to do that. So that's a concern. The thing I wanted to point out is massage and reflexology are already advisory boards. What's proposed in this bill is actually merging them. And I had a really good conversation with the massage board about this. I said, look, why were these separated out? Because if you look at other states, they have reflexology, Asian bodywork, and structural integration with the massage board. And they said it actually happened many years ago and it had to do over changing of national exams. And they actually opposed it at the time. And they were supportive of merging the boards together. So I did want to make that comment. There were a couple of comments made, and I think I just want to take the opportunity to kind of correct the record. The first being that, as you know, statutes, when they give an agency authority, they don't give it to the department, they don't give it to the office, they give it to the commissioner. And that's because the commissioner, the director, is responsible under statute for all execution of those responsibilities. That doesn't mean that that person does everything that is required in that statute. I mean, that would not be possible. So when we look at the statutory framework, it's not that I personally am going to be looking at every application. That's not true. I will say practically, I am involved in every rulemaking for every advisory board under the office. I personally review them. I personally respond to comments. And I'm not saying that's necessary, but I personally do that. But it's not one person taking on that task. So I know you know that, but I just wanted to say that for the record. The other issue that came up concerned guardian ad litems, and I agree, these are incredibly important roles. And that's one of the challenges with the current structure, which is that they've only had 3 meetings in FY23. And when we talk about the complaints that were received, the statute that authorized OPLC to investigate didn't go into effect until very recently. And my understanding is previously what was happening is that there was a member of the board and another member of the board that I guess would come into the office and review the complaints. But unless the board was actually meeting, there was nothing that could get done on the complaints. So I take issue with the representation that the office hasn't acted when it had the ability to do so, because that is not the case. I think that, regardless of what the committee, decides to do with these boards, I just want to reiterate, mainly for the people in this room, that the goal of the office is to ensure compliance with the law, to ensure that we're not promoting or facilitating anti-competitive regulations, to be efficient, and then to work collaboratively with those who are experts. Because I don't know midwifery, for example, but I do know the statutory framework, and I do know the law as it relates to 91A and 541A and the Practice Acts. And I think working together, we can come up with some regulations for the benefit of our constituents. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Executive Director. Any questions? Yes, Representative Goley, and then Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So my question is, since we have, and I'll go back to, I had asked this previously, since we have given more authority to your office in dispensing of licensing and as well as the you know what I'm talking,
Yes.
investigatory requirements. Wouldn't that be in a way enough to cover what was in that Supreme Court case as to giving to you that authority?
So it will cover most, it won't cover the regulation piece. And I'll give you an example of how this has worked in New Hampshire. I think to the state's benefit. So a couple of years ago, the legislature passed a statute that said for microblading, which is basically tattooing of the eyebrows and other parts of your face, we're going to allow cosmetologists to engage in this cosmetic procedure and not just body artists. And the board or the office has to have rules in place in order to allow that to happen. The person's going to have to get a license and yada, yada, yada. So at the time, the Body Art Board, which is an advisory board, was very supportive of this, and the legislature passed the statute. Well, come to find out, the other body artists in the industry were not so happy about that because there are a lot of cosmetologists and this is a growing industry, who are really interested in microblading and cosmetic practices. So they were concerned they were going to lose business. And so the Body Art Board said, no, just kidding. We don't want to do those rules. Well, because the office had rulemaking authority, I basically said to them, look, we got to do it. The legislature said we have to do it. I'm going to do it, but I would really like your advice and your expertise so I don't mess this up. And we were able to get it done. But if they had been an independent regulatory body, there would be no rules, I guarantee it today, which could create a risk to the state if somebody wanted to bring in enforcement action. So that's just an example.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director, for taking my question. And thank you for clarifying for the board that you don't do all of the work in these laws. But to kind of follow up on that, there was a number of comments made that as this work gets passed down through your employees, there isn't the expertise to make the decisions needed. So can you speak to that?
So I think the decision points are really at the rulemaking. Well, I should say they're at the rulemaking level, and then also in disciplinary hearings. And so I'll talk about rulemaking first. Obviously, that has to go through public hearing. So there's always going to be opportunity to receive input from professionals, and we have a statutory obligation to notify them. But the way it works practically for us is we do rulemaking. We draft a set of rules, usually based on what was previously in place. We convene a meeting. We come to a consensus and agreement with the board, and then we file the IP. That's how it practically works. So we get their input on that. Now, sometimes we don't get the input and we just move forward. And then I'll give you another example regarding Body Art. Body Art had wanted for years to do facility licensing. We thought we needed a statutory change. Come to find out, I took a second look at the statute. I'm like, I don't think we need a statutory change. So we decided to move forward with rulemaking. Now, the board very much wanted establishment licensure. So we put together a set of rules based on another state, and we sent it to the board. We asked them to review, and they didn't get back. So we just moved forward with the IP. And then we held the public hearing. Well, they were not very excited about this. And we got some really good feedback that I didn't get from the boards, and we withdrew the proposal. So there are many instances to receive that feedback. Our hope is that the board can provide that feedback prior to filing an IP. The other instance is with disciplinary proceedings. So many of our boards, we contract with consultants to provide investigative support. I would say there's a little bit more flexibility with the advisory boards because typically the complaint will come in to enforcement, it'll get investigated, and then it'll proceed and it goes to our hearings officer, who then will consult with the board if necessary. But sometimes enforcement needs an expert. And because the agency can act without a quorum of the board, we can utilize that person as part of the investigation instead of as part of the adjudicatory hearing. We get a lot of massage complaints that have to do with, sex assault that don't necessarily require expertise, and we can act on them quickly. But then there are others that that we absolutely need their expertise, and so it's a very collaborative relationship, and that's what I would like to emphasize, and how they provide that consultation to the highest level of their capability.
Thank you. May I follow up?
You may.
Thank you. It is related, I believe. So based on that, you sort of answered this to some degree, I think. Based on some testimony and what I'm kind of hearing between the lines from others, how do you feel about the comment that if this passes, the advisory boards don't have anything to do, that they have no place, and that they become pointless?
I strongly disagree with that, and we strive to treat our advisory boards in the same manner as our independent regulatory bodies. They get paid a per diem just like everybody else. They get invited to the board chair meetings. We spend time with them. There's a little bit greater flexibility because the agency can act, which is good when particularly you have few licensees. And there have been instances where we've had boards had to completely recuse themselves from a disciplinary matter, and the case just doesn't go anywhere because nobody is able to step in and act on their behalf. So I would say that if there is an active advisory board, which most of them are, they fully participate. As you'll see, massage regularly meets. They've increased the number of meetings because we've been talking about different pieces of legislation and how to handle the establishment issue, and particularly human trafficking, which is a separate issue. But they regularly meet. So does MIRT. They meet monthly.
Thank you.
Representative Lekis, as much as I would love your input, you're on the bill.
Just had an email exchange with the clerk on this point.
Okay.
And the response from him is prime sponsors should present their bill and not return to the table. Co-sponsors may either testify or ask questions, but not both. And I have not testified.
I love that clarification, and I'd love for you to join in.
Okay, thank you. I thought I'd remember it that way, but I could have been wrong. So, Mike, this gets back to what extent we did already has eliminated the liability issue. And this gets to the question, I understand that the investigation part has moved to OPLC entirely, I think. But on the adjudicatory, making the judgment, making the final decision, if it's an advisory board, I understand that's with OPLC. But if it's a regular board, isn't that still with the board? And doesn't that potentially leave the board and the state open to liability? And to clarify that the liability on the board is individual to the people on the board. Is that correct?
It can be, and yes, yes. Under independent regulatory bodies have sole authority for adjudication. The office only provides a hearings examiner that has certain procedural authority, but the substance lies with the board.
Okay, thank you.
In clarification on that, while it's on the table, in that scenario, is the state also liable, or is it just the members of the board?
Well, I think, no, the state could always be liable, or any lawyer can make a claim. So, and having defended the state in a lot of wacky cases, you can always make an argument. So certainly, that's always an issue. And when OPLC acts, that's an issue, right? But then there are immunities involved.
Mm-hmm. Representative Grota, and then Goli.
So I'm glad you clarified your attachment, because Ms. Juris had said that these boards were on this bill because there were less than 200 licensees. It had to do with the number of complaints and the ratio between the number of board members and the number of licensees, none of which is on your attachment, other than the complaints. So is it possible to get the information on which these boards were determined? Because it says, did I misunderstand that these boards were chosen because that there were less than 200 licenses And that had to do with, and also the ratio of the board members to the licensees, and also the number of complaints. Not to put any bias on the profession. So the criteria for which these boards were chosen, can you share that with the committee? Because it's not on this attachment.
So I understood her testimony to be that it was a flat 200 being the objective standard. And when you consider 200 in relation to the number of board members, whatever that is, it's usually 5 or 7, the ratio is so small. So I don't think there was an independent calculation based on how many board members are on acupuncture versus how many are on, GALs versus installation standards. It was 200. Now, the one thing I wanted to draw your attention was medical technicians, and we talked about that. That obviously doesn't have the 200 licensee threshold. The challenge with medical technicians is that it's not an actual profession. Nobody identifies as a medical technician. It's just somebody who's otherwise unlicensed who may come into contact with a controlled drug. That's not a profession. And by virtue of that, we cannot recruit board members. So they've had 0 meetings for years. We've received complaints. We can't act on them. So regardless of what the legislature decides to do, I would say it's largely dysfunctional and something needs to happen. So that's why that one is on this list, even though it doesn't meet the criteria that Ms. Jurius previously stated.
Follow up.
So when you say installation standards, you're talking about number 5, which is the manufactured housing installation standards, right?
Yes, actually, the name of the license though is it's an installer.
Okay.
So yes, correct.
That's all. Thank you.
Representative Goley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to go, well, we're back on what Representative Groda asked in your response to the medical technicians. And I thought I heard you say you had numerous complaints. This sheet says 1 complaint in 2023. Would you reiterate?
Yes, this is FY23. So we have other complaints that were received outside of the FY23 timeframe. They haven't met in years. So we received some in FY22. We've received some in FY24. We received 1 in FY23.
The way you'd stated, it sounded like you had numerous complaints in a year, but I see only 1 here. But Mike, can I follow up? You stated that you rely on the medical or expertise on the boards.
Correct.
Can you explain why we heard concerns from both the Midwifery Board and the Guardian ad litem Board as to members being removed from the board that they feel are important in experience and expertise that should remain on the board, as to why they were removed if you're going to rely on the expertise of these individuals?
Are you talking about specific people or positions?
Positions. I think we heard one was an OB position and pediatrician, and there was also, I think, a position or 2 mentioned by Mr. Gordon at the Guardian ad litem that they were curious about why they were removed.
Yeah, I can't speak to that specific policy decision. I will say that all of our current advisory boards are only 3. So it could just be that is the model. I will say several years ago, I don't know if you recall, but there was another bill introduced to propose to move midwifery to advisory. And that bill, I believe, was ITL'd. But we worked with the council in between, and we came up with some legislation that they were agreeable to move to advisory. It's a little bit different from this language. I think it included 5 people and included 2 positions that they were interested in. And I'd be happy to circulate that language that they had agreed to previously. GALs, I can't speak to that particular issue. Again, we haven't had my primary concern with GALs is that they continue to have quorum issues, in large part because the legislative members don't attend. But they've only had 3 meetings in a year. So that's a challenge.
Any other questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Mangiapudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question to me is, just listening to your testimony, the shift of responsibility for several boards is going from distributed amongst different regulatory boards to OPLC. That is too much power shift in terms of regulation and oversight. Don't you think that shift is huge, mega shift?
Well, I would disagree with that. I would say that, fundamentally, right, and this may be somewhat controversial, no profession has entitlement to regulate their own profession. It's the state has chosen this model, and it's a very popular model. But the reason why licensure exists is to protect the public. And so when we talk about your right to practice a particular profession, the state has imposed a barrier saying you can't do this profession unless you have a license, because the state deems it necessary to regulate that and restrict entry. And the state has many options for determining how to regulate it. Historically, the state has decided to put that authority with independent regulatory bodies, but that doesn't need to be the case, and other states have different models. And I would say it's up to the state, the legislature, as to how it chooses to regulate, because the legislature, you are delegating that authority to an administrative body.
Any further questions? Most of mine got touched on. I just had one left on my list. You had mentioned trouble meeting compliance with federal regulations. Can you give us some idea of, if you're not meeting those regulations, what the consequences? Generally, I know it's broad, but what they
Yes.
could be, I guess.
It's not going to impact us. It's going to impact the individuals who purchase manufactured homes in terms of what standards they must comply with for installation. And as you probably can appreciate, the federal standards impose costs. I know it's shocking. So we don't want that to be the case. So it really could impact the constituents, and it's less about the regulations, because if we don't have regulations in place that are effective, then the federal standards apply, which are more burdensome.
Okay. And actually, just clarification on the composition of the advisory boards if we move forward with this particular model. Does the department have concerns with potentially opening the advisory board up to more members than are currently there, or are there anything like any pitfalls that we would have to be concerned about in so doing?
We don't have concerns about that. I mean, we want to make it, 20 people is difficult to work with, but if there's a need to make it 5, 7, we would prefer odd numbers for quorum purposes, but we don't have a problem with that.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you for your time.
Does anybody else wish to testify on HB 1271? Seeing none, this is going to go to subcommittee. Tony, do you want to work with Jackie's and split vote on this, or? Okay. And I will close the public hearing, and we will recess for lunch and meet back here at 1:15.
Good afternoon. Welcome to EDNA. I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 1408 and call Representative Lekis.
Thanks to the chair and committee. For the record, I'm Representative Tony Lekis, District Hillsborough 38, representing the towns of Hudson and Litchfield. So this is another one of the bills that was put in at the request of the governor, and some of them, you know, I've had more involvement with and you know, and maybe done some redrafts. This one is basically straight as it came, and I don't have a lot to say about it. It merges some boards and makes some other changes, you know, just following in general terms what we did last year. But I prefer letting other people speak as to the purpose of this bill and then the details on it.
Thank you. Mr. Berry? Hmm? Do you have this?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, honorable members of the committee. My name is Jake Berry. I'm the Vice President of Policy at New Futures. As many of you know, New Futures is a nonpartisan, nonprofit health policy and advocacy organization. We've been working for more than 25 years to help address substance use and behavioral health issues in our state. I feel a little bit funny testifying before somebody has had the opportunity to sort of outline the bill, but I do want to stress New Futures' concerns about this bill, specifically the provision proposing to merge the Board of Mental Health Practice with the Board of Psychologists, and especially the LADAC board. We certainly understand and appreciate the intent of the bill. For years, we've worked to increase or overcome, to help our state overcome barriers to care, including increasing efficiencies in licensing and eliminating bureaucratic hurdles within our licensing boards. Certainly, we understand there's much work left to do on that front to get our licensing process where we need it to be. But frankly, we feel that we don't believe that combining these critical boards is the way to do it. As you know, each of these boards serves an independent and a specific field within our behavioral health treatment system. Each one has its own specialty training, its own education and professional standards. We have a state have worked very hard to establish, grow, and define these professions so they're able to meet the unique needs of the people they serve. To merge these boards without deep review, evaluation, and consultation with the professionals they serve could deeply harm and undermine our treatment system that we've worked so hard to build. It would sacrifice the autonomy of these professions and create confusion across the network, which could contribute to licensing delays and further workforce shortages. Again, this could undermine our treatment system and limit our ability to overcome our ongoing addiction and mental health crises and to prevent the next one. With that, I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take questions.
Are there any questions? Representative Mangiaputi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Berry, for taking my question.
Sure.
You said 25 years ago was when New Futures started in advocating.
Sure.
From your perspective, was these two boards separate or were created separately? That some of the psychology and the mental health board, psychologists in the mental health board.
I'm certain, thank you for the question, Representative. I'm certain there are others in the room who can recount the history better than I can, but certainly, you know, I think that with the establishment specifically of the LADAC board, the Board of Other Alcohol and Other Drug Counselors, you know, that was really a critical part of the effort to establish, again, this field as sort of freestanding and separate from, you know, it's a separate field, a separate science, it's a separate medicine in some ways from mental health. There's obviously some areas of overlap, and we have really worked hard to increase sort of collaboration within those areas of overlap, but they are freestanding fields, and we feel strongly that they be treated and licensed as such.
Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Jake, this committee was the operative committee in the hearing on the bill to separate psychologists out of the Board of Mental Health practice about 10 years ago, I think.
Sure.
Maybe not quite 10 years. Has that separation worked in the best interest of the psychologists and the people in New Hampshire, in your opinion?
Again, thank you, Representative, for the question. Again, I think that there are other folks practicing in the field who are in the room today who could speak more directly to it. I think that it has helped having these separate boards. Has helped to sort of maintain the nuances between these practices for sure, and again, help to support the existence of the as separate freestanding fields. But I would argue again, knowing that our focus at New Futures is primarily on the substance use side of things. Again, these are separate fields. They're separate fields of medicine. Again, we think that they need to be treated as such.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Don't see any. Regent Champigny?
Good afternoon. My name is Henri Jean Champigny. You can call me Reggie.
Sorry, my French accent
That's
is very bad.
okay. That's okay. Thank you, esteemed members. I was hoping to go towards the end because there's going to be quite a few things that people are going to say before me. I am currently a member of the LADAC board, have been a member since February of last year. My concerns in terms of this particular bill is, as Mr. Berry had said before me, is that although there are many similarities regarding the profession of mental health, each one has its own particular aspects to it that are unique to the profession. I cannot speak to school psychologists, but I am duly licensed. I am licensed as an MLADAC, but also as a clinical mental health counselor. So I report basically my licenses are under the jurisdiction of 2 boards. Oh, and one more, acupuncture. I do the NADA protocol for persons with addiction, acupuncture for detoxification purposes. In any case, my concern is that persons, I'm always thinking about the public safety. I remind myself of that every time I go to a board meeting. If ever you'd like to attend, second Thursday of the month at OPLC, 9 a.m. for the public meeting. You're always welcome. The LADAC profession, I was just sharing with a representative from the Board of Mental Health who's with us today. I find that it is basically mental health counseling with a specialization in substance use and addiction. You know, I think of it in terms of, and I do this with my clients, I like to give analogies dealing with medical because most people get that. For instance, if I'm a doctor, I'm a general practitioner, a PCP, and I have a patient who has problems with their kidneys. I'm not an expert in kidneys. I'm going to refer them to a nephrologist who has a medical degree, but had specialized training for nephrology, right? Making the analogy real life in terms of with the professions I'm in, I've had several referrals from mental health counselors who find they're not qualified to deal with persons with addictions. And they refer them to a person who is licensed to deal with such persons. And that's perfectly fine. However, the training needed to become a licensed alcohol drug counselor and an MLADAC is very specific in addition to the mental health. So in that sense, yes, rules would be different and the experts needed would be different. With the proposed composition of a merged board, the newly merged board would be reduced to one MLADAC, who, by the way, also needs to be knowledgeable about the Certified Recovery Service Worker. That is something very different from an MLADAC or a LADAC position. It's you could call it a licensed peer recovery support worker. I will be fully transparent with you. I don't know much about certified recovery service support workers. That's why we have a representative on the board. Yes, of course, I do know something. But when there's something very intricate, I turn to that current member, which statute requires there be a CRSW member present to be able to answer such questions. And I feel very confident when I do turn to her. With the newly merged boards, there would not be such a person. Then, with the newly formed board, proposed board, any questions regarding an MLADAC, a LADAC, or CRSW, all of the members would have no knowledge of, that they would need more knowledge of. And all of that would rest a decision, maybe, probably, on one person. There wouldn't be much deliberation. No fault of the psychologists or the mental health boards. That's not their area of specialty. And I think also today, as we know, New Hampshire is in the top 5, if not top 3, for our opioid overdoses. I work in an organization where they also offer sober housing in Nashua. I'm a resident of Hollis. They had an overdose death last week in the house. 2 weeks ago, excuse me. Opioid. Some of you may have been affected by alcoholism, substance use, either personally, a family member, or friend. Maybe some of you, unfortunately, with the state being so small, have been impacted by such deaths. LADACs, MLADACs, CRSWs go through specialized training to deal with such things. I attended one just 2 weeks ago through the New Hampshire Alcohol and Drug Abuse Counselors Association. How to deal with the ones left behind after an opiate overdose death. People that might come see me for therapy, right? So I know I'm just scratching the surface, and I allotted 5 minutes because I thought that perhaps there'd be many people before me who would speak, and I could just say I'm here to support what they say. I didn't think I would be the first or second person. So I do thank you for your time. I thank you each for the work that you're doing, because I'm sure you don't get paid much for being here today, just like me. So thank you, and I'm open to questions.
Representative Gould. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. In your analogy, you talked about the kidney doctor that the general practitioner might send somebody to.
Yes.
Does the kidney doctor have a kidney license?
No, but I would believe, and again, I'm not a medical person, they would probably have to be board certified by the nephrologist. You know, for instance, a dermatologist, right? So if they're going to be a primary care physician, they could be board certified, and those usually last 10 years by the internal board of internal medicine. And then they would have to pass an exam, take specialized studies for dermatology or nephrology, and if you want to continue that analogy, and then be board certified. Now, that's something that insurance companies require. And
Thank you. And so likewise, we could do the same with, my education and background was in mental health field. So we could do the same in the mental health field, correct? We could have different certifications, but not have to have a board for every specialty.
right, there aren't boards for every specialties. However, this one in particular, given what's going on in our country and in particular New Hampshire, this is, addiction is something that affects mental health, as you well know. And unfortunately, it takes someone who needs to be trained to determine if a person has stopped using whatever drug there is, and they're depressed or anxious or very paranoid after stopping for 2-3 months. We need to keep in mind that that's probably, upon further assessment, of course, due to their cessation of drug use. Now, and this is nothing against a mental health counselor, if they haven't been open to their mental health counselor, and unfortunately, I've seen instances where people stop using methamphetamine and they develop schizophrenic types of symptoms, hearing voices, audio and visual hallucinations, which they never experienced before. they see a mental health counselor, don't tell them about their substance use, or may, but that person may not know enough and misdiagnose them. So we have to really be careful. We have to really be careful. And as I said, I keep in first and foremost in my mind, public safety, public safety. I signed up, if you want to call it that. I applied and was humbly accepted to serve on the board. And when I don't tell too many people that I do because, I don't want them to treat me differently or whatever the case might be. But I always make sure that I use the word serve. I serve the board. I serve on the board. I serve the people of New Hampshire. I want what's best for them in terms of substance use. In terms of substance use. So thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, sorry, didn't mean to take
I
your
don't
job.
see any. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Laura Gruner-Orff.
Good afternoon, Chair McGuire and honorable committee members. Thank you for your time today in considering these remarks. My name is Laura Gruner-Orff, and I'm a licensed clinical mental health counselor in the state of New Hampshire. I am here today on behalf of the Board of Mental Health Practice, where I am a board member. We hold public meetings the third Friday of every month, which you are always welcome to join. The Board of Mental Health is opposed to HB 1408 due to concerns about the consolidation of the current Board of Mental Health, the Board of Psychologists, and the Board of Licensing for Alcohol and Other Drug Use, which broadly represents the range of mental health licenses and professions in New Hampshire. What this bill proposes is to consolidate 13 license types under one shrunken down board with a Mammoth Practice Act. With the current proposal, this would eliminate 3 boards and consolidate them to one with 7 members. These 7 members alone would be responsible for licensing 13 different license types. This would be a monumental task even with a more proportionate number of board members. The elimination of specific licenses to represent on the board would deprive these professions of their voice. Each licensure type has its own ethical code, rules, laws, and standards of care. To consider, this extends from complaints to rulemaking. Having entire professions underrepresented when the board promulgates rules is irresponsible. We continue to work with the OPLC to increase the speed and efficiency of licensure within our state and have made great progress through the use of online applications, simpler ways of tracking continuing education credits, and streamlining internal systems to decrease any unnecessary barriers to those seeking licensure. Our hope is that you would reconsider changes to the current board structure to ensure continued ethical and appropriate oversight to the care of New Hampshire citizens. I thank you again for your time and welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Are there questions? Excellent job. Thank you very much. Celia Oliver.
Good afternoon, Chair McGuire and members of the eDNA Committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony in opposition to HB 1408. This seeks to consolidate the Licensing Board of Psychologists with the Board of Mental Health Practice. I am Dr. Celia Oliver. I'm a psychologist and I'm representing the New Hampshire Psychological Association. NHPA is a nonprofit professional membership organization that is a state chapter of the National APA. We have a total of 327 members in New Hampshire. Many of my colleagues very much wanted to stand with me today because this is such a critical issue for all of us. However, this is an exceptionally busy time of year for psychologists since mental health issues, especially anxiety and depression, increased dramatically after the holidays, and they were not able to clear their schedules to be here. I have recently retired and closed my clinical practice, which allows me to be here before you today. However, I remain active in a number of professional roles, including NHPA leadership. I'm the chair of the NHPA Ethics Committee and one of the NHPA liaisons to the Board of Psychologists who attend the public portion of their monthly meetings. Let me assure you that getting a large group of psychologists to agree on anything is almost impossible. It's like herding cats. On opposing this consolidation of licensing boards, though, guess what? We're completely united. We were able to gather over 100 signatures in less than 2 days, plus the signatures of all 17 members of the NHPA Board of Directors. All of these signatures are attached to the written testimony that I've submitted to you today. We also actually fully support efficiency and productive changes. For example, last year we supported HB 655 that streamlined the licensing and renewal procedures. Additionally, through our liaison roles to the Board of Psychology, we have continued to volunteer our time to work with both the OPLC and the Board of Psychologists to facilitate the smooth implementation of these changes. HB 1408 before you today, though, is a completely different story. This is not a hypothetical situation for us. We have already lived this experience. Those of us who have been licensed for more than 10 years in New Hampshire were originally regulated through the Board of Mental Health Practice. When I moved here 26 years ago from Ohio, I was surprised that it was a consolidated licensing board overseeing so many distinct mental health practices. At that time, only one other state in the United States had an omnibus licensing board for psychologists. Oh, well, I thought to myself, that's just the way it's done here. But then the next thing I knew, my professional liability insurance premiums doubled from what I was paying to practice in Ohio. I'm the same psychologist, well-trained, ethical, and with a good professional reputation. All I did was move from Ohio to New Hampshire. I was soon informed that New Hampshire was one of the most dangerous states to practice psychology because the odds of having a licensing board complaint filed against you were very high, no matter how good you were. It's like, what? So what do competent professionals do in this situation? Well, it turned out that many psychologists simply avoided practicing in New Hampshire. Others moved their practices to Vermont, Maine, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, but not New Hampshire. Those who remained in New Hampshire limited the number of complex cases they accepted. This meant that New Hampshire had severe shortage of psychologists long before COVID, and many New Hampshire residents with the greatest need for psychological services were unable to access treatment. With a lot of hard work, the New Hampshire Board of Psychologists was established on July 1st, 2013, and as you noted, it's been about 10 years, and it has been working well, and it continues to improve. We do not want to go backwards. We oppose consolidating the licensing boards. It's already been demonstrated that a consolidated licensing board decreases efficiency, decreases consistency, and impairs public safety. As you've already heard, HB 1408 proposes to create a board of only 6 professional members, and only one of those will be a psychologist. I won't add any more numbers to your minds there. There is a saying, less is more, and absolutely that can be true. For example, reducing clutter can make more space, and it gives you a sense of being able to breathe more freely. And less testimony for me today, I think all of us could agree, would be a relief for all of us, myself included. However, in other situations, having less simply means deprivation and hardship. Consolidating the licensing boards creates added hardship for both the psychologists practicing in New Hampshire and the citizens of New Hampshire trying to access those services. And it doesn't even save money. By statute, our licensing fees must cover the operating costs of the Board of Psychologists. So, in conclusion, we are most sincerely and urgently asking you to allow us to continue doing the work that we love and not put this unnecessary hardship on New Hampshire psychologists, nor on the patients and the communities we serve. Thank you so very much.
Very good. Questions?
Oh, sorry.
Nope.
I want to
Representative
escape a little
Mangiapudi
too
has a
quickly.
question.
I'm here for questions.
Yes, Representative Mangiapudi has one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You said you've been practicing in New Hampshire for over 10 years?
Yes, actually for 25 years. I just closed my practice I think about 2 years ago.
Follow-up question. So within that 25-year frame, have you seen your patient load increase and the number, your outreach to the difference between your ability to serve more patients under the current structure of the board for psychologists versus before that? The
I
efficiency-
understand your question. So essentially, did I notice when I switched, when 10 years ago, the Board of Psychologists was implemented, during those 10 years, did I notice that that I was able to practice better and serve more patients? Absolutely. And especially, I have a lot of experience. I'm considered to be good at what I do. And so I felt more free to take on those complicated cases. And the need for mental health services in New Hampshire continues to grow between, as my colleague pointed out, the substance abuse crisis, and COVID has dramatically increased depression and anxiety. So it's a huge relief to have the Board of Psychologists at my back and to feel that I could really do what I'm trained to do with less fear of losing my livelihood. Did that answer your question? Thank you very much.
Representative Gould?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wondered, I was curious, when the board split, did you notice a decrease in your insurance fees?
Sadly, no, the insurance fees didn't go down, but the good news is they stopped going up. So that was a huge relief also.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Dr. Warner?
Did you say my name? Hello. Thank you so much, Madam Chairwoman and this committee. It's a pleasure and it's an honor to be able to come and talk with you about our concerns as citizens and small business providers. I've handed out a testimony. It's in front of you. It has my name at the top, Deborah Warner. I'm going to read the big print version. So, you know me. I've been before this committee before. Over the past 15 years, I was part of the Board of Mental Health Practice when it was combined, and I was a member of that board. And then more recently, I was a member of the Board of Psychologists. I am now a regular citizen. I'm speaking on my own behalf. So Psychology's original board started about 60 years ago or more. And then it was doing very well, and it was doing so well that when they wanted to bring in licensing level for the other professions, they asked the Board of Psychologists to take them in and expand in that. And it was recomposed, and you got the Board of Mental Health Practice. In the next 15 years, the Board of Mental Health Practice was crippled in design with inadequate professional representation, and it struggled to regulate the professions. I was there, I saw that. I know that it's true. It was so incapable, in fact, that lawsuits flourished in the Supreme Court, overturning the board's faulty decisions, costing the state and the licensees many resources. Now, we heard today in an earlier bill that there's a determination of the liability, and it was a discussion about the Supreme Court and whether or not they're favorable toward the composition of boards. But that was rather a little bit hypothetical, since we haven't had such a case in New Hampshire. I know we need to be cautious, of course, but these were real cases. There were 5 that were overturned in the Supreme Court. It was not a good thing, and it was because the board was underrepresented. It was so destructive, as you heard from Dr. Oliver. New Hampshire quickly became known in those simple 15 years as the most dangerous state in which to practice psychology. So professionals avoided New Hampshire. And this is not the fault of the professions on the board, but the design of the board itself, with such minimal representation that it could not appropriately judge the competence of the diverse professions. It was like having a professional ball game with a football halfback, a soccer forward, a hockey goalie. And it was an impossible task, even for top players. Bringing drug and alcohol counselors into this composite board would be into the same trap, would simply multiply the inevitable ruination for the professions. It's extremely and drastically ill-advised. The psychology board has taken on a school psychologist in the past several years, and it was certainly a leap to have to span those two professions because the federal regulations that they were dealing with were somewhat opposite. HIPAA and FERPA are rather opposite to each other, and it really turns your decision-making upside down when you're trying to deal with cases and professional standards in that regard. It is extremely and drastically ill-advised. The data from the proposed experiment of this bill is evident and proven. We already know what happens. So under the old Board of Mental Health Practice, insurance rates were uprated. In fact, they have come down. In fact, I did change to a... Most of the profession had shifted as well by then. Our insurers even supplied testimony to the committee that it was a dangerous state to practice in. This committee wisely restored the psychology board that had already been in place for 50 years. It codified reforms for both boards. Since then, the psychology board has functioned well. I can attest to that, having been on that. The BMHP has also grown, meanwhile, and it functions well, and it has thrived. The professions deserve well-functioning boards that have today. There is no cost savings, as you're aware. The board fees are 125% of the operating costs to run the board. We will not save any money. It doesn't work that way. I think that the point of having these boards and this regulation is to make sure that the public gets the best care possible and that the boards are able to adjudicate and see cases of discipline in a proper manner that will make sure that there's a quality of care out there. This proposed merger of these boards is destructive to the New Hampshire advantage, that here we have a great state, we have wonderful freedom, and we also have the ability to have professionals and small business people work well, independently. We need to expand and not shrink our pool of providers. I ask you to remove sections of the bill that pertain to this merger. That's sections 5 through 25. Besides the drastic and destructive proposed board design, a number of portions in this bill are missing important pieces that are currently in statute. And if you look at my bulleted points, you can see which ones those are. Under purpose, missing in the purpose of the statute is aspects of quality care and protecting the public. Those are missing in the purpose of licensing. In section A21, 330A21, the license is missing examination by the board, which would include jurisprudence exam that was recently developed and other interviewing of candidates who are borderline in their qualifications due to certain glitches in the system. Currently, it's possible to interview such people and see whether or not they substantially meet the qualifications and should be granted a license. That's omitted from this. Criminal records check fails to include the board review of candidates who are flagged. Qualitative review is needed for fairness. Sometimes somebody can get flagged for something that should not interfere with their ability to get a license, and that should be reviewed by the board, who would know. HB 1408 entirely admits 329B16, the telepass automatic rapid license that can be obtained instantly in order to do telemedicine in New Hampshire. It was recently developed, and this committee did pass that several years ago. It removes 329B17, criminal consequences of practicing without a license. 1408 has mere administrative fines instead of Class A misdemeanor or felony consequences. It also removes the capacity for the board to request the AG to commence action. It removes 329B19, citizens' right to have civil claims for damages suffered by reason of violations by an imposter. For the sake of those who need the services of these 18 professions affected by this bill, professions who are currently well regulated by the boards, for the sake of keeping the New Hampshire advantage, for a great place for all of our citizens to work, heal, live, and thrive, please remove sections 5 through 25 of HB 1408. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Very good.
Thank you.
Adam Wagner.
So just to confirm, we've moved on to HB 1408.
Yes, sir. We opened the hearing at 1:15.
Very good. So good afternoon, and thank you for hearing me. My name is Adam Wagner, the founder and partner of Market Square Architects, and the current chair of the New Hampshire Board of Architects. I have been a licensed architect since 2006 and licensed here in New Hampshire since 2008. In July of 2019, I was appointed to the Board of Architects and recently took over the role as the chair after having previously served as the vice chair. The composition of the Board of Architects consists of 4 licensed professionals and 1 public member. Currently, the 4 licensed architect positions are filled and the 1 public member position is vacant. We meet bi-monthly for about an hour, including both our public and private sessions. The primary responsibility of the board is to adjudicate the rules of professional conduct of the profession, and I'm here today to speak in opposition to the proposed legislation to merge the Board of Architects with the Board of Landscape Architects. We have a tremendous amount of respect for the landscape architect profession and fully support their licensure requirements and representation of their profession. But the professions of architect and landscape architect are not as similar as the titles may indicate. Before coming today, I read the board descriptions of both boards on the OPLC website. Both list that the boards are responsible to develop and maintain the ethical, professional, and educational requirements for licensed professionals. The distinct difference, however, is that the Board of Architects description goes on to state the following: to safeguard the state's citizens from construction or building hazards such as fire, structural failure, and unsanitary conditions. This standard of care is significant in the role that architects are responsible for providing to New Hampshire citizens, which landscape architects are not. We strongly feel that if an architect is questioned for not upholding the standards of the profession, then they should be judged by a panel of their peers. For any profession that deals with public safety, this should be the expectation. Our current board composition of 5 members, including 4 licensed architects, assures that even with a minimum quorum, the majority of those determining a ruling will be licensed architects. This is a fair representation for a profession that is highly regulated and critical to ensure public safety. Should the boards be joined, as this bill proposes, there would be 2 architects, 2 landscape architects, and 1 public member. As the landscape architect members are not fully versed in the professional care that architects need to provide, they would essentially be public members for matters pertaining to architects. Now, depending on who was able to attend a given meeting, a merged board could reach a quorum and make a decision on the practice of a licensed architect without an architect present. That is a dangerous situation and does not serve the people of New Hampshire. Furthermore, there are currently 1,913 licensed architects in the state of New Hampshire. By comparison, there are 135 licensed landscape architects. That is a ratio of 14 to 1, which is not an equitable representation of the proposed makeup of a merged board. Given the aforementioned standards that architects are required to provide in support of public health and safety, we are opposed to this merger and request that the Board of Architects be left to regulate this critical profession as currently provided. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank
you. Gordon Leedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, my name is Gordon Leedy, and I am a landscape architect. I live in Amherst, and I serve as the chairman of the Board of Landscape Architects. While our preferred outcome would be no change to the current situation and to remain as an independent board, as a board, we're neither for nor against the combination of these boards, as long as both professions are adequately represented. It is the desire of, if it is the desire of the legislature to combine our boards, we commit to working with anyone who has concerns about the details of the arrangements to achieve an equitable and workable result. And with that, I would entertain any questions you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So following up on, and thanks for taking my question, following up on the previous testimony, the statement seemed fairly legitimate, whether it's your profession or others. There could be a circumstance if these boards are combined where no one in a hearing has the expertise in the issue at hand for the person being brought to the board. Do you agree that that could happen?
I agree that that could happen.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And also just that would be bad.
I
to be
think
clear.
that we can rely on the judgment of the professionals on the board not to let themselves get into that kind of bad situation.
Right.
So I at least I hope we'd be able to. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Randy Knowles.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman McGuire and committee members. Thank you for taking the time and giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the New Hampshire chapter of the American Society of Landscape Architects. My name is Randy Knowles, and I am the current New Hampshire chapter trustee. Our chapter is currently neutral on House Bill 1408. Our profession is not opposed to merging and combining boards. We agree that if regulated under multidisciplinary board, landscape architecture should be regulated along with an allied design profession, making architecture a judicious choice. As landscape architects regularly work with other design professionals, it's common to see landscape architects regulated with architects and engineers. Additionally, these technically based professions share the foundation of education, experience, and examination as the standard for licensure. Jointly regulating landscape architects and architects is fairly common nationwide. In fact, 24 states, nearly half, jointly regulate architects and landscape architects under one board. Our chapter recognizes there's a national trend focusing on licensing efficiency, combining boards, and restructuring licensing departments. Regulating professions with similar licensing structures and commonalities in practice is therefore common. When done correctly, a multidisciplinary board can be an efficient licensing entity, benefiting licensees and the citizens of New Hampshire while continuing to protect the public and environments throughout the state. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there questions? Representative Brota?
Thank you. Have you reviewed the recommended changes to the board in this bill?
Yeah, the 5-member board with
Yes.
with 2 architects and 2 landscape architects and 1 public member.
Yes.
Yeah, we would be fine with that. We're actually neutral on the bill, but we would oppose any makeup that would limit us to 1 member on any board makeup.
Thank
And-
you.
And we do understand the architect's concerns regarding representation of the architects themselves.
Thank you.
Okay. Michael McKeon?
Oh. Thank you, Madam Chair and EDNA committee members. Michael McEwen, I'm a partner at Dennis Myers, the Architects, who served architecture in the state for 43 years. I've practiced for 20 plus years in the state of New Hampshire. Proud resident of New Hampshire. I'm currently the vice chair of the OPLC Board of Architects, representing the board, and also chair of the American Institute of Architects New Hampshire Chapter Legislative Advocacy Committee. I'm also a director on the AIA New Hampshire Board of Architects, and I'm representing that board as well. Thank you greatly for hearing my testimony in opposition to House Bill 1408. As you've heard, it looks to merge the Licensure Board of Architects with the Licensure Board of Landscape Architects. It also looks to combine experience, eligibility, and rulemaking processes of both boards into a single board. While we have, as Adam had mentioned, tremendous respect for the Board of Landscape Architects and their current licensure requirements, we feel that the combination of these two boards would be a detriment to the practice of architecture licensure in the state. I remember back in schooling, I had a mentor who was a PhD in architecture, and he said there are 3 professions in our country where you can actually kill people: lawyers, doctors, and architects. And it brought to light what the responsibility of architecture is in the state. It's the health, life, safety, and welfare of the public in any setting within a building or space that an architect has designed. Because of this large responsibility, there are strict, very strict educational experience and eligibility requirements for licensure in the practice of architecture within the state. Educational requirements of landscape architects are much less and cover limited areas of expertise in comparison to the general practice of architecture in the state, the practice of architecture within the state covers the construction of entire buildings, spaces, outdoor areas, and landscape architects are limited generally to site and civil related areas. Architects are also charged with oversight of landscape architects, structural, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing and fire protection designs within the practice of our profession. As architects, we're the keeper of all these trades, and each of the trades has educational experience limited to their trade only, i.e., a landscape architect does not manage the design of a plumbing engineer, per se, but an architect is charged with that responsibility. Similarly, architects have the critical obligation to have oversight over all facets of construction as well. Landscape architects are not involved in the construction of a building past landscape and site design, which is an astute factor. Architects are also charged with an in-depth, extensive knowledge of the entire building code, again, as a life safety issue. Travel distances, occupancy load, exits, how to get people out of a building if there's an issue, a fire, or a problem with the building. Unfortunately, landscape architects do not have this knowledge or experience in these areas of the building design or the building code. As Adam mentioned, our office adjudicates disciplinary actions when necessary on those not abiding by the laws that keep the public safe within our profession and the licensure of architecture. Landscape architects are not qualified to speak on the details surrounding these matters due to the previously mentioned lack of core code and construction knowledge. Generally speaking, merging of various boards may offer benefits to each board in the state of New Hampshire, depending on the board, but unfortunately not in this case. Our board is composed, as Adam mentioned, 4 tenured architects with an open public member, and there is an opportunity to not have architectural representation in the current proposed board structure, which is very dangerous. Also, throughout the state, architects commonly hire landscape architects as a subtrade on projects, which opens a huge door to conflict of interest within the proposed merger of these bills. As Adam mentioned, there's roughly 1,900 practicing architects within the state and only 135 practicing landscape architects. So you can understand that many of us as architects have hired the limited pool of very talented landscape architects within the state. For those that we've hired to adjudicate disciplinary action on architects seems like a rather open-ended legal issue. As you can see, that there's a good deal to consider with this bill, and our board requests that it is dismissed for the previous reasons. It has the potential to dilute the requirements of the practice of architecture within the state, which could harm the public's right to life safety and welfare. It's a liability that the state representation should not and need not take on when people's safety is concerned. Our boards work very, very well, and we'd like the opportunity to continue to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Simon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. During your testimony, you intimated that you have a concern that landscape architects do not have the knowledge base necessary to understand the complexities of architecture in general. Is the reverse also true, or do you feel like architects are qualified to speak into the topic of landscape architecture?
We are required to have a knowledge base there. It's cursory. It's certainly not the knowledge base that they have within their profession. I can't really say with definitively if we would have the experience. I would think that we can speak to some of the items that might come up during those meetings, but the opposite is more the concern.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So your last name has many spellings. Could you spell your name?
Sure, it's Michael McEwen, Scottish, M-C-K-E-O-W-N.
Okay. Other questions? Thank you. Yes, Representative Mangiapudi.
Madam Chair, thank you for taking my question. Do you see this kind of combined multidisciplinary board in other states?
Thank you for your question. As previously mentioned, there are states that do have a combined board. Generally speaking, which addresses the questions previously asked, the board is much larger in order to have equitable representation, but we're only aware of 7 states that have a combined board, and we're not aware of particularly a trend in this direction because it does dilute the life safety aspects of the profession of architecture.
Thank you. And as an engineer, I think your professor omitted at least one profession.
Yeah, I'm sure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and Das? From the Forest and Landowners? I'm sorry, did I mangle your name?
Ann Davis.
I'll ask.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of this esteemed committee. My name is Ann Davis. I'm a forest landowner, and my husband and I were the New Hampshire Tree Farmers of the Year in 2022. We work with foresters in every step of the management of our 500-acre woodlot. I am also a member of the Board of Foresters. And in that role, I have worked since May of 2015, helping to review the applications of foresters. I am currently one of 2 forest landowners who work on that board. There are 4 foresters, and I believe that as a landowner, I bring a perspective to the board from a consumer standpoint, and it's a very important one and provides consumer protection. Because of that, I oppose the portion of House Bill 1408 that would eliminate the 2 landowner representatives on this board. Now, I'm not looking for more volunteer work. I'm pretty involved in my home community and in various and sundry other state boards and commissions. But I feel very strongly that this is an important public service. The landowner members of this board take the time to carefully review the applications. We have the time to do that. I don't know whether the foresters read all the materials that come with applications, but the applications require significant materials, including management plans. Sometimes the application pages total more than 100, and it often takes me more than 2 hours to review one application. I think this is an important public service. There are people willing to do this work. To my knowledge, the board has never had trouble finding landowner representatives. We work well with the foresters. In fact, the board is a pleasure to work with because it's efficient, and we enjoy working with the folks at the OPLC. They are also very fine professionals. So I urge you, this committee, to vote no on this aspect of the bill. If anything, the board would be better served if there were 3 landowners because of the perspective that we bring to the table. Thank you for your time and allowing me to testify. And thank you also for all of you for your service to those of us who live here in New Hampshire. Any questions?
Thank you very much for your
Okay, thank you.
testimony. All right. Does anyone else wish to speak on House Bill 1408? Yes, Director Courtney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry I was tardy in getting my pink slip in. Lindsay Courtney, Executive Director, Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. The office is not taking a bill on, or a position on this bill, but I did want to make myself available to answer any questions that you may have. I think the bill is pretty clear. It would propose merger of architects with landscape architects. As you may recall, last year in HB2, the bill proposed to eliminate licensure for landscape architects. There was conversation that happened at the committee level and at the hearings about potential mergers. And essentially, I believe that's the result, or this bill is the result of those conversations. Again, we take no position on that. In terms of the merger of the Board of Mental Health Practice, Psychology, Board of Licensing for Alcohol and Drug Use Professionals, the only comments that I would say is I think that the circumstances that were described prior to 2013 was a very different scenario than what you see now. In particular, the office didn't exist at all. The boards had their own staff. They operated completely independently. And I really just don't accept, as a general proposition, that these groups can't collaborate and get along and be successful. Because I've personally witnessed professionals in various disciplines on many different licensing boards be able to collaborate and work together and learn from each other in the course of pursuing occupation regulation that's appropriate and forward thinking. So I would just keep that in mind that 2013 is not 2024. With respect to the other changes, essentially there were changes that were proposed last year, mainly intended to make changes to the composition of the boards. If you recall, we've had a lot of conversation about quorum issues, in particular public members, and I know that Representative Lakis had put something in your bulletin, so if you know anybody interested in serving, that would be great. But essentially what was proposed last year and what's currently proposed is a reduction of the overall size with the goal of reducing the number of public members because that appears to be impacting quorum more frequently. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Again, I just wanted to make myself available.
Thank you. Representative Simon and then Gould.
Madam Chair, just a quick question on the Board of Architects. Is the public member, is that there by statute or is that negotiable?
They're there by statute,
They're there by
correct?
statute. Okay. Thank you.
Representative Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. It's maybe somewhat related. My question is regarding advisory boards. If there's a statutory layout of who's required by statute to be on the board, is there anything preventing adding other members? Is there anything that would stop your office or the advisory board from having other people sit with them regularly that are in the field to assist?
So yes, certainly. So boards can work, and they often do, with different stakeholders, provided it's in public session. But once you cross over into matters that are considered confidential, obviously you have to exclude anybody who's not staff or not on the public body. So that would be the challenge. We do have a couple of boards, and actually, alcohol and drug use counselors, they have this in their statute. I think mental health practice does as well. Where they have authorized subcommittees that can perform work, and certain boards, Board of Nursing has the ability to appoint people to those subcommittees. So that is another way that boards have gathered expertise from other professions. An issue came up during testimony about people opining or passing judgment, adjudicating cases to which there's no professional member there. And I'll give you an example. Board of Nursing, the legislature recently added an additional APRN member that has yet to be filled. They currently have a 13-member board with only one APRN, and they have about 3,500 APRNs. A lot of their cases concern APRNs. They, as a matter of practice, do not adjudicate cases if the APRN member is there because they understand that they would like that person's expertise. So I think boards are really good at self-regulating that issue. And I would fully anticipate that regardless of the composition of the board, that all of our professionals on these boards would continue to do that.
Thank you. Representative Goldie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm going to go to a section that really hasn't been talked about yet in the bill.
Oh, yay.
Page 39, pharmacists.
Yes.
In reducing the number of pharmacists to 4 practicing members, why was it chosen to make 2 pharmacists and 2 shall be full-time hospital pharmacists? Because the ratio of the number of pharmacists in the state to the number of ratio of pharmacists who work for hospitals doesn't seem like it's 50-50. And why is that at 2 and 2?
Yes. So I can't speak to the intent there. I can say that I might make a suggestion that you remove this part of that bill or remove this part from the bill. And the reason is this. there were many changes last year to the pharmacy statute in terms of composition. At one point, I think in HB2 included the language that would change it to 7 members, and then 409 changed it back to 5 members, and then there may have been it was kind of a mess legally that we had to figure out who was on the board. So the dust has settled. I may suggest not making any changes there, but there was a consensus among I think hospitals in particular that there needed to be, because the practice of pharmacy in a hospital is different than the practice of pharmacy in a retail environment, that they needed greater representation. The conversation regarding adding an additional hospital pharmacist centered around or was in the context of the board continuing to exist at 7 members. That probably doesn't answer your question, but in a nutshell, you may not want to make any changes there because there was this, there were these changes last year.
Follow up.
Just one other follow-up regarding that section, because when we talk about boards, usually the head of the board's the chair of the board. Why is this being a president of the board?
It has always existed that way, and certain boards are considered commissions, and they refer to themselves as commissioners. It's just whatever the statute says. I think medicine has a president as well. That's the only other one that comes to mind.
History.
Because we've always done it that way, which is never the right answer, but that's why.
And just one other quick, if I may, while we're on this page, if you go up to line 11.
Sure.
Roman numeral 7, it says repealed is stricken after 7. Is that a typo?
Yeah, what goes back in there?
There's nothing there replacing it.
Yeah, that would appear, I mean, just glancing at it without looking at the current statute, I would agree with you. It would appear to be a typo because typically you would actually strike language.
I just want to see if I was seeing something wrong or not.
No, I think there was probably an error there.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Does anyone else wish to testify on House Bill 1408? All right, I'll close the public hearing. This bill is going to subcommittee. And for the committee, I'd like to mention that tomorrow after session, provided it doesn't run too late, I'm going to call for an executive session on 5 bills. 2 of them are the time changes. 2 others have come from subcommittee with simple recommendations I think we'll agree with. So be prepared to stick around.
And where will we meet?
What's that?
Where will that meeting be?
Here, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
So. Yes, sir. I will announce when and where. And we should open the hearing on the next bill.
Carol. She's filling it out. Okay. With that, I would like to open up the public hearing on HB 1285 and welcome Representative McGuire to introduce the bill.
Thank you. I'm Carol McGuire, representing Merrimack District 27. And House Bill 1285 is one of the sections that, after examination by Representative Grota and myself, we pulled out of House Bill 2 last year. It started as the governor's recommendation to combine these boards. We thought it needed separate attention as not being included in House Bill 2. So here it is back. It merges the Board of Podiatrists, which is another one of the relatively small boards, into the Board of Medicine. And someone from the OPLC will be able to give you the details.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Sorry, I'm having a hard time reading it, but William McCairn, NHPMA. I may have butchered it. That's why I said I apologize. Yeah, it could be. Yep, McCairn. That looks good.
No worries. I do have some written material to submit.
You can hand it right over here and she'll pass it around for you.
Your name on the document because now that it has been manipulated by several different people, I'd like to have a chance of spelling it right.
Oh, yes, my name is on the document. There's, I think, 7 or 8 copies. I'm not sure there's enough to go around. Thank you, Chairwoman McGuire, and the members of the committee of the New Hampshire House Executive Departments and Administration for granting me an opportunity to speak on House Bill 1285, which proposes to merge the currently separate State Board of Podiatry with the State Board of Medicine. My name is Dr. William McCann, and I've been a practicing podiatric physician in New Hampshire for the last 33 years. I serve as immediate past president of the New Hampshire Podiatric Medical Association, and I'm speaking today as a concerned resident of New Hampshire and as a practicing podiatric physician in the Granite State. I'm in opposition to the proposal relative to merging the Board of Podiatry into the Board of Medicine. The currently separate Board of Medicine needs a full day every month to manage the concerns and complaints of the licensees under its regulation, versus the Board of Podiatry, which only requires a half-day meeting every quarter. Merging the boards will simply increase the workload of the Board of Medicine. Additionally, for those who serve on the Board of Podiatry, the meeting frequency would increase from 4 half-day meetings a year to 12 meetings that consume at least a full day. For a podiatric physician volunteer, an essentially unpaid role, this is a significant increase in the time required, which will be a deterrent for future volunteers who might consider serving. Caring for patients requires significant focus and energy, and such a time increase would be difficult to manage at best. Doctors of podiatric medicine, also called podiatric physicians, play a critical role for caring for some of the sickest patients. A recent American Diabetes Association 2021 report placed the estimate of New Hampshire patients with diabetes at 10.1%, or over 113,000 people, with an estimated additional 29,000 residents who don't realize they have diabetes or are undiagnosed at this time. Amputations and infections in the lower extremity are 2 of the biggest complications for these patients, and podiatrists play an important role, a frontline role in caring for these conditions. This is the case in our group practice here in Concord and in Meredith, where we have many patients who express their gratitude for the significant time and attention given to salvage their lower limbs and provide them with the continued ability to walk and live a normal life again. During a podiatric physician's education and training, there is a significant and early focus on lower extremity care, including the structures of the foot and ankle. As a result, the issues that a Board of Podiatry may face are significantly different and more specific from what a Board of Medicine would face. A separate board of podiatry also ensures that podiatric physicians are not unduly restricted or disciplined by a board of medicine with members who may have outdated views or limited understanding of the specialty of podiatry. This further indicates an elevated need for the Board of Podiatry to continue to exist in its separate autonomous form and ensure that patients are getting the highest level of foot and ankle care from podiatric physicians practicing in New Hampshire. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment on the proposed House Bill 1285, and thank you, members of the committee, for your service to the citizens of New Hampshire.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Will you take questions?
Yes, I will take questions.
Representative Schmidt.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, excuse me, Doctor. So is there a difference between a podiatric physician and a podiatrist?
No, it's one and the same. You're welcome.
Representative Manjapudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for Dr. This way.
I'm sorry.
I know you were looking the other way. My question is, as a podiatrist, you do go to the senior centers and also nursing homes and senior living facilities. Is that not true? Other than the primary care geriatric as well as podiatric, both go to these senior living places.
Yes, that is true, and that is correct. It depends on each podiatrist's individual practice. Some podiatrists are very much office and hospital based and don't go to nursing homes or long-term care facilities, although many podiatrists do go to long-term care facilities and nursing homes and have combined practices that do both, and some even specifically just go to nursing home facilities.
Follow up?
Thank you. My follow-up question is, as New Hampshire is aging population and the need for geriatric as well as podiatric services needed is increasing, would that be impacted by combining the boards?
Would that, I'm sorry, would the last thing was, would that be?
Would that increased need be impacted by combining the boards?
You know, I don't think that it would. However, I probably should research that question a little bit more. It's an excellent question, and I'm not exactly sure of the answer to that question. And perhaps some of my colleagues to follow could even expand on that or answer it better than I. But I would certainly like the opportunity to answer that question after some more research and maybe get your information in order to make sure that I do.
You can send an email. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you very much for allowing me to participate.
Billy Bondar? Bondar?
A little back thing, so pardon me. I'm Dr. Billy Bondar. I'm out of Rochester, New Hampshire. I've practiced 31 years over there, solo practice, and I'm here for Bill 1285 as an opposing voice. Interesting enough, I haven't been here for years to speak, but my cousin is a senator out in Colorado, so she told me to go for it. No sugarcoating by me. I'm not gonna do that, but I just want you to realize that Billy, my given name is Willing Protector. So for my peers and my patients, I am certainly of that nature. I'm also a Leo. But I will speak about a little bit about my dad. My dad was a World War II vet, Battle of the Bulge, North Africa, Europe, served as a dental surgeon, born and raised out of Manchester. He was a colonel. He took over so many different organizations and things out in Michigan where I was raised. knew a whole bunch of legislators. So growing up and watching him with this in the VA system, I saw what a specialty in healthcare is about and what you have to do to provide your group an entity of strong people and getting what is needed for those particular professional caregivers. I chose the other end of the body part, foot and ankle. I got my degree in '89. I like to describe my work as skin to bone, from the knee to the tip of the toe, for children to elders. I think my oldest was 106. I see podiatrists as fixers. We are there to get dirty. We do not have the stethoscope around our neck. We have lab coats that are grubby by the end of the day. And with a back problem, that bending and helping patients with shoes and all that is just getting ridiculous, but there's young people back here. But I want to elaborate how a medical doctor does not remove clothing. You go, you know what I'm talking about. The socks and shoes aren't removed. Your shirt is not removed. There are things on your body that are not examined. And the foot and the lower leg is one of those that seriously gets missed. So that's one factor. The other factor being is I, as a professional, get occasionally referrals from other physicians, be it dermatology, orthopedic, and medical practitioners. And I don't want to say, I just get upset, I'll say it nicely, because you can have someone with a medical degree and supposedly they should have got some foot education, but they send you a patient that has been diabetic for numerous years, and they have a wound on their foot that does not heal. And they have been using, soak that foot, do this, do that, no particulars. Antibiotics, of course, because that's what you do. That wound heals, but then it opens. Anyways, foot doc gets that patient. As a foot doc, it's a big puzzle to us, or to me, I'll speak for myself. What is this? Why is it there? And you take the time to ask questions, you listen. It's time consuming. Medical docs don't have that opportunity with hospitals and insurance telling you what to do. And so eventually that particular patient, you know what that was for her? It was a wart, a verruca we call it, a simple viral lesion that had been abused by that particular caregiver, incorrectly attended. I have numerous cases, be it children. I'm really going to go for it here. Urgent care center. Child goes to the urgent care with an ingrown toenail. That particular healthcare provider says, I'm going to take care of you. Parents are there. Goes to the computer. They can see the person going in there, and that's hey, social media and whatever will give you information. This person numbed up the child's toe. It took a long time because they don't do it properly. You just do too little. Anyways, what happened was they removed the nail plate, which is a typical for an ingrown. They rotated the nail plate around and placed the end that was exposed to the outside, the end of the toe, back into the flesh. They reattached that nail plate with suture and then said, there, it's all good. That's how it'll stay open for a while so it can heal. And then you can go see a podiatrist to get the sutures out. Really. So that was one of my worst cases. I reported that, I did, and I got an apology from the particular person, and he said, I was educated at this particular school to do that, in medical school. Really. So yeah, toe stuff is our stuff. Some of our podiatrists do really big stuff. There's stuff, diabetic Charcot foot is something that your maybe your mother or your sister might have it. It's a foot that swells up. It's red. It's hot. Not really too painful, but hey, it's not right. So Dr. So-and-so says, I think you got an infection, antibiotics. Weeks go by, still swollen, maybe gout, the emergency room says. In the end, it's Charcot foot, where the bones are falling apart, okay? That person has to be in a walking boot or a wheelchair for almost a year sometimes. Some of them lose their foot. We know what that is. We know how to address this issue so that those hazards and horrible situations for that person and the family shall be minimized. And then I'll end with my own situation. I ended up personally, I had a friend going through pancreatic cancer, which you probably know is very short term, and you want to be with that person. And anyways, I had a lesion on the back of my right calf. I should have gone to one of my peers, but I'm a very polka dotted person, meaning I have a lot of moles. I went to my derm, as I had for years, and she said, well, watch it. I was in my head to help my friend Jess. I was flying to and fro from Seattle. And I said, okay, I'll catch you in 6 months. 6 months was 12 months. I went back. She was retired. The next derm looked at it and said, oh, well, maybe. And I said, just take a piece. I had noticed changes. It was a melanoma. I lost this much of my flesh. I've had 3 of those in my wonderful lifespan so far. Not there, different body parts. We as foot docs, we roll those pant legs up and we look for these lesions and we find these cancers so that someone else doesn't have to go through as much physical despair or potential loss of life. We find that stuff and it's amazing and very rewarding. And I don't believe the medical doctors even look at your legs or your back anymore. I know that, mine does not. So if they refer to derm, do they look at the legs? No, I hear that. People come to my office saying, yeah, I get a derm visit all the time, but they never look at the legs. We are the specialists. We know what we're doing. I'd like to make certain that this board is its own unity. It's important for the public and it's important for us as a profession because we know how to do the work and we know the regulatory legal parameters that issues regarding foot and ankle. We've done it for the past for decades and we can do it for the future. The education in the medical system for the medical docs, it's not there for podiatric. It should be. I wish it was. Maybe that's my retirement goal. But thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Just looking at the number of cards that I have in front of me on this issue, as you come up to testify, if you can try to emphasize how you feel like the changing of the board's construction would affect the practice, that would be best. We understand that there's obviously differences between podiatrists and the medical profession at large. So if you could emphasize that stuff, that would be helpful to us. Michael Kelly.
Thank you. I also have a copy here of my testimony. Just have one copy, but it is primarily indicated with what I'll be reading before you guys today. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Michael Kelly, and I'm a practicing podiatric surgeon in Nashua, New Hampshire at St. Joseph Hospital, and I'm a member of the New Hampshire Podiatric Medical Association. I stand before you today to strongly oppose House Bill 1285, which proposes a merger of the Board of Podiatry with the Board of Medicine. I firmly believe that this merger poses a serious threat to public safety, increases the burden on healthcare professionals, and disregards the unique role that podiatric physicians play in our healthcare system. The claim that merging the boards will result in cost savings and reduced administrative insufficiencies is a misconception. The workload disparity between the Board of Medicine and the Board of Podiatry is substantial. While the former requires a full day every month The latter only necessitates a half-day meeting every quarter. Merging the boards would inevitably burden the Board of Medicine, leading to increased efficiencies rather than cost savings. The proposed increase in meeting frequency for the Board of Podiatry members from 4 half-days meetings to 12 full-day meetings is not only a significant time commitment, but also a potential deterrent for future volunteers. This change could adversely impact the availability of qualified individuals willing to serve in a voluntary and unpaid role. Podiatric physicians are indispensable frontline healthcare providers addressing the unique and complex challenges faced by patients with diabetes. The prevalence of diabetes in New Hampshire emphasizes the significant responsibility podiatrists bear in managing complications such as amputations and infections of the lower extremities. Their specialized expertise is a cornerstone in preserving the overall health and well-being of the state's residents. Merging the boards would jeopardize the specialized care that podiatric physicians provide, as physicians from other specialties may not fully comprehend the unique challenges faced in podiatric care. The focus on the lower extremity care and podiatric education sets these professionals apart, and merging the boards without adequate representation would harm patients and create unnecessary conflicts. The distinct nature of podiatric care requires a dedicated regulatory body that understands and addresses the unique challenges faced by these healthcare professionals. A separate board of podiatry is essential to ensure that these specialists are not unduly restricted or penalized by a board of medicine lacking in the in-depth knowledge of podiatric specialties. The autonomy is crucial for preserving the high standard of foot and ankle care that patients in New Hampshire deserve. Separation ensures a more efficient and streamlined approach to addressing concerns specific to podiatric medicine without diluting the specialized focus on the lower extremity, undermining the quality of patient care in the state. Contrary to the assumption that merging boards is a progressive move, over 2/3 of states, including our neighboring New England states, maintain separate and autonomous boards of podiatry. The structure serves the public health interests effectively and allows for a more focused approach in addressing concerns related to podiatric physicians. In conclusion, House Bill 1285 poses a serious threat to public safety and the specialized care provided by podiatric physicians in the state of New Hampshire. The current separate board of podiatry ensures the highest level of foot and ankle care, allowing these podiatric physicians to address the unique challenges faced by their patients. I urge you to reconsider this proposal and prioritize the preservation of patient care by maintaining the autonomy of the Board of Podiatry. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Do you have questions? Yes, Representative Schmidt.
You're reading from a prepared statement. Are you going to hand it in?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And you can just hand that over to Representative Manchapudi. Dave Biss.
Well, good afternoon. I don't have any copies, but my Post-its will be available afterwards. And I have to change glasses. Somewhat prepared. One thing, well, I'm Dave Biss. I'm a podiatrist. I'm originally from Chicago. I've been here since 2002. Private practice right now up by Airport Road. One thing I'd like to just make clear, I don't know if everyone knows, but podiatrists have their own degree. We go to a separate school. I believe right now there's 10 different podiatry schools and who knows how many MD schools. We have similar training through most of schooling, and then we diverge in the 3rd and 4th years where we do our clinical times, different with different emphasis, of course, being lower extremity. So we have, depending on the training program, maybe a lot, maybe a little interaction with MDs on a regular basis. And I think part of what that speaks to is the familiarity between a lot of, say, an MD or a DO and podiatrists. We have, I'm what you'd call, I think, a regular community podiatrist. I perform a lot of different services for people, such as in day-to-day practice, I do everything. I cut toenails, I trim calluses, I take care of ulcers, as mentioned. We do wound care. I do a lot of different minor in-office procedures and hospital-based surgery. I mold for and have made and dispensed leg and foot braces. Podiatrists perform in-office diagnostics, ultrasounds, and x-rays, and we interpret them ourselves, kind of like a dentist. We don't have to have them overread. And some of that requires, even the simple things, such as trimming callus and cutting nails, requires sort of our own set of instruments and a way to prepare them, basically sterilize them, keep them clean, how we take care of them. What we do on a day-to-day basis, it's not that familiar with what a lot of other doctors perceive of us. Basically, there is a large difference in what we do, what we can do, and the familiarity with a lot of MDs with that. And so it's my opinion that the practice of podiatric medicine requires its own board to evaluate complaints and look after the safety concerns of patients and the public. I was on the board of podiatry for 5 years. I guess it ended 6 years ago. And with the complaints and things that came through, I can just tell that the way that we perceive things, and it's a little bit different. We're allopathic physicians, just like an MD is. But the way we approach patients, and especially the breadth of treatments available, performing routine care such as nails, minor in-office procedures, hospital-based surgery, and the diagnostics, it's wide-ranging, and it's a bit more wide-ranging than I think most medical specialties are. And it's just my opinion that it requires its own board to look after those things. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Will you take questions?
Of course.
Any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Schmidt.
Give me another try at your name.
Dave Biss, B-I-S-S.
Uh-huh. That means bite in German, which you probably know.
Or until.
Oh, that 2 S's.
Set. Yes.
That's 2 S's.
Correct. I stand
You're
corrected.
talking to a professor of German, so I know what I'm talking about.
Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate
You're very welcome. Thank you.
it. Reed Christie.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Reed Christie. I'm a practicing podiatric physician here in New Hampshire, and I'm speaking today as the president of the New Hampshire Podiatric Medical Association. The New Hampshire Podiatric Medical Association is the largest podiatric medical organization representing podiatric physicians in New Hampshire. And we also advocate on behalf of all licensed podiatrists, also known as DPMs or Doctors of Podiatric Medicine. Thank you for the opportunity today to provide commentary on 1285, which proposes to merge the currently separate state Board of Podiatry with the Board of Medicine. The New Hampshire Podiatric Medical Association wishes to express its strong and unequivocal opposition to this proposal. While we commend Chairwoman McGuire for her efforts to identify opportunities and improve administrative efficiency and lower costs, we do not believe that this change will accomplish that goal. The Board of Medicine regulates all allopathic and osteopathic physicians, as well as physician assistants, under its authority and takes a full day of meetings every month to manage administrative processes, concerns, and complaints for those professionals. To this point, from 2020 to 2023, the Board of Medicine has held disciplinary hearings and made decisions on 14 individuals per year on average. In contrast, the Board of Podiatry meets every quarter for a half day and has taken disciplinary action against one podiatric physician in the past 7 years. Adding oversight and regulation of podiatric physicians to the Board of Medicine will not lessen the amount of time needed to process and function effectively. Additionally, for the essentially unpaid volunteers who serve in these roles, this would be a significant increase in time required to participate and be a deterrent to future members serving. Furthermore, the inefficiencies may be compounded by having allopathic and osteopathic specialties evaluating podiatric physicians with which they have no practical familiarity. Podiatrists, MDs, and DOs share some of the same underlying training education, 4 years of undergraduate education, 4 years of medical education, and 3 years, or at least 3 years of residency. However, podiatrists receive a significantly more focused education on lower extremity care with emphasis of the foot and ankle. A separate board of podiatry helps to signal to the public that podiatric physicians practicing in the state of New Hampshire are appropriately and efficiently evaluated for licensing and are monitored. This leads New Hampshire Podiatric Medical Association to its secondary and arguably more important concern, patient safety and continued access to the best foot and ankle care available. New Hampshire Podiatric Medical Association does not believe that merging the Board of Podiatry with the Board of Medicine will serve patients in New Hampshire. The ongoing duties of the New Hampshire Board of Podiatry go far beyond the licensing and ongoing registration of podiatric physicians. It goes beyond the advocacy of the podiatric profession. It goes beyond the scope of practice determinations. The Board of Podiatry determines podiatric physicians' ability to practice lower extremity medicine and surgery and determines what actions warrant suspension or revocation of a license to practice podiatric medicine. The separate Board of Podiatry safeguards the public by identifying and disciplining those podiatrists who engage in unprofessional, improper, or incompetent podiatric practice. At the heart of how it safeguards the public is by directly reviewing the ongoing continuing medical education compliance each and every licensed podiatric physician versus selecting a small sample of licensed physicians to review. This is how the separate and autonomous Board of Podiatry keeps the public safe. Last, the New Hampshire Podiatric Medical Association stresses that New Hampshire would be in the minority of professional licensing board structure. If it were to adopt the proposed amendment to consolidate the boards under the Board of Medicine, more than 2/3 of the states maintain a separate board of licensing and regulation for podiatric physicians because these states recognize that it serves public health interests to do so. In the New England region alone, Maine, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and New York are all separate boards. Adopting this amendment and ending New Hampshire's Board of Podiatry autonomy by consolidating the boards, it would be a disservice to the patients in New Hampshire. Once again, on behalf of New Hampshire Podiatric Medical Association and the state's expert foot and ankle care and physicians, we thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback on the proposed bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Will you take questions?
Sure.
Any questions? Representative Manager Pudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. The question I asked to your previous colleague who there's the need as the state population, aging population increase, is there a increased need for podiatrists because that exclusive, that population needs more of that care?
Sure, there could be an increased need for podiatrists. I think that's what you're getting at, yes? Yep.
Clarify, since you're the board president right now or chair.
I'm not the Board of Podiatry. However, Dr. Sartori is here, yes. were you asking the same question as you had previously asked about how would this affect the?
Correct.
I believe if you're making the argument of an increased need for podiatry in the state, I think it would be affected by if you're merging the two boards together, it potentially could take longer to have, if you're needing new podiatrists in the state, that process of getting new podiatrist license could become longer if you roll these two boards together.
So, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. Sorry, I probably won't get this last name right. I can't quite read it, but Jennifer Sambry? Sambry?
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about HB 1285. I am Dr. Jennifer Sartori, and I've been practicing in New Hampshire for 22 years. While I currently serve on the Board of Podiatry as the chair, I must state that I am not providing the position of the board at this time. The board was unable to meet in a timely manner to provide a formal opinion on HB 1285. So I am here as a citizen and a practicing podiatrist, and I am in opposition to HB 1285. I'm sure this bill is well-intentioned, and I'm sure it's trying to streamline operations and costs, but like everyone else that has testified before me, I think they have stated it pretty well. It has serious consequences, from potentially limiting licenses, taking a long time to get podiatrists licensed, maybe not holding them as accountable as they should be because the rules of the podiatry board are not known to the Board of Medicine. I'm not even sure how those two are going to be combined. We have separate exams that we take that are different from medicine, MDs, DOs. The rules are extensive, I'm sure, on the Board of Medicine and as well as on the Board of Podiatry. So podiatry is definitely a specialized field. You've heard from others today on what that is. I'm not going to go into that. I think the merging of the two boards would result in a loss of focus on the specific needs and issues facing the podiatrists in the communities of New Hampshire. We face unique challenges, and we have concerns that are distinct from the other medical specialties. And I think we really need a dedicated board for podiatry. I was opposed to this merger previously, and I'm opposed to it again. And I think you're going to see that it's going to be impossible to merge the two boards and consistently have people being able to get their license, being held accountable for any kind of discipline, and then just having access to that licensure process. And I really urge you to really reconsider this bill and not merge the two boards together. I also worry about restriction of trade with the merger of the two boards, and I worry about lawsuits coming up. The boards don't have immunity. They can still be sued. And if you have someone disciplining without the same license, without the same initials behind their name, I just worry that that opens up trouble. So again, I hope for you to reconsider this proposal and this bill, and I appreciate you allowing me to speak, and I appreciate everything that you do for the citizens of New Hampshire. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. Question of the committee, does anybody have any questions for the governor's office? Yeah. D, you're off the hook. I'll call Director Courtney instead. She's on the hook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Lindsay Courtney, Executive Director. I think the first thing that I wanted to clarify is that this bill and the bill that you're about to hear was not made at the request of the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. As always, we provide technical assistance when requested, but as you know, these were initiatives that were contained in House Bill 2 of last year, and so we're essentially carryover until this year. So in any event, I really just wanted to make myself available again to answer questions, but I would note a few things based on the testimony. The first is that the Board of Medicine currently has, actually, there are 3 different degrees that that the regulated professionals have. There's the MD, the DO, and then of course the physician assistant. In some states, Vermont is one of them. There are different boards that regulate whether you have a DO or an MD. Our state has a composite board. And so I think there's a history there of the Board of Medicine being able to regulate multiple different disciplines in an efficient, orderly fashion, but also in a collaborative fashion. They meet regularly, they collaborate with each other to make sure that they have the requisite expertise. And when you think about who's on the Board of Medicine and the specialties that comprise the regulated community, you've got orthopedics, you've got OBGYNs, you've got anesthesiologists, radiologists. There are a number of specialties that are regulated by this one board. So I think that regardless, and again, the office is not taking a position, but if the legislature chooses to go forward with this composite approach, I feel very confident that there's no doubt the Board of Medicine would be able to be effective. A couple of the comments that we heard in the stories about pediatric medicine and the concerns specifically about physicians or MDs, DOs treating ailments that are probably better referred to podiatrists actually led me to think that maybe the Board of Medicine could benefit from having a podiatrist on its board. And that if under the circumstances presented by one of the individuals testified today had been brought to the Board of Medicine, that board wouldn't have the expertise needed to be able to determine whether or not that person was acting recklessly in providing that care. And that's something that maybe the committee would like to consider. Again, I'm not taking a position, but it was just something that I noted given the concerns that were raised. Finally, there was a comment about immunity. I want to be clear that boards do have immunity. It's under RSA 99D. That's immunity under state law. For certain circumstances, essentially you can't act recklessly. But then there's immunity as it relates to antitrust under federal law, and that was the immunity issues that I was discussing previously. So there is immunity enjoyed by board members, but there are parameters in order for you to qualify. But I just wanted to correct that record. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Representative Lekis.
Thank you. Just have some questions that are all kind of the similar we've had before as to potential issues with the board. So, is there a concern with the Board of Podiatry with the number of people licensed around antitrust? I mean, I would assume if it's a small number, that's a bigger concern. So that's one.
So the Board of Podiatry has about 100 licensees. And so as we talked earlier, I think there's always a higher risk when you have fewer licensees regulated by active market participants. There's certainly always a higher risk there.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Similarly, how often are there complaints? And we heard there was one action taken, but how often are there complaints?
We don't receive that many complaints. Thankfully, they did have some continuing education issues last year that were dealt with public hearings, but they don't receive that many complaints. And I would agree that that certainly that if the boards were to be merged, the podiatrist members on the Board of Medicine would certainly have to meet more frequently and probably longer because that Board of Medicine has many more complaints.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Have there been any issues with quorum, the meeting, any of that sort of usual thing we've heard before on other boards?
I can get the number to you off the top of my head. I don't think they have a quorum issue, although I will say they meet quarterly. And part of the challenge is just from an operations standpoint, again, I'm not taking a position, is that when boards don't meet regularly, from an administrative standpoint, because they're not doing it as frequently, there's a potential need for greater resources, more training, that sort of thing. It's the same thing for boards that rarely have any disciplinary action. So the Board of Nursing, for example, has a disciplinary hearing every meeting. they know what to do. They know the script. They know the do's and the don'ts. They know the legal parameters. But if you have a different board, let's say board of reflexology, they never have those cases. There would be a little bit more hand-holding there. But that doesn't mean that it can't be done. And we're, of course, happy to support the boards, whatever the makeup is based on what the legislative intent is.
Last follow-up. This relates to how often they meet. I mean, does the board have to meet to approve new applications? Because that gets into, I mean, there was some testimony that there might be concerns that it might take longer if they were merged with medicine, but if they're meeting quarterly, I would think they might actually be more timely if they're merged. Is there anything to that?
So I think that was the case previously, but this body made some changes with 655 and House Bill 2 and 409 last year. So we are currently reviewing applications. So that's no longer an issue. I would say there are a lot of concerns regarding scope of practice, and I hear those concerns, and I think that's something that this body should very much consider. I would say typically the legislature and the statutes govern scope of practice. They don't essentially delegate it to the boards to determine their own scope of practice. And our statutory structure is kind of interesting in the sense that everything is deemed to be, healthcare is deemed to be the practice of medicine unless it's carved out and there's an exemption. And all of the other practice acts are essentially considered such exemptions. And so the people like podiatry have to operate within that framework. Medicine is considered the catch-all. So you might argue that by merging the two, there's kind of greater flexibility with respect to that scope legally.
Thank you.
Representative Grota.
Thank you, Director Courtney. I'm concerned about the board and the board number. So right now, the Board of Medicine consists of 11 members, is that right?
Yes.
Follow up? And so you want to merge another practice into it, and you're reducing the number by 4.
To be clear, I do not want anything. I'm not taking a position.
When I say, someone wrote this, okay? So whoever wrote this, okay,
What is proposed, correct?
is a reduction of the board.
Yes.
So to me, this is where I have a problem.
Understood.
Okay, so I'm just telling people that this is not acceptable. If you're adding a practice to a field, you don't shrink the number. You make room for them to have a discussion, and you don't lop off the other people because you want this magic number to 7, where I don't know where the number came from. And if you sense my frustration, I apologize. I don't mean to give it to you, but maybe 6 hours of this or 5 hours of this is enough for anyone. And I do think that this is a big issue in this bill.
I appreciate that, and I don't take your frustration directed at me. What I would suggest is that there are 2 issues there that are presented. One is, as a policy matter, do you want to merge the 2? And if so, what should the composition look like? I think the composition was largely driven by, again, the concerns regarding public members and being able to retain and attract public members. But I think those are 2 different issues, and I think you don't even need to get to the composition question if you decide that you want to keep the status quo.
Thank you. I've got one before that. Just as a reminder to the committee members that we're asking questions during public hearings. We have an opportunity to debate the topic with ourselves at the executive meeting. So make sure that we're keeping it in that vein. Representative Manjapudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director Courtney. My concern is, I don't know if you can answer, but my concern is as the demand is increasing for this profession, instead of making it more, how do I put it? Making it more easy and streamlining the process, if you're constructing it, overloading and putting it together, combining it together, it defeats the purpose of attracting new workforce and addressing the increase in the need for that profession.
So I don't think that the proposed changes are going to have any impact on workforce whatsoever. I think it's purely how the state wants to govern or facilitate regulatory oversight of these particular professions. One thing to keep in mind is that, the legislature made some big changes last year in the sense that it allowed the office to license applicants in between meetings. Now, the Board of Medicine had already been doing that. I don't think podiatry had been doing that, although I could stand corrected on that. And so really the purpose of the board is to promote and facilitate regulation. And regulation is really just that. It's how do I get a license? It's ethical requirements. How do I maintain my license? How do I maintain competency? And then if something happens, what does that look like? So access to care issues are certainly important and impacted by licensure, but it's not at the center of what is the issue with respect to our regulations. Certainly if you put too many burdens in getting a license, that could impact access to healthcare. But I don't think that is an issue that's raised by these proposed changes.
Representative Gould.
Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So this gets back to what I asked you earlier, and I'm still trying to get my head around the number of people on the board and who makes the appointments to the board and how much, like, can the statute say, we're going to be taking this to committee. So I'm trying to get from you now what we could look at in committee. So like a range of 7 to 11 or something, like, can we look at a range, and do you, or does the director, does OPL appoint the people on the board, or is it the governor's office?
So most boards, and these boards are governor nominated and GNC appointed. The advisory boards have historically been appointed by the director. I'm not sure why that is. I think originally several of our advisory boards were attached to the Department of Health and Human Services, and it was always like that. So that's just how it is. Certainly you can make some modifications there. I'd have to consider that because board members are public officials, and in order for us to understand what a quorum is, there needs to be a certain number, and together they comprise a public body. So I'll give some thought to that prior to the next to the subcommittee meeting, but I would say you probably need to set forth in statute how many people serve on that board.
Follow up.
And so just to be clear, I'm not suggesting that it flip-flop around
Certainly.
all the time. I'm suggesting if the statute gives the appointer some flexibility for the board to be able to say, we're finding that this number is too little, let's increase it to, so it's just giving authority within a preset margin for a policy or procedure to set. That's the nature of my question. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I'll give that some thought, and we'll look at it legally and come back to the subcommittee on that.
Any further questions?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Director. Did anybody else wish to speak on HB 1285? Just when you're done, if you could fill out a pink card and send it up. Oh, did you? I don't have another card. Do we this one? Oh. No? Okay. I will look for it, but if you just state your name for the committee, that'd be great. Just turn your microphone on. Oh. Sorry, I do have it. It was my fault.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dr. Natasha Bozeski. I'm a practicing podiatrist out of Portsmouth. I've been in the state for about 12 years now. I'm not going to rehash everything that everyone else has already said, but I just want to touch on a couple things that I don't think were mentioned. I do appreciate your concern with one podiatry member if the boards were merged. I do not think that is a big enough voice. But we have a unique degree. We have 3 different letters after our name that aren't MD and DO. Our training is unique to us, just like a dentist, a chiropractor, and an optometry, all of which New Hampshire has their own boards. If you're thinking about merging the Board of Podiatry and Medicine, why not throw every medical board under it? We are unique, just like those other specialties, and we deserve to be heard and judged, licensed by our peers, not someone with a different training path than what we have had. And I don't think that's been made overly clear. I oppose this bill, and I appreciate you taking the time to hear me. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Yes, Representative Grota.
I would like to be sure I got this in my notes. So podiatry is different from the Board of Medicine, such as other boards, and you mentioned optometry. And what were the other ones?
Chiropractic, dentistry. You're welcome.
Thank you.
No other questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Did anybody else wish to speak on 1285? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on HB 1285 and subsequently, because we're behind schedule, open the public hearing on HB 1286 and welcome back Representative McGuire to introduce the bill. Oh, yes, and 1285 is sent to the licensure subcommittee. At your leisure.
Good afternoon again. Carol McGuire, Merrimack District 27. I'm introducing House Bill 1286, which is another item that was pulled from House Bill 2. And it would merge the Board of Land Surveyors with the Board of Professional Engineers. I'll say the same things that I could say about the previous bill. The only other valid point is that the Board of Land Surveyors and the land surveyors and the professional engineers are actually members of the same professional organization that runs their qualification tests, which I was surprised to see. And they work together frequently and usefully.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Joseph. No, you're good. Sorry, I cannot read the last name. Joseph Wicker. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Wickert. I'm a licensed land surveyor. I have been self-employed for about 35 years, and I run a small 5-person firm out of Manchester. I'm currently the chair of the Board of Licensure for land surveyors, and I've been on the board since 2015. I've been a 3-year member of the Professional Surveyors Exam Committee for the National Council of Examiners for Engineers and Surveyors, or NCEES. I termed off that in 23, and I'm currently a member of the Surveying and Mapping Sciences Task Force for NCEES. So on behalf of our board, myself and the board are opposed to House Bill 1286, which proposes to merge our board and with the Board of Engineers. So Representative McGuire had mentioned we're part of the same national organization, which is what NCEES is. So NCEES, they oversee and prepare the national exams, and we kind of work through their organization to help us run our state exam programs. But even they treat we're similar, but we're different. So the associations and the issues we're an associated profession, but we're not engineers, they're not surveyors. And our concerns, our items, our discipline, they're all different because they have different items. So this came up last year, and we heard different reasons why the bill was popping up. One of them was licensing boards were an obstacle to people wanting to work in the state because of market issues, right? People on the board would try to obstruct people from getting a license for competition reasons. So most of us in our fields have significant backlogs. The majority of us are turning work away because we don't have the staff to do that work. So I don't really understand that thought process. If we had more employees that were licensed, we could take on more work, right? Both boards, and certainly our board, tries to ensure that applicants and the people in the profession adhere to the approved rules. Our rules have existed for many years. I don't think there have been any significant changes in the last 15 or 20 years. So I really don't understand this sudden push to merge boards and sort of change what we have, right? The board members, all of us who serve, were volunteers. Many of us have mentored multiple people on their path to licensure, helped to set up their careers, just like was done to us, and we're trying to pay it forward. I've also heard that the boards are too slow, and that without the boards, that things could be handled by staff and could be done more efficiently and faster, which would be better for the public. So in our case, we meet 4 to 6 times a year, but we're very aware of our time deadline. So if we have a case that needs a 30-day response or whatever, our next meeting would get scheduled such that we comply with that response. You know, last year, I believe there was a bill passed that puts the authority for licensing and discipline into OPLC's hands. And, you know, we're working through that. But there is a value to the boards. The boards are the ones that have the experience and can oversee an applicant's application packet and make sure that what it qualifies. For surveying, we have no education requirement, right? Education was deemed as an obstacle to licensure. So therefore, we have a path of experience, and it has to be progressive experience for 6 years, and you have to be able to maintain and show that you move forward. Somebody that doesn't know the profession isn't going to be able to look at a resume and say 12 years here at this position is considered responsible charge versus not, right? If you're in a larger state such as California, they actually have professional engineers and licensed surveyors on as the administrators of their boards. Right? We don't, unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to look at it, we don't have the population to justify that. But that's one of the reasons why I believe the subject matter experts have an important role, and I believe this bill would weaken that role. We also heard last year that there were complaints about the boards, and the boards were unreasonable. I've been a member of our board for approximately 8.5 years. I think in that time, I'm aware of one complaint. It was an email to a legislator that said, from an applicant who had failed the state exam twice, who felt that the state exam was intentionally too difficult. But what it fails to mention is our pass rate has probably been stable for 6 or 7 years at least. And there have been many other applicants that have taken the exam and passed. So it certainly wasn't a one-off. And that, other than that, that's the only complaint I'm aware of. Another item I think we heard was the proposal is consistent with the majority of the other jurisdictions and through NCEES or in nationwide. So I believe the representative for NCEES will be providing written testimony, and it'll give a breakdown of the various boards. So 39% of their boards, I think there's 69 boards total, are joint boards. 36% are separate boards. Out of that 36%, there's 17.5 that are separate engineers and 18.5 separate surveys. And approximately 25% include boards that are constituted of surveyors, engineers, architects, and others, right? So there's not one thread that covers everything. But in addition, you know, what I think that those numbers don't show is once constituted, generally they don't change. So usually if you're stood up as a joint board, you stay as a joint board. If you're stood up as an individual board, you stay as an individual board. There's not a lot of back and forth. I think the last one I can recall that I think Texas about 2-3 years ago eliminated all their boards and then stood up a joint board a year later. And depending on who you speak to, the results of that are mixed, good, bad. It all depends on perspective, but I haven't heard an overwhelming response say that that's the perfect thing to do. From a national level, as we sit, New Hampshire has 2 votes out of a possible 69. If the boards are merged, that impact gets reduced to 1 out of 68. So what I would say is respectfully that I don't see any benefit to merging these boards. The public's not going to see any difference. They're going to have to go through the same process, so nothing changes for them. For the volunteer board members, we're going to have more meetings and longer meetings. In our case, we meet 4 to 6 times a year. The engineers would meet monthly. So we're probably going to go to a monthly schedule. You're going to take what was done in 2 meetings, put it into 1 meeting. So the number of hours of that meeting are going to go longer, right? We're all volunteers. All we're going to do is make it harder to get good volunteers to become a board member, which I don't think should be the goal of legislation, right? And then, the other thing is, in our case, because we offer a state-specific survey exam, twice a year, our members go through and grade the exam. So we have 4 people grading the exams. That would be reduced depending on how the new board or the merged board would be constituted, but you'd have less, right? One of the proposals last year was 2 engineers, 2 surveyors, 1 public. So now you're going to have 2 surveyors grading all the exams because the engineers aren't going to necessarily be able to do that. And in addition, you're going to have those same two members are going to now have to make the decision about an applicant's experience or discipline or whatever. And the way, should there be a discipline investigation, one of the things we normally do is 1 member recuses themselves and then the other members kind of go through it and look at the results of the investigation and help weigh in on that. So if we only have 2 members, 1 member recuses himself, you have 1 member basically making the decision. I think having the larger talent pool is going to be better for both the applicants and the public. The decision would be better. There could be some minor savings on, from the staff point of view, because they're going to have to cover a few less meetings. But like I mentioned previously, the meetings are going to be longer, so I don't know if there's any significant change in that, right? Most of the renewals and things we do anymore are done online. I don't think that gets changed at all. And even if there was a small increase by maintaining what we currently have. So I have a hard time saying it's an increase, but I guess we could argue it's not a savings. Right. I know for our profession, the certificate of authorization, which is the fee we pay annually for the privilege of practicing in the state, increased. And I think that increased fee would certainly cover the cost of maintaining the services that we currently have. I have not heard from anyone in our professions that says that they think this is a good idea. So I think this is it was a proposal that probably was well intended, but I don't know if there was a lot of discussion with the people in the profession to do it. If the intent of this is to improve the business climate in the state and reduce the obstacle to licensure, I don't think this is the answer. New Hampshire has a 400-person legislature because people would have the ability to know their representative and talk to them. It's the same thing with the board. If I go to a meeting or a conference, we're constantly pulled aside. And if it's not a confidential issue, somebody will say, why'd you do this? Why, how, and things like that. Merging these boards is going to reduce that opportunity. And we do, we shag calls from the public. I've had in the last 4 or 5 months, we've had calls regarding an inability to renew a license under retired status, lack of response from being calls, the mandatory CE broker program, cost to get a certificate printed that used to be provided for free, right? The boards aren't really going to have input or can solve those problems, but at least we can speak to the members in a way that they're going to understand and say, hey, this is what's going on. You have to do this, this, and that. And I do believe there's a value to that. I do think that, prior to this last year or so, we had our board administrators had long time tenure in the board. They had good institutional knowledge, and that's getting harder to have. I mean, currently, I think we're on our 3rd or 4th administrator in last 6 or 8 months. So now we're talking the institutional knowledge is coming from the board members as opposed to staff. And so my closing words be fairly simple. If it's not broke, I don't think you should fix it. And I'm not really sure that this is broke. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions?
Thank
Well
you.
done. Thank you so much. Michael Dahlberg.
Thank you, sir. My name is Mike Dahlberg. I am the Vice Chairman of the Board of Land Surveyors. I've been on the board since November of 2018. I have been a land surveyor in New Hampshire since 1982, licensed since 1988. I am also licensed in Massachusetts, Maine, Vermont, and I'm a certified floodplain surveyor nationally recognized by the National Society of Professional Surveyors. To buttress Mr. Wicker's testimony, I was the board representative. Can you speak into the microphone? I'm sorry, sir. I was the board's representative to the exam subcommittee, where we spent countless hours going through our database and verifying each and every question that we have with a source. One, to protect the board. Two, to make sure the questions were fair. Three, so that if someone feels they are aggrieved and they want to sue the state or the board, they don't have much to sue, reasons to sue. We've also taken our statutory guidance where the exam has been revamped to test for what we feel is minimum competency. All of the master level questions that were on the exam, the gotcha questions, are gone. Those were not fair. I had a few of those when I took my exam back in '87. They're gone. We're trying to test for entry level minimum competency. And most of my fellow surveyors that have staff that just received their licenses, they don't let that new LS stamp plans for a year because they're still green. They've passed their exam. That doesn't mean they're in that position to be on their own yet. And very important point is that if we have a joint board with 2 members engineering, 2 members of surveyors, we've lost that internal database of knowledge for local, state boundary law. That's what we regulate, and that's very important. If any of you have ever built a house, you want to know where your setback lines are and where can you put your $1 million house and all of your life savings into, you want to hire a licensed land surveyor. You don't want them just someone off the street that's not licensed. I would not be suited to sit in judgment of an electrical engineer, a mechanical engineer, a civil engineer. I'm a licensed land surveyor, and I think that they'll speak to that on the reverse of that. If we don't have the 4 members on the Board of Surveyors, there is a potential for harm to the general public, harm to the individual surveyors that may have a complaint filed against them, and the profession as a whole. That's it. If you have any questions, I do my best to answer them.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Grota.
Thank you. Are land surveyors, the work that they do, are they also hired by municipalities and planning boards and zoning boards? And do they not have to submit their findings to those organizations?
Where I work, we do a significant amount of public utility work, municipal work for highways, roadways, drainage design, and the like. And every community that I know of hires an engineer and a surveyor yearly for their projects. And every application that goes before a planning board for a lot line adjustment, a subdivision, a site plan has a surveying component, and they all require the stamp of a licensed professional, which we are a dwindling bunch. But that's like, as Mr. Wickert spoke, we are backed up. We could use another half a dozen people.
Yes, I believe it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your
Thank you, sir.
testimony. Forgive me ahead of time, Mark Conda Demon. I don't know. I can't get it from there.
Close enough. Thank you so much. Mark Kondo Demitraki. I'm representing the New Hampshire Land Surveyors Association. I am the Government Affairs Director. And I have the great privilege of being licensed as both a land surveyor and a professional engineer. So I can see from both perspectives, you know, how this bill will impact the profession. And, you know, I agree with what both Joe and Mike said. I'm not going to spend too much time reiterating the testimony because we believe in efficiency and limiting redundancies. So that being said, from my perspective, obviously, the needs of each licensee is different and unique. And there are needs that engineers require that, you know, surveying and surveying boards cannot provide, and vice versa. You know, to combine the two now and in the fashion that it has been proposed, we don't believe is going to increase any efficiencies. We don't believe it's going to limit redundancies. And really, you know, as you've heard from the two previous gentlemen that testified, it very well may have the opposite effect. You know, our job as licensees, we are tasked with protecting the health, safety, and welfare of the public. You know, when you look at the importance of professional engineering, you know, every day it impacts your lives, whether it's the water you drink or the roads you drive on or the light switches you flip, etc. An engineer has their hand in that. And when you think about some of the largest investments you will ever make in your lifetime, such as your own personal home, land surveyors have a great impact in that. So obviously, protecting the public and protecting the health and welfare and safety of our community is of the utmost importance for us. The two professions are unique in the sense that, you know, New Hampshire is a colonial state. And there are unique land use laws in New Hampshire that set us apart from engineering and from other states. And, you know, we are not part of the U.S. survey system because of, you know, our colonial ties and heritage. So the other thing to keep in mind is that as the two board members testified, being a member of a board is a great honor and privilege, you know, but it's also a lot of work. I mean, it's a lot of work, and they do a lot of stuff. And to now reduce the number of individuals that are going to be, you know, overseeing and reviewing and helping and processing and working in all of those different facets of what they do, really essentially doubling, you know, their workload potentially, you know, it makes it a lot more work and a lot less desirable to want to represent, you know, your community and volunteer your time and, you know, offer your services and your expertise and your profession, you know, for the greater good of our community. So with that being said, anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Representative Manjapudi.
Mr. Chair, thank you for taking my question. You sit in a very unique position from both sides, and you touched upon the fact that the workforce growth or need in the communities, you know, the increasing housing need and other needs. So this would impact, can you elaborate a little more how it would impact by combining the two boards? How would it negatively impact the public receiving asking for services?
So from my perspective as a consumer of, you know, the license, I can tell you that there are times where I will reach out to board members with questions, with clarifications, with concerns. I definitely think that this will slow that process down. which will again slow my ability to respond to questions and concerns from the public down, which then, creates that log jam, which then only compounds as you go further out. So I definitely think that there will be that effect. The fact that, as Mr. Wickert stated, he is understaffed. My company is understaffed. You can ask many people in many different industries, and they will say the same thing, that they are understaffed. And then that wait time only then compounds that ability to serve. You've gone to, say, a restaurant, and they've said, I'm sorry, we're short wait staff, and you'll have to wait now for that service. It's similar in the engineering and surveying business where, if you are understaffed and you now have to tell somebody that they have to then wait for that service, you are now delaying potentially large financial investments that may never materialize as a result of that. And, by creating that potential inefficiency, you're impacting real people's lives with, their long-term, potentially financial goals.
Representative Goley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking the question. I just want to follow up on that. So your statement, you're saying that merging these two boards potentially may not promote the efficiency that it says it does here in the language of the legislation.
As it's proposed, absolutely.
Thank you.
No further questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Alex Kuchbos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, my name is Alex Katrubis. I'm here in my capacity as the Executive Director of ACEC New Hampshire, which stands for American Council of Engineering Companies. I'm not an engineer, and I don't claim to represent every engineer in the state, but we do have a lot of employees in our membership, over 1,500. We also have 70 member companies that employ those individuals. We are opposed to this bill because we believe it's a solution in search of a problem. We also believe it is premature to pass a bill like this based on the bills that you passed last session that have been signed into law that haven't really even had a chance to be fully implemented yet. Just to give you some background information, according to the 2023 OPLC annual report, there are almost 6,500 licensed engineers in the state of New Hampshire. In that same report, you will learn that the PE board had revenue of $681,000 and expenses of $537,000. Again, according to the OPLC annual report, there were 3 complaints in 2023 that were brought before the PE board, and there were 0 cases, meaning there were no prosecutions. According to the OPLC website, the PE board met 9 times last year. If you go back to 2022, they met 8 times. So just in summary, 6,500 licenses in the state. They generate a small surplus with their budget. Revenue is higher than expenses. They had 3 complaints last year, no prosecutions. They met 9 times. So this would lead, I think, anyone to believe that this is a pretty well-managed board. So I don't understand really what we're doing here.
Great. Thank you so much.
Well, I have a couple other things,
Oh,
but
go ahead.
I will.
Dramatic pause.
I would ask you to again. What is the problem we're trying to solve? I can't figure it out. I won't go. I think the gentleman who spoke first went through a lot of the reasons that have been floating around this building about why this bill's here. I'm going to just cut all that out. I do want to just bring it back to last session, and the director of the OPLC said it. You passed House Bill 655 6 months ago. I think we need to let that bill actually get implemented. The PE board is one of the more hands-on boards. They are, as you heard, they're reviewing the applications. They're reviewing the resumes. How much of that responsibility is the OPLC going to take on? I don't think we have the answer to that yet. So before we start passing bills to consolidate boards, let's figure out what we passed 6 months ago and see how that's actually working before we start ripping things up. You also had the bill on the endorsement, substantially similar license. What's going to happen with that? We have no idea. So there's a lot of angst. As someone who works for a lobbying firm that has a lot of people who are licensed professionally, there's a lot of angst in the community about what is going to happen this session with professional licensure. So I would just ask you to keep that in mind. And the other thing I want to point out, again, not to say that these other smaller boards aren't as important as 6,500 licensees with engineers, but if you look at geologists, there's 500 geologists who are licensed in the state. Under this bill, they would have their own separate board for geologists. Under this bill, as you heard, there'd be 2 PEs for 6,500 licenses. You have chemical engineers, mechanical engineers, civil engineers, environmental engineers, geotechnical engineers, all these different disciplines that aren't going to be represented. So again, I would just ask you to really take a hard look at this bill and say, why are we here? What is it? I haven't heard any compelling reason why we should take something that's worked well for decades. No one's complaining about it. Why are we here? I can't figure it out. So I would ask you to really kill this bill and let's go home. Thank you very much.
All set. Okay, great.
I'm done now.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
welcome.
Appreciate it.
Sorry for the levity, but it's been a long day.
It was very impactful. David Gill.
Hello, my name is Dave Gill. I'm actually representing the Board of Professional Engineers here. Thank you, Chairman, for taking this time and committee for listening to us. The Board of Engineers is not in favor of this bill strongly. As with House Bill 2 that failed, we are still against this also. And not to rehash everything that the architects, the landscaper, no, the land surveyors. I know it's land something. I'm an engineer, so I know it's, again, we're so different, But one thing that was mentioned is we share the same group, the NCEES, which is true. They are holding our testing, they do all that work. But when we meet as a group, we go to one area and the surveyors go to a whole nother area. It is just a kind of an umbrella that monitors our exams, keeps the scores, does some of the paperwork for us. Again, our meetings are held separately, separate areas. We are completely separated. The idea of the workload, we are all volunteers. We're averaging, almost 40 applications a month, and we're getting through them all with all of us splitting them all up. Now, if we were to all of a sudden lose 2 more engineers on the board, now we're looking at even more time to review these applications. It is a volunteer, and I'm proud to be a volunteer. I'm proud to be on the board. It's something that I've kind of wanted to do to give back to my community. I've always been a volunteer in the state, and volunteering for the board is just as important. Let's see here. Our board does meet on a monthly basis. We have never had an issue with a quorum. We've always had our quorums. When it comes to other specialized items that might pop up, we are all notified and we work our hardest to get back together another quorum to deal with the issue as it happens. We have never had complaints against us as a board. We've always been very responsive, very active. We're not the ones holding up a lot of the stuff. Again, I don't want to go over a lot of the same stuff. The surveyor engineers were different societies, board. We're just very much against this bill. It's not serving the purpose that we assume is as it was said in House Bill 2, which was also voted down.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none?
Thank you for your time.
DeJurius, does anybody have any questions for the governor's office? You're off the hook again. Director Courtney, anybody have any questions? Yes, we do. Sorry, you never get off the hook.
Thank you all. Lindsay Courtney, Executive Director, OPLC. And again, just want to clarify, this was not put in at the request of the office. I'm happy to take any questions. I would say that there's been a lot of changes legislatively with respect to 655, 409, what was House Bill 2. If you look at the overall bills package last year, that was the initiative from the governor's office. It proposed some massive shifts, a couple of things, obviously, switching the investigative function over to the office in order to promote a clear delineation of responsibilities, so you don't have the same people doing the investigations as the adjudications, shifts the licensure over to the OPLC, and I think what's clear is that there has to be objective standards, and we're still working through some of the issues with respect to boards that have subjective standards in their licensing process. But then after that, essentially the question was, okay, the board's primary function is with respect to rulemaking, regulation, and adjudicating cases. There were a lot of proposals to merge various boards with the understanding that boards would no longer be meeting monthly in order to review applications. So these bills are essentially, or this bill is essentially just from last year and proposes to merge land surveyors with engineers. And you've heard from all the folks as to their thoughts as to whether that should be the case. But we're not taking a position. I'm happy to answer questions about how we would operationalize that change.
Thank you, Representative Lucas.
Thank you. So these are going to be similar to the prior bill. So, and with regard to the land surveyor board, not the engineers, I mean, how many licensees are there? Are there antitrust concerns? That's first.
So off the top of my head, I do not know how many land surveyors there are. You heard about how many land engineers there are. We don't currently have any concerns regarding antitrust. And I will say that the board mergers that, I can't speak for the governor's office, but the board merges were not contemplated as a remedy to antitrust issues. That's essentially, it was, these are boards that historically, like every board, used to meet monthly to review applications. They're not going to be doing this anymore. So is there a need to have that monthly meeting, or can we essentially consolidate those efforts? That was essentially the gist as I understood it. So it wasn't, the mergers were not proposed to deal with state supervision issues.
Well,
Follow up.
actually, kind of maybe answer the question. I think we heard certainly from the engineers. I may recall from the land surveyors that they're reviewing applications. Is that the past process and has changed or will change, or?
So my understanding with their, Bethany, would you like to?
Yep. I apologize. Bethany Cottrell, Division Director of Licensing. I was just clarifying that with our staff. So they currently are reviewing when someone is going to take the professional engineering exam. There's a process, so there's multi-level steps to be a professional engineer, but the approval or denial process for the licensure is still held with the office.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Yep, thank you for that. So, I mean, any other concerns? There's the typical ones. It sounds like there's not, but, quorum, board meeting, anything else that would raise concerns about, in particular, I would think what I suspect is the smaller board.
No, we don't have any concerns, and we're happy to support them administratively. I think what I would just offer is this, again, I'm taking a position, is that the goal of a board is not to represent the profession. And I think we've heard that a few times today. The goal is to protect the public. And earlier you heard me explain how there are different models in different states. One of the models is completely public member majority. That is a model that some states use. It's intended to provide state oversight. But we in New Hampshire have a state board of education that is comprised entirely of public members. So I just want to, I don't support the notion that we need representation of the profession. I think we need expertise of the profession to understand how it's regulated. But I think it's up to the legislature to determine, what's the best composition in order to do that. Again, not taking a position, but that I just wanted to correct or make that point.
Okay, thank you.
So, Representative Mangiapudi? No, we're good. Representative Goley.
Thank you. I just have to follow up on that. So, has there been any concern at all about these boards made up of professionals doing something not in the best interest of public safety?
No, I don't have any specific concerns about these boards. No.
Just want to make sure I'm clear on that, because it was not clear whether having boards made up of professionals was truly in the public's best interest as to the way you had worded it. So I want to make sure we're okay with having these folks on the boards the way they're set up.
Yes, absolutely. I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. All I was saying is I heard today that essentially merging the two wouldn't allow us to represent our professions, and that's not the purpose of a regulatory board. The purpose is to protect the public. So if you change the makeup, put them together, change however, I mean, the whole goal is to protect the public, and are we ensuring minimum competency?
Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Thanks for your time.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I do have one quick question for the governor's office. No,
Sure. D almost made it. Come on up.
Good afternoon. Just for the record, D. Juris, representing the governor's office.
Thank you. Me and Representative Brown had the same concerns on the language on page 2, line 15. And once again, we go back to statements in legislation. And it says to promote efficiency and economy, eliminate redundancies and licensure requirements. It just doesn't read appropriately to me. I mean, the wording of promote efficiency and economy. And it was also asked to members of the board as to whether or not this is truly efficient, putting these two boards together. So I'm just concerned we're putting, once again, language into statute that shouldn't be there.
I did not draft the legislation. I would defer to your expertise on statutory construction as members of this committee. And so now, not speaking on behalf of the governor's office, I would be happy to take a purpose statement directly out if the committee so wished.
Yes, Representative Brown.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And you made the mistake with coming up.
I'm not sure I had a choice.
So for a couple, 3 hours here, I've been sitting here thinking, as one of the testifiers said, why are we here? Why are we here? And there's a lot of conversations about what happened last year, which I wasn't on this committee then, so I'm a little bit naive on that. But does the governor's office have any specific data on some of the issues we've talked about, lack of quorum or meetings not being held frequently enough, or any of those issues that have sort of been thrown around quite a bit in the last days? Does the governor's office have any data on that we could see? So to sort of bolster up that position.
Certainly. So right now, the only thing I would have to share is anecdotal. I'd be happy to find some data for you. I guess what I will say on that point of why are we here, what is going on, as you know, right? I mean, if we're thinking Civics 101, you all make the laws that we have to execute in the executive branch. And I think many of you know, in last year, my role as the director of appointments, all of the nominations for all of these boards comes through my desk. It's a single person in the governor's office. And it's not just licensing boards, right? Any person the governor names to anything comes through this office. And it's a lean, mean fighting machine, as we are in New Hampshire. But I think I've had a lot of experience firsthand on how to execute the law as it is. And our only mechanism for doing that is to approach you and say, what do you think? Could we pass this idea around? Could you, even if, we have legislators that say, I'll put it in, I'm not going to work really hard, but we'll see what the committee thinks. Sometimes they take it and they run with it. I think Representative Lakis has said, right, sometimes he's dug really into something that he was passionate about. So we can't change the law, right? We just have to execute it. And so some of it is to look from that perspective of just the board construction, who was appointed where, what those members look like. There have been challenges that we have found in executing the law that you've given us. And so what we have just said is, what do you think? Again, the governor's only vote is a veto, right? He doesn't get a vote on the floor. But we don't have a mechanism for him to actually introduce bills. We just defer to your authority and say, hey, we're having some challenges executing this. We're doing our best. But what do we think about that? So I think that's a big piece of it. And as I mentioned before, our office, the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification, and any other executive department that comes before you acknowledges your authority. They just do what you tell them to do in the law to the best of our ability.
Thank you. That's a frank answer. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Representative Lekes.
That just brought up a hopefully brief question. That is, so about how many appointments a year and how many positions does the governor's actually end up, we're telling him to appoint?
Thousands. And I, again, at the risk of being extremely frank, at 4:05 in the afternoon, there are a number that we get to. Licensing boards are prioritized because of their outsized impact, right? An advisory board, not in licensing specifically, but in other areas of the law, might come to a lower priority just due to the nature to conduct business or the effect on constituents. But there's a lot that we don't get to. There's so much more that we could be doing. I mean, it is an expansive number.
Thank you. I was just trying to get a feel for the magnitude.
Quite large, and could be much larger. Yes.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. Once again, did anybody else want to testify on HB 1286? First, somebody who hasn't spoken. Yeah. How do I keep doing that? I'm sorry, it's been one of those days, I guess. Chris Molini. I remember seeing it.
Turn that on. My name is Chris Malevy. I've been a professional engineer since 1999. I'm here as a private citizen and professional with some serious concerns on the merger of the board, as well as the in the bill itself, the avenues for licensure and the requirements. For the last 9.5 years, I currently serve on the PE board. I am the chair, and I have been for the last 3 years. I've got one more year in my term. There's a reason we have a 5-member board for our professionals with different backgrounds. Myself, I am civil with structural. We have environmental, we have water, wastewater, and we have fire and chemical. As just some of that, because we have to have a majority. We have a number of different applicants come in. We are very busy with the 4 PEs and the 1 outside member that's there. Typically, there's someone that has a legal background, and the new board member that just joined us actually has a code enforcement background, which is very helpful as well. Should complaints arise, which they often do. I know there was mentioned there was only 3 complaints. There's a lot more than that. There was 3 complaints that may have had something to do with. A lot of them are just dismissed, or they're put off to a civil matter and doesn't involve the board, or nor do we have jurisdiction. I am concerned about merging the board to 2 engineers and 2 land surveyors. Being involved with NCES nationally as a representative, they're distinctly different. And I heard it mentioned earlier that to have someone from the general public, they can simply look at a menu of qualifications and be able to check a box without having the experience in the field, being a licensed professional. In my mind, I don't think any of you would want to drive over that bridge of that person that was licensed by someone that was in as an administrator just looking at a box. And they think that it meets those requirements. Some of the licensure, as I mentioned earlier, some of the steps for licensure that are in this new bill are different from what they are currently, for what you have to have for education, for specific experience in the discipline that you want to practice, and ethical standards. Some of that in this is, if I'm reading it correctly, which I hope I'm not, someone that has 16 years experience and say they practice civil engineering can go to the board and say, I want to have you licensed. there's a lot of steps that go into becoming a professional engineer. I have been honored to serve and continue to be honored to serve the state on the PE board. Is something we all take extraordinarily serious because we recognize that we are here, as Lindsay mentioned, to protect the health, welfare, and safety of those in New Hampshire. Certainly that use the roads and everything else to do that someone so eloquently touched on that engineers are involved with. So I'm certainly opposed to this. And I do hope that when the time comes, or if this goes forward, I kind of chuckle because I do think it is an ill-advised solution looking for a problem that really doesn't exist. I've been on the board for 9.5 years. We have never had a complaint about being inefficient and processing people through. We take great pride in doing that. We all work very, very hard to make sure that someone is not held up, certainly for no reason at all. That's all I have. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none. Anybody else wish to testify on HB 1286?
Michael Dahlberg again for the Board of Surveyors. We take our charge to protect the general public very seriously. So when a complaint comes into the board, we look at that complaint in that light. And recently, and this is not a slam on the OPL staff on the licensing side, but the intricate details of an applicant, the portfolios they submit and the paperwork they submit is sometimes very lengthy and voluminous. And recently, we've had 2 applicants that were okayed by staff to sit for the professional licensing exam. They did not have the qualifications. They did not have their initial fundamentals of surveying exam passed from the NCES. They did not have it. We, as the professional surveyors on the board, we look at all that first to see their qualifications, to look at their experience. If someone sends us a package that they've spent the last 8 years doing construction layout, good for them. We need that, but that doesn't qualify you to make boundary decisions as a land surveyor, and that's the crux of the law is boundaries, rights of way, easements that are critical to the state, the railroads, power companies. That law, as Mr. Condo Dimitraki spoke to earlier, the colonial states law is incredibly intricate and detailed in every single state that touches us. They're all different. Vermont, their laws are based on all the lawsuits that occurred back in the 16 and 1700s. And Maine, everything's codified. New Hampshire is a little bit of both, but mainly just precedent. In Massachusetts, a lot of it's called in the statutes. But to look at someone's qualifications from a sheer office standpoint, saying, yeah, well, they've got 6 years, they do this. That's not how we work. That's not how it works. And to hand that off and water that down by having only 2 surveyors look at it and have staff take that over, that does injustice to the state. You're going to let people through that aren't qualified. Even if they can pass the exam, some people are not qualified through their experience to sit for that exam. We have specific requirements for responsible charge. And if that is not met, we know as a board that they are not qualified to sit for that exam.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. Anybody else on HB 1286? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and adjourn for the day. See you guys tomorrow. Yes, licensure subcommittee, Carol.